1. February 2nd, dragon raises its head. In the twilight, in a secluded place called Mud Bottle Alley, there was a lonely and thin teenager. According to the custom, he held a candle in one hand and a peach branch in the other, illuminating the beams, walls, and wooden bed. He used the peach branch to knock on the walls, trying to drive away snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and so on. His mouth was chanting an old saying passed down from generation to generation in this small town. February 2nd, candlelight illuminates the beams, peaches hit the walls, snakes and insects have no place to hide. The teenager's surname was Chin and his name was Ping Yun. His parents died early. The town's porcelain was very famous. Since the founding of the dynasty, it had taken on the important task of supervising the burning and offering of sacrificial vessels. There were imperial court officials stationed here all year round to supervise the official kiln. The young man, who had no one to rely on, became a porcelain kiln craftsman at a very early age. At first he could only do some chores and rough work. He worked hard for a few years with a master who had a bad temper. He had just figured out the knack of making porcelain. However, things were unpredictable. The town suddenly lost the protection of the official kiln craftsman. The dozens of kilns around the town that looked like crouching dragons were all ordered by the government to shut down overnight. Chen Pingon put down the newly folded peach branch, blew out the candle and walked out of the house. He sat on the steps and looked up at the bright starry sky. The teenager still remembered clearly that the old master, who was only willing to accept him as half a disciple, was surnamed Yao. In the early morning of autumn last year, he was found sitting on a small bamboo chair, facing the direction of the kiln with his eyes closed. However, people like old Yao who went to a dead end were in the minority. For generations, the town's craftsmen only knew how to make porcelain. They did not dare to overstep the official kiln, nor did they dare to sell the porcelain in the storehouse to the people. They had to find other ways. The 14-year-old Chen Pingon was also kicked out. After returning to Mud Bottle Alley, he continued to guard this dilapidated old house. It was a bleak scene with 4 bare walls. Even if Chen Pingon wanted to be a prodigal, he had no way to start. After being a wandering ghost for a period of time, the teenager really could not find a way to make money. Relying on his meager savings, the teenager barely managed to fill his stomach. A few days ago he heard that an old blacksmith, surnamed Ruan, came to Dragon Rider Alley a few streets away. He announced that he would accept 7 or 8 blacksmith apprentices. He would not pay, but he would provide food. Chen Pingon hurriedly went to try his luck. He did not expect that the old man just glanced at him and turned him away. At that time, Chen Pingon was puzzled. Could it be that blacksmithing was not based on the strength of one's arms, but on the good or bad of one's appearance? It should be known that although Chen Pingon looked weak, his strength was not to be underestimated. This was the foundation of his body that the teenager had trained from years of making porcelain. In addition, Chen Pingon also followed the old man surnamed Yao and ran through the mountains and rivers within 100 miles of the town. He tasted the taste of the surrounding soil and worked hard without complaint. He was willing to do any dirty work without any sloppiness. Unfortunately, old Yao still did not like Chen Pingon. He thought that the teenager had no understanding and was a blockhead who was far inferior to his eldest disciple, Lu Xianyang. It was no wonder that the old man was biased. The master showed the door, but the cultivation was up to the individual. For example, the same boring and tedious task of pulling blanks, Lu Xianyang's ability in just half a year was comparable to Chen Pingon's 3 years of hard work. Although he might not be able to use this skill in this lifetime, Chen Pingon was still like before. He closed his eyes and imagined himself with a slate and a wheeled cart in front of him. He began to practice pulling blanks. Practice makes perfect. About every 15 minutes, the teenager would rest for a moment and shake his wrists. This cycle repeated until his entire body was completely exhausted. Only then did Chen Pingon get up and take a walk in the courtyard, slowly stretching his muscles and bones. No one had ever taught Chen Pingon these things. He had blindly figured it out himself. The world was originally silent, but Chen Pingon heard an ear-piercing, mocking laugh and stopped walking. As expected, he saw his peer squatting on the wall with a grin on his face. He did not hide his disdain at all. This person was Chen Pingon's old neighbor. It was said that he was the illegitimate son of the previous supervisor. That supervisor was afraid of criticism and impeachment, so he returned to the capital alone to report on his work. He gave his child to an official with whom he had a good personal relationship to help look after him. Now that the small town had mysteriously lost the right to make official kills, the supervisor in charge of supervising the kills for the imperial court was unable to even protect himself. How could he care about the illegitimate son of his colleagues in the officialdom? He threw down some money and hurried to the capital to make some connections. Unknowingly, he had become an abandoned child, but his days were still leisurely and carefree. All day long he took his personal servant girl and wandered around the small town. He was idle all year round and had never worried about money. The yellow walls of the houses in Ping Lane were very low. In fact, the neighbor did not need to stand on his toes to see the scene in the yard. However, every time he talked to Chin Pingon he liked to squat on the wall. Compared to the crude and tacky name of Chin Pingon, the young man next door had a much more elegant name. He was called Song Jisin, and even the maidservant whom he depended on for survival had a cultured name, Ji Gue. The girl was standing on the other side of the wall. She had a pair of almond eyes and was timid. A voice sounded from the other side of the gate. "Are you selling this servant girl?" Song Jisin was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the source of the voice. It was a smiling young man in brocade clothes standing outside the yard. It was a completely unfamiliar face. Next to the young man in brocade clothes stood a tall old man. He had a fair face and a kind expression. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man and girl in the neighboring yard. The old man's gaze swept past Chin Pingon without stopping. However, his gaze lingered on Song Jisin and the servant girl. His smile gradually deepened. Song Jisin squinted his eyes and said, "Sell. Why not sell?" The young man smiled and said, "Then name a price." The girl's eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief, like a panicked young elk. Song Jisin rolled his eyes. He stretched out a finger and shook it. 10,000 taels of silver. The young man in brocade clothes' expression was normal. He nodded and said, "Okay." Song Jisin saw that the young man did not seem to be joking. He quickly changed his words and said, "It's 10,000 taels of gold." The young man in brocade clothes smiled and said, "I'm just teasing you." Song Jisin's face was gloomy. The young man in brocade clothes no longer paid attention to Song Jisin. He shifted his gaze and looked at Chin Pingon. "Today, thanks to you, I was able to buy that carp. After I bought it, the more I looked at it, the more I liked it. I thought that I must thank you in person, so I asked Grandpa Wu to take me to find you tonight." He threw a heavy embroidered bag to Chin Pingon and said with a bright smile, "This is a reward. You and I are even." Chin Pingon wanted to say something, but the young man in brocade clothes had already turned and left. Chin Pingon frowned. During the day he inadvertently saw a middle-aged man carrying a fish basket walking on the street. He caught a palm-sized golden carp. It was jumping around in the bamboo basket. Chin Pingon only glanced at it and felt very happy. So he asked if he could buy it for 10 coins. The middle-aged man originally just wanted to reward his 5 Viscera temple. Seeing that there was profit to be made, he raised the price. He asked for 30 coins before he was willing to sell it. Chin Pingon, who was embarrassingly short of money, did not have so much spare money. He really did not want to give up the golden carp. So he followed the middle-aged man and coaxed him. He wanted to cut the price to 15 coins or even 20 coins. Just when the middle-aged man showed signs of loosening the price, the young man in brocade clothes and the tall old man happened to pass by. They did not say anything and bought the carp and the fish basket for 50 coins. Chin Pingon could only helplessly watch them go away. Song Jisin stared at the back view of the grandfather and grandson as they walked further and further away. He retracted his fierce gaze and jumped off the wall. He seemed to have remembered something and said to Chin Pingon, "Do you still remember the 4-legged snake in the first month of the lunar month?" Chin Pingon nodded. How could he not remember? It was simply fresh in his memory. According to the customs of this town that had been passed down for hundreds of years, if a snake drilled into one's house, it was a good sign. The owner should never expel or kill it. On the first day of the first month, Song Jisin was sitting on the doorstep and basking in the sun. Then, a small thing commonly known as a 4-legged snake darted into the house under his eyes. Song Jisin grabbed it and threw it out of the yard. He did not expect that the 4-legged snake, which had been thrown into confusion, would become more and more courageous. Again and again, it angered Song Jisin, who never believed in ghosts and gods. In a fit of anger, he threw it into Chin Pingon's yard. Who would have thought that Song Jisin would see the 4-legged snake curled up under his bed the next day? Song Jisin noticed that the girl pulled his sleeve. The young man and her had a tacit understanding. Subconsciously, he swallowed the words that had already reached his mouth back into his stomach. What he wanted to say was that the ugly 4-legged snake recently had a bulge on its forehead, as if it had grown horns on its head. Song Jisin changed his words and said, "GQ and I may have to leave here next month." Chin Pingon sighed, Be careful on the road. Song Jisun said half-truthfully, there are some things that I definitely can't move. Don't take advantage of the fact that there is no one in my house to steal things without restraint. Chin Pingan shook his head. Song Jisun suddenly burst into laughter. He pointed at Chin Pingan with his finger and said with a mischievous smile, timid as a mouse. No wonder a poor family has no noble children. Not to mention being poor and being bullied in this life, maybe you won't be able to escape in the next life. Chin Pingan was silent. Everyone returned to their houses. Chin Pingan closed the door and laid on the hard wooden bed. The poor young man closed his eyes and whispered, broken pieces are flat, peaceful, peaceful, peaceful. PS1. A short story of nearly 200,000 words in the snow has been updated in WeChat. The WeChat public account is Fenghua 1985 PS2. More than 100 Alliance Masters have already been uploaded. You are mighty, PS3. Long time no see, sword come. 2. Chin Pingan got out of bed before the rooster crowed. The thin bedding couldn't keep him warm, and Chin Pingan had developed the habit of waking up early and going to bed late when he was a porcelain apprentice. Chin Pingan opened the door and came to the small yard with soft soil. After taking a deep breath, he stretched and walked out of the yard. He turned around and saw a slender figure bending over with a wooden bucket of water in her hands. She was using her shoulder to push open the door of his yard. It was Song Jisun's maidservant. She should have just come back from fetching water from the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane. Chin Pingan withdrew his gaze and ran through the streets and alleys to the east of the town. Clay Bottle Lane was in the west of the town, and at the easternmost city gate, there was a person in charge of the town's traveling merchants and night patrols. Usually he would also receive and deliver some letters sent back from outside. What Chin Pingan needed to do next was to send those letters to the townspeople. The reward was 1 copper coin per letter. This was a way of making money that he had painstakingly asked for. Chin Pingan had already made an appointment with the other side to take over the business after the dragon raised its head on the 2nd day of February. In Song Jisun's words, they were born poor. Even if they were lucky enough to marry into the family, Chin Pingan couldn't afford to keep them. Song Jisun often said some obscure words that were probably copied from books. Chin Pingan couldn't quite understand it. For example, 2 days ago he said something about the chilly spring cold killing the youth. Chin Pingan didn't understand it at all. As for the cold days after the winter every year, the youth had experienced it firsthand. Song Jisun said that it was called the late spring cold, and it was as powerful as the return thrust on the battlefield. Therefore many people would die at the gates of hell. The town was not surrounded by city walls. After all, not to mention bandits, even thieves were rare. Therefore, although it was called a city gate in name, it was actually a row of old fences that were crooked from side to side. It was considered the town's pride to have a place for pedestrians and vehicles to pass through. When Chin Pingan trotted past Apricot Blossom Lane, he saw many women and children gathered around the Iron Lock Well. The wheels of the well kept squeaking. After going around another street, Chin Pingan heard the familiar sound of someone reading a book not far away. There was a village school there. It was opened by a few big families in the town. The teacher was a foreigner. When Chin Pingan was young, he would often hide outside the window, squat secretly and perk up his ears. Although the teacher was very strict when he taught, he didn't reprimand or stop children like Chin Pingan who were freeloading. Later, Chin Pingan went to a dragon kiln outside the town to be an apprentice and never went to school again. Further ahead, Chin Pingan passed by a stone archway. Because the archway building had 12 stone pillars, the locals liked to call it the Crab Archway. As for the real name of the archway, Song Jisun and Lu Yangxian said it was very different. Song Jisun swore that in an old book called the County Records, it was called the Great Scholar Square. It was the archway bestowed by the emperor to commemorate the political and military achievements of a high official in history. Lu Yangxian, who was a country bumpkin like Chin Pingan, said that this was the Crab Archway. They had been calling it the Great Scholar Square for hundreds of years. There was no reason to call it the Great Scholar Square. Lu Yangxian also asked Song Jisun a question. How big is the official hat of the Great Scholar? Is it bigger than the mouth of the Iron Lock Well? Song Jisun's face turned red. At this time, Chin Pingan ran around the 12-legged memorial archway. There were 4 big words on each side. The handwriting was strange and seemed different from each other. They were respectively, do not pass on the responsibility to others, hope to speak of nature, do not ask for external help, and fighting bull spirit. According to Song Jisun, except for the 4 words, the other 3 stone inscriptions had been smeared and tampered with. Chin Pingon was ignorant of these things and had never thought deeply about it. Of course, even if the teenager wanted to get to the bottom of it, it would be in vain. He did not even know what kind of book the local county chronicle that Song Jisin often talked about was. Not far from the archway, he soon saw an old tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. Under the tree there was a tree trunk that had been moved here by someone. After a little chopping, the two ends of the trunk were cushioned with two bluestone slabs. This section of the tree was used as a simple bench. Every summer, the people of the town liked to come here to enjoy the cool breeze. The elders of the wealthy families would even fish out a basket of iced melons and fruits from the well. When the children were full, they would form groups and play under the shade of the trees. Chin Pingon was used to going up the mountain and into the water. He ran to the gate of the fence and stopped in front of the lonely yellow mud house. His heart was not beating fast and he was not out of breath. There were not many outsiders coming in and out of the town. Logically speaking, now that the money tree of the official kiln had fallen, there would be even less new faces. When old man Yao was still alive, there was once when he was drunk. He told Chin Pingon and Lu Xianyang that their business was the only official kiln business in the world. It was the imperial porcelain for His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress. No matter how rich the other people were, no matter how high their official position was, if they dared to touch it, they would be beheaded. That day, old man Yao's spirit was especially different. Today, Chin Pingon looked outside the fence and found many people waiting to open the gate. There were no less than 7 or 8 people, men and women, old and young. Moreover, they were all strangers. The town's local people rarely went in and out, whether it was to make porcelain or to do farm work. The reason was very simple. The road from the east gate of the town extended out, and there were no dragon kilns or fields. At this time, Chin Pingon and those outsiders were separated by a wooden fence and looked at each other. At that moment, the youth wearing the straw sandals only envied the thick clothes on those people. They must be very warm and could withstand the cold. The people outside the gate were clearly divided into several groups. They were not in one group, but they all looked at the thin youth inside the gate. Most of them had indifferent expressions. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people's gazes had long passed the youth's figure and looked further into the town. Chin Pingon felt it was strange. Did these people not know that the imperial court had already sealed off all the dragon kills? Or was it because they knew the truth that they felt there was an opportunity? There was a young man wearing a strange laurel hat. He was tall and had a green jade pendant at his waist. He seemed to be impatient and walked out of the crowd alone. He wanted to push open the gate that had no lock. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the wooden gate, he suddenly stopped and slowly pulled back his hand. He put his hands behind his back and looked smilingly at the straw sandals youth inside the gate. He did not speak, only smiled. Out of the corner of his eye, Chin Pingon inadvertently saw that the people behind the young man seemed to be disappointed, playful, frowning, and mocking. Their emotions were subtle and different. At this time, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair suddenly opened the gate and cursed at Chin Pingon. "Little bastard, have you fallen into the trap of money? You're here so early in the morning. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate and see your dead parents?" Chin Pingon rolled his eyes. The youth did not care about these harsh words. First, he lived in this rural place with only a few books. If he was annoyed by a few words, he might as well find a well and jump into it. It would save him a lot of trouble. Second, this middle-aged man guarding the gate was often the target of the townspeople's teasing, especially those bold and shrewish women. Not to mention cursing him, many of them even hit him. In addition, this person liked to boast to children who were still in diapers. For example, he said that he had fought a good battle at the gate of the city. He beat up 5 or 6 big men until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. The ground was covered in blood, and the entire road in front of the gate was like a muddy road on a rainy day. He said to Chin Pingon in a bad mood, "We'll talk about that later." No one in the town took this guy seriously. However, whether outsiders could enter the town or not, this man had the power to decide their life and death. As he walked to the wooden gate, he reached his hand into his trousers. This man, whose back was facing Chin Pingon, opened the gate. From time to time he would collect a small embroidered bag from someone and put it into his sleeve. Then he would let them pass one by one. Chin Pingon had made way for them early on. The 8 of them were roughly divided into 5 groups as they walked towards the small town. Other than the young man with a tall crown on his head and a green pendant hanging from his waist, there were also 2 children around 7 or 8 years old. The boy was wearing a festive red robe, while the girl was pink and tender, like fine porcelain. The boy was half a head shorter than Chin Pingon. When the child brushed past him, he opened his mouth. Although he didn't make a sound, the shape of his mouth was obvious. He probably said 2 words that were full of provocation. The middle-aged woman holding the boy's hand gently coughed. Only then did the child slightly restrain himself. The little girl behind the woman and the boy was held by a tall and sturdy old man with a head full of frost. She turned her head to Chin Pingan and said a bunch of words. She did not forget to point at the boy in front of her. Chin Pingan did not understand what the girl was saying, but he could guess that she was complaining. The tall and sturdy old man glanced at the straw sandals youth. However, Chin Pingan subconsciously took a step back when someone glanced at him, intentionally or unintentionally. It was like a mouse seeing a cat. After seeing this scene, the little girl who was originally chattering like a little oriole suddenly lost interest in fanning the flames. She turned her head and did not look at Chin Pingan anymore. It was as if looking at him would dirty her eyes. The young Chin Pingan was indeed inexperienced, but it did not mean that he could not read people's faces. When the group of people walked away, the man guarding the door smiled and asked, "Do you want to know what they said?" Chin Pingan nodded and said, "Yes." The middle-aged bachelor was happy and said with a smile, "They praised you for being good-looking." It was all good words. Chin Pingan's mouth twitched. "Do you think I'm stupid?" The man saw through the youth's thoughts and smiled even more happily. "If you're not stupid, would I let you deliver the letter?" Chin Pingan did not dare to refute. He was afraid that if he angered this guy, the copper coins that were about to be in his hands would fly away. The man turned his head and looked at those people. He rubbed his unshaven chin and said in a low voice, "That woman just now, her legs could crush people to death." Chin Pingan hesitated and asked curiously, "That lady practiced martial arts?" The man was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the youth. He said seriously, "You're really stupid." The youth was confused. He asked Chin Pingan to wait and strode into the house. When he came back, he had a stack of envelopes in his hand. It was neither thick nor thin, about 10 envelopes. The man handed them to Chin Pingan and asked, "Stupid people have stupid luck and good people have good karma. Do you believe it?" Chin Pingan held the envelope in one hand and opened his palm with the other. He blinked and said, "We agreed that 1 copper coin for each letter." The man was angry. He took the 5 copper coins that he had prepared in advance and slapped them on the youth's palm. He waved his hand and said heroically, "I'll owe you the remaining 5 copper coins." 3. The town was neither big nor small, with more than 600 households. Chin Pingan recognized most of the poor in the town. As for the rich families, the threshold was high, and the young bumpkin could not enter. Chin Pingan had not even set foot in some of the wide alleys where the rich gathered. The streets there were paved with large pieces of bluestone slabs. On rainy days one would not step on them and splash mud everywhere. Those high-quality bluestone slabs had been trampled by horses and carriages for thousands of years, and had long been polished until they were as smooth as a mirror. The surnames Liu, Li, Zhao, and Song were 4 big surnames in the town. The village school was paid for by these families, and most of them owned 2 or 3 big dragon kilns outside the town. The official residence of the kiln supervisor was on the same street as these families. Unfortunately, the 10 letters that Chin Pingan wanted to send today were almost all from the well-known rich families in the town. This was very reasonable. Dragons gave birth to dragons, phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes, and mice gave birth to mice and burrowed in the ground. A wanderer who could send letters home must have a good family background. Otherwise he would not have the courage to go on a long journey. 9 of the letters, Chin Pingan actually went to 2 places, Falu Street and Peachleaf Alley. When he first stepped on the bluestone slabs that were as big as a bedboard, the young man was a little nervous and slowed down. He actually felt a little ashamed, and could not help but feel that his straw sandals had dirted the street. The first letter that Chin Pingan sent out was from the Liu family, whose ancestor had received a jade ruby from the emperor. When the young man stood at the door, he became more and more nervous. Rich families were very particular. Not only was the Liu family's house big, but there were also 2 stone lions at the door. They were as tall as a person and looked very imposing. Song Jisun said that these things could ward off evil spirits. Chin Pingan did not know what evil spirits were, but he was very curious about the round stone ball in the lion's mouth. How was it carved? Chin Pingan resisted the urge to touch the stone ball. He walked up the steps and knocked on the bronze lion door. Soon a young man opened the door and walked out. When he heard that Chin Pingan was here to deliver a letter, the man's face was expressionless. He used 2 fingers to pinch the corner of the envelope. After receiving the letter, he turned around and walked quickly into the house, slamming the door with the painted god of wealth on it. After that, the young man's delivery of the letter was just as ordinary. There was a house at the corner of Peachleaf Alley that wasn't famous. The person who opened the door was a short, kind-looking old man. After he put away the letter, he smiled and said, "Young man, you've worked hard. Do you want to come in and have some hot water?" The young man smiled shyly, shook his head and ran away. The old man gently put the letter into his sleeve. He was not in a hurry to return to the house. He raised his head and looked into the distance. His vision was cloudy. In the end, he gazed at the peach trees on both sides of the street from high to low, from far to near. Only then did the seemingly senile old man squeeze out a smile. The old man turned around and left. Not long after, a cute little yellow sparrow stopped on a peach tree branch. Its beak was tender and it chirped softly. Chin Pingan left the last letter. He needed to send it to the teacher in the village school. On the way he passed by a fortune-telling stall. The owner was a young Taoist priest wearing an old Taoist robe. He sat behind the table with his back straight. He wore a laurel hat on his head, which looked like a blooming lotus. When the young Taoist saw the young man running by, he hurriedly greeted him. "Young man, don't miss this chance. Come and draw a lot. This poor Taoist will tell your fortune. This poor Taoist can help you predict good or bad fortune." Chin Pingan did not stop, but he turned his head and waved his hand. The Taoist priest did not give up. He leaned forward and raised his voice. "Young man, in the past, this poor Taoist would charge 10 coins for reading people's fortune. Today I'll make an exception. I'll only charge you 3 coins. Of course, if you draw a good lot, you might as well add 1 more coin. If you have good luck and it's a good lot, then this poor Taoist will only charge you 5 coins. How about it?" In the distance, Chin Pingan's footsteps obviously paused. The young Taoist priest had already stood up quickly. Striking while the iron was hot, he said loudly, "It's early in the morning. Young man, you're the first customer. This poor Taoist priest will be a good person to the end. As long as you sit down and draw lots, to be honest, this poor Taoist priest will write some yellow talismans. It can help you to pray for your ancestors and accumulate good karma. With this poor Taoist priest's ability, I dare not say that I'll definitely let you reincarnate into a rich and good child." Chin Pingan was stunned, and then he turned around and walked back to sit on the bench in front of the stall. A plain Taoist priest and a shabby young man. 2 poor people, big and small, sat opposite each other. The Taoist priest smiled and stretched out his hand, indicating the young man to pick up the lot pot. Chin Pingan hesitated and suddenly said, "I won't draw lots. Can you just help me write a yellow talisman?" In Chin Pingan's memory, it seemed that this young Taoist priest who wandered here had been in the small town for at least 5 or 6 years. His appearance did not change and he was amiable to everyone. Usually he would help people feel their bones, read their fortune, draw lots, and occasionally write letters for them. What was interesting was that the lot pot on the table was filled with 108 bamboo lots. For so many years, men and women in the small town had drawn lots. No one had ever drawn a good lot, and no one had ever drawn a bad lot from the lot pot. It seemed that there were a total of 108 lots, and no one had ever drawn a bad lot from the lot pot. Therefore, if it was a festival purely for good luck, the people in the small town could accept spending 10 coins. But if it was really troublesome, no one would be willing to come here to be a sucker. If this Taoist priest was a complete swindler, he would be wronged. The small town was only so big. If he really only knew how to act mysterious and cheat, he would have been kicked out long ago. Therefore, this young Taoist priest's skill was definitely not in fortune-telling and divination. But there were some small illnesses and disasters. Many people drank a bowl of the Taoist priest's talisman water and quickly recovered. It was quite effective. The young Taoist priest shook his head and said, "I do things honestly. I said that I would charge you 5 coins for the divination and the talisman." Chin Pingan retorted in a low voice, "It's 3 coins. The Taoist priest laughed and said, "If you draw a good lot, then it's 5 coins. Chin Pingan made up his mind and reached for the lot pot. He suddenly raised his head and asked, "How did you know that I have 5 coins?" The Taoist priest sat upright and still. "I have always been very accurate in judging people's fortune and wealth." Chin Pingan thought for a moment and picked up the lot pot. The Taoist priest smiled and said, "Young man, don't be nervous. If it's in your life, then it will be there. If it's not in your life, then don't force it. Looking at things with a normal heart is the best way." Chin Pingan put the lot pot back on the table. He looked solemn and asked, "Taoist priest, I'll give you the 5 coins. I won't draw the lot. I just ask you to write the talisman on the yellow paper better than usual. Is that okay?" The Taoist priest smiled as usual. He thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." On the table, the brush, ink and paper had already been prepared. The Taoist carefully asked Chin Pingan's parents' names, birthplaces and birthdays. He took out a yellow talisman paper and quickly finished writing in one go. As for what he wrote, Chin Pingan was at a loss. He put down the brush and picked up the talisman paper. The young Taoist priest blew on the ink. After you bring it home, stand at the door and burn the yellow paper outside the door. The young man solemnly took the talisman paper and carefully put it away. He didn't forget to put the 5 coins on the table and bowed to express his gratitude. The young Taoist priest waved his hand, indicating that the young man should go about his business. Chin Pingan ran to deliver the last letter. The Taoist priest languidly leaned on the chair and glanced at the coins. He bent down and reached out to hold them in front of him. At this moment, a small and exquisite oriole flew from the sky to the table. It pecked at one of the coins and quickly lost interest. It flapped its wings and flew away. The oriole wants to take the flowers. The peach blossoms of the June family have yet to bloom. After the Taoist priest leisurely recited this poem, he deliberately waved his sleeve and sighed, "Life is 8 feet long but not 10 feet long." With a wave of his sleeve, 2 bamboo skewers slipped out of his sleeve and fell to the ground. The Taoist cried out and hurriedly picked them up. Then he sneakily looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him. Only then did he feel relieved and put the 2 bamboo skewers back into his loose sleeve. The young Taoist priest coughed and kept a straight face. He continued to wait for the next guest. He was a bit emotional. Sure enough, it was easier to earn money from women. In fact, the young Taoist priest hid 2 bamboo sticks in his sleeve. One was the best one and the other was the worst one. They were both used to earn big money. It wasn't necessary for outsiders to know. The young man naturally didn't understand these profound principles. He walked with light steps to the village school. The nearby bamboo forest was lush and green. Chin Pingan slowed down his steps. The middle-aged man's mellow voice sounded in the room, "The sun shines brightly, the lamb's fur is warm." Then a neat and clear young voice sounded, "The sun shines brightly, the lamb's fur is warm." Chin Pingan looked up. The sun was rising from the east, brilliant and magnificent. The young man was in a daze. When he came back to his senses, the child was shaking his head. According to the teacher's request, he skillfully recited a passage of an article. "At the awakening of hibernation, the heaven and earth are born, and all things are born. Sleeping at night, walking early, taking wide steps in the courtyard, a gentleman walks slowly in order to have ambition." Chin Pingan stood at the door of the school. He wanted to say something but stopped. The middle-aged Taoist priest turned his head and looked at him. He walked out of the room quietly. Chin Pingan handed over the letter with both hands and said respectfully, "This is the teacher's letter." The tall man in a green robe took the letter and said gently, "In the future, when you have nothing to do, you can come here more often to listen." Chin Pingan was a bit embarrassed. After all, he might not really have time to listen to the teacher's teaching. The young man didn't want to lie to him. The man smiled and said considerately, "It's okay. The principles are in the book but the person is outside the book. You can go and do your work." Chin Pingan heaved a sigh of relief and left. After the young man ran far away, he turned his head and looked back. He saw that the teacher was still standing at the door. His figure was bathed in the sunlight. From afar he looked like a god. 4. If he hadn't been to Falu Street or Peach Leaf Alley, Chin Pingan would never have realized how dark and narrow Clay Bottle Alley was. However, the straw sandals teenager didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he finally felt at ease. The teenager smiled and stretched out his hands. His palms just touched the yellow mud wall twice. He remembered that about 3 or 4 years ago, Chin Pingan could only touch the mud wall with his fingertips. When he reached his house, he found that the courtyard door was wide open. Thinking that he had been robbed, he quickly ran into the yard and saw a tall teenager sitting on the threshold with his back against the locked door. He was yawning in boredom. When he saw Chin Pingan, he stood up and ran to Chin Pingan. He grabbed Chin Pingan's arm and pulled him toward the house. He lowered his voice and said, "Hurry up and open the door. I have something important to tell you." Chin Pingan couldn't break free from the guy's grip and had to be pulled to the door. The teenager, who was 2 years older than him, quickly threw away Chin Pingan and tiptoed to Chin Pingan's wooden bed. He stuck his ear to the wall and listened to the foot of the wall next door. Chin Pingan asked curiously, "Lu Xianyang, what are you doing?" The tall teenager turned a deaf ear to Chin Pingan's question. After about half an hour, Lu Xianyang returned to normal. He sat on the edge of the wooden bed with a complicated expression. He was relieved and regretful. Only now did Lu Xianyang realize that Chin Pingan was doing something strange. He was squatting inside the door with his body leaning outwards. He was using a candle that was only the size of a thumb to burn a piece of yellow paper. The ashes fell outside the door. It seemed that Qin Pingan was still murmuring something. However, Lu Xianyang couldn't hear it clearly because he was a little far away. Lu Xianyang was the last disciple of Old Yao, a long-established dragon kiln. As for Qin Pingan, who had poor aptitude, Old Yao didn't really recognize him as his disciple. In this place, if a disciple didn't offer tea to the master, or the master didn't drink the tea, it meant that they didn't have a master and disciple status. Qin Pingan and Lu Xianyang were not neighbors. Their ancestral homes were quite far from each other. The reason why Lu Xianyang introduced Qin Pingan to Old Yao was because of an old grudge between them. Lu Xianyang used to be a naughty teenager in the small town. Before his grandfather passed away, at least there was an elder in his family to take care of him. After his grandfather passed away, he, who was as tall as a strong young man at the age of 12 or 13, became the devil incarnate that everyone in the neighborhood had a headache about. Later, for some reason, Lu Xianyang annoyed a group of disciples of the Lu family. As a result, he was blocked in the mud bottle alley and was beaten up. The opponents were all hot-blooded teenagers who didn't care about the severity of their attacks. Lu Xianyang was soon beaten to the point of vomiting blood. More than 10 families lived in the mud bottle alley. Most of them were low-level craftsmen who begged for a living in the small dragon kiln. At that time, Song Jisun wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he happily squatted on the wall to watch the fun. He wanted to see the world in chaos. In the end, only a skinny child sneaked out of the yard and ran to the entrance of the alley. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Someone is dead! Someone is dead!" Hearing the word dead, the disciples of the Lu family woke up with a start. Seeing Lu Xianyang covered in blood on the ground and the tall teenager dying, those rich teenagers finally felt a burst of fear. After looking at each other, they ran away from the other end of the mud bottle alley. But after that, Lu Xianyang didn't thank the child who saved his life. Instead, he came here every few days to tease him. The orphan was also stubborn. No matter how Lu Xianyang bullied him, he refused to cry, which made the teenager more and more angry. But 1 year later, when Lu Xianyang saw that the little orphan surnamed Chen was probably unable to survive the winter, he finally found his conscience. The teenager who had already been apprenticed to a master at the dragon kiln took the orphan to the dragon kiln located at the edge of Baoshi. Going west out of the small town, on a snowy mountain road for dozens of miles, Lu Xianyang still didn't understand how the little guy who looked like charcoal and whose legs were as thin as bamboo poles walked to the dragon kiln. However, although Old Yao still let Qin Pingan stay in the end, the way he treated the two was really different. He beat and scolded his last disciple Lu Xianyang, but even a blind person could feel his good intentions. For example, once he hit Lu Xianyang's forehead so hard that blood oozed out. The teenager's skin was thick, so he didn't feel anything. Instead, it was Old Yao who regretted it. This taciturn old man was used to being dignified in front of his disciple. Because of his face, he couldn't say anything. As a result, he walked in circles in his house for most of the night and was still worried about Lu Xianyang. In the end, he called Qin Pingan and gave Lu Xianyang a bottle of ointment. Qin Pingan had been envious of Lu Xianyang for so many years. It wasn't that he envied Lu Xianyang's talent, strength, and popularity. He was just envious of Lu Xianyang's fearlessness. He was carefree no matter where he went, and he never felt that living alone was a terrible thing. No matter where Lu Xianyang went or who he got along with, he could quickly put his arm around each other's shoulders, call each other brothers, and drink and play finger-guessing games. Because of his grandfather's poor health, Lu Xianyang became self-reliant at a very early age and became the king of the children. He was skilled at catching snakes, fish, and bird nests, wooden bows, fishing rods, slingshots, and bird cages. Lu Xianyang seemed to know how to do everything, especially catching loaches and fishing for eels in the fields in the countryside. The teenager was undoubtedly the best in the town. In fact, when Lu Xianyang dropped out of school in the countryside, Mr. Qi specially went to Lu Xianyang's sick grandfather and said that he didn't need to take a penny. However, Lu Xianyang didn't agree no matter what. He said that he only wanted to earn money and didn't want to study. Mr. Qi said that he could pay Lu Xianyang to be his page boy, but Lu Xianyang still didn't agree. In fact, Lu Xianyang lived quite well. Even if Old Yao died and the dragon kiln was sealed, he was chosen by the blacksmith in Dragon Riding Alley within a few days. He began to build a hut and a furnace in the south of the town. He was very busy. Lu Xianyang watched Qin Pingan blow out the candle and put it on the table. He asked in a low voice, "Do you usually hear strange sounds in the morning like?" Qin Pingan sat on the bench and waited for him to continue. Lu Xianyang hesitated for a moment and blushed slightly. like a cat meowing in spring. Qin Pingan asked, "Is it Song Jisun meowing like a cat or GQ?" Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes and stopped playing the lute to a cow. He put his hands on the bed and slowly bent his elbows. Then he straightened his arms. His butt left the bed and his feet left the ground. His butt was suspended in the air. He curled his lips and said sarcastically, "What GQ? It's obviously Wang Zhu. Song Jisun likes to show off since he was young. I don't know where he saw the word GQ, and used it casually. He doesn't care about the meaning of the word. Wang Zhu must have done something wrong in her previous life to have such a son. Otherwise she wouldn't have come to Song Jisun's side to suffer." Qin Pingan didn't agree with the tall teenager's words. Lu Xianyang, who had been maintaining that posture, snorted and said, "You really don't understand? Why is it that after you helped Wang Zhu carry the water bucket once, she no longer talks to you anymore? I'm sure it was Song Jisun, that narrow-minded person. He knocked over a bottle of vinegar and threatened Wang Zhu not to flirt with you. Otherwise he would punish her according to the family rules. Not only would he break her legs, he would also throw her into Mud Bottle Alley." Qin Pingan couldn't listen anymore and interrupted Lu Xianyang's words. "Song Jisun isn't bad to her." Lu Xianyang flew into a rage out of humiliation. "What do you know about good and bad?" Qin Pingan's eyes were clear. He said softly, "Sometimes when she's working in the courtyard, Song Jisun would occasionally sit on the bench and read his county records. When she saw Song Jisun she would often smile." Lu Xianyang's eyes were dull. Suddenly the thin wooden bed couldn't support Lu Xianyang's weight and broke into two halves. The tall teenager sat on the ground. Qin Pingan squatted on the ground and pressed his head with both hands. He sighed and felt a headache coming on. Lu Xianyang scratched his head and stood up, and he didn't say anything remorseful. He just lightly kicked Qin Ping and then grinned. "All right, isn't it just a small and shabby bed? I came here today to bring you a great piece of news. No matter what, it's more valuable than your shabby bed." Qin Pingan raised his head. Lu Xianyang said proudly, "After my master Wan left the town, he suddenly said that he wanted to dig a few wells by the stream in the south. He didn't have enough manpower and needed to call for help. I casually mentioned you and said that there's a short winter melon who's strong enough. Master Wan also agreed to let you go over by yourself in the next 2 days." Qin Pingan suddenly stood up and was about to thank him. Lu Xianyang raised a hand. Stop. I can't thank you enough. Just remember it in your heart." Qin Pingan grimaced. Lu Xianyang looked around. There was a fishing rod in the corner, a slingshot by the window and a wooden bow hanging on the wall. The tall teenager wanted to say something but didn't. In the end he held back. He strode over the threshold, his boots deliberately bypassing the ashes of the talisman papers. Qin Pingan looked at the tall figure. Lu Xianyang suddenly turned around and faced Qin Pingan. The tall teenager sat on his waist, his feet never leaving the ground. After a few steps he threw a heavy punch. Then he pulled back his fist and straightened his back. He laughed loudly and said, "Master Wan told me in private that I only need to practice this fist technique for a year and I'll be able to kill people." Lu Xianyang seemed to be still not satisfied. He made a strange kick and laughed. "This is called a good kick must enter the crotch. Kick a stuffy donkey to death." Finally Lu Xianyang stretched out his thumb and pointed to his chest. He said arrogantly, "When Master Wan taught me the fist technique, I had some thoughts and insights so I chatted with him. For example, my understanding of Old Man Yao's unique technique, jumping blade. Master Wan praised me as a martial arts genius that only appears once in 100 years. In the future you just need to follow me. You'll live a good life." Lu Xianyang saw from the corner of his eye that the servant girl next door had already entered the room. He immediately lost his interest in playing the hero. He said to Qin Pingan casually, "By the way, when I passed by the old locust tree just now, there was an old man who called himself the storyteller, over there. He was setting up a stall over there and said that he had accumulated a lot of interesting stories about strange people and wanted to tell us. You can go take a look if you have time." Qin Pingan nodded. Lu Xianyang strode out of Clay Bottle Alley. There were many rumors about this solitary and unruly young man in the small town. However, the young man liked to claim that his ancestors were generals who led troops to war. That was why his family had a treasured armor passed down from generation to generation. Although it was said to be a treasured armor, Qin Pingan had seen it with his own eyes. In fact, it was ugly. It looked like a scar on a person's body, but also like a scar on an old tree. However, Lu Xianyang's peers didn't say that. They only said that Lu Xianyang's ancestor was a deserter. He fled to this small town and became a son-in-law. He was lucky enough to escape the pursuit of the authorities. They said it with certainty, as if they had seen how Lu Xianyang's ancestors fled the battlefield and how they wandered all the way to this small town. Qin Pingan thought for a moment. He squatted by the threshold and lowered his head to blow away the ashes. Song Jisun stood by the courtyard wall with the servant girl GQ beside him. He shouted, "Do you want to play with us by the locust tree?" Qin Pingan raised his head. "I'm not going." Song Jisun twitched the corner of his mouth. "Boring." He turned to his servant girl and smiled. "GQ, let's go. I'll go buy you a whole jar of peach blossom powder." She blushed and said, "A small cricket jar is enough." Song Jisun put his hands behind his back and strode forward with his head held high. "Our Song family has lived a prosperous life for generations. How can we be stingy? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to our family?" Qin Pingan sat on the threshold and rubbed his forehead. This Song Jisun didn't give off a bad feeling when he didn't talk nonsense. However, if Lu Xianyang was here, he would definitely want to smash the back of Song Jisun's head with a brick. Qin Pingan leaned against the door and thought about tomorrow's scene. It would most likely be like today, and the day after tomorrow would be like tomorrow. This cycle would repeat. Qin Pingan would continue to walk like this for the rest of his life until he was similar to Old Man Yao in the end. A man eats dirt his whole life and dirt eats him once. In the end, when he closed his eyes and opened them again, it might be a matter of his next life. The youth lowered his head and looked at the straw sandals on his feet. He suddenly laughed. The feeling of stepping on a bluestone slab was different from stepping on a muddy beach. Lu Xianyang left the alley. When he passed by the fortune-telling stall, the young Taoist beckoned him over. Come, come, come. I see that your complexion is like burning oil. It's not a good sign. However, don't be afraid. I have a method that can help you avoid disaster." Lu Xianyang was a little surprised. He remembered that this Taoist used to read people's fortunes. Although he wasn't sure if it was accurate, he had never taken the initiative to solicit business. Almost all of his customers were willing to take the bait. Could it be that now that the dragon kiln was closed by the imperial court, this Taoist was also unlucky? He would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go? Lu Xianyang laughed and scolded, "Your method is to spend money to avoid disaster, right? F***ck off. You want to cheat money from my pocket? In your next life." The young Taoist wasn't angry. He shouted to the tall youth, "I hoped that everything would be prosperous this year. Who knew that there would be disaster in my life? If there is no disaster, I won't pray to the gods. If I want peace, I should burn incense. I should burn incense." Lu Xianyang suddenly turned around and ran quickly to the fortune-telling stall. He rubbed his hands and shouted, "Burn incense, right? I'll burn your stall first." The Taoist was obviously frightened. After he got up, he didn't care about the stall anymore and ran away like a rat. Lu Xianyang stood beside the stall and looked at the sorry figure of the Taoist. He laughed loudly and glanced at the bamboo pot on the table. He casually reached out and pushed it over. The bamboo sticks slid out of the pot and formed a fan shape on the table. Lu Xianyang pointed at the Taoist who stopped in the distance. "I'll beat you up every time I see you." The young Taoist cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Only then did Lu Xianyang let it go. The young Taoist waited until the tall youth was far away before he dared to sit down again. He sighed. "The world is hard. People's hearts are not what they used to be. It's hard for me to make a living." At this moment, the Taoist's eyes lit up. He quickly closed his eyes and said loudly, "The pond is full of frogs. It's the heart that pierces the stomach. This place is called duckweed on the water. It's only suitable for the wind to move in all directions." The young boy and girl obviously heard the Taoist's words. Unfortunately, they didn't have any intention of stopping. The Taoist opened his eyes slightly. Seeing that he was about to miss out on business again, he slapped the table and raised his voice. "The Zhuangyuan is a child among men. The Prime Minister is no more than a man of the world. The name of a learned man moves the city. He's proud of his spirit." Song Jisun and the servant girl GQ just continued to walk. The Taoist was disheartened. He muttered softly, "I can't live like this." The young boy turned his head without warning and threw a copper coin to the young Taoist. He smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words." The Taoist hurriedly caught the copper coin. He opened his palm and frowned. It was the smallest copper coin. However, the young Taoist gently placed the copper coin on the table. In the blink of an eye, an oriole landed on the table. It lowered its head and pecked at the copper coin. After that, it held the coin in its mouth and looked up at the young Taoist. The oriole's eyes were lively, no different from a human's. The Taoist said softly, "Go. It's not good to stay here." The aureole flashed and disappeared. The young Taoist looked around. Finally, his gaze stopped at the tall archway in the distance. It happened to be facing the plaque with the words, "Chi Chong Bull." He sighed, "What a pity." Finally, the Taoist added, "If I could sell it outside, it would be worth at least 800 taels of silver. 5. Song Jisin brought the maidservant GQ to the old pagoda tree and realized that the shade of the tree was packed with people. There were close to 50 people sitting on the benches and chairs that they had brought over from their own homes. There were also children dragging their elders over to join in the fun one after another. Song Jisin stood side by side with her at the edge of the shade and saw an old man standing under the tree with one hand holding a big white bowl and the other hand behind his back. With an impassioned expression he said loudly, "I have talked about the general direction of the dragon vein just now, so let me talk about the real dragon. TSK, this is really amazing. About 3,000 years ago, an amazing immortal appeared in the world. He first focused on cultivating in a certain blessed land and proved the great Tao. Then he traveled the world alone with a sword, showing off his sharpness. For some reason this person did not get along with the flood dragons. For a whole 300 years he killed flood dragons wherever there were flood dragons. He killed until there were no more true dragons in the world before he stopped. In the end no one knew where he went. Some people said that he went to an extremely high place of Tao and discussed Tao with the Tao ancestor. Some also said that he went to the Buddhist kingdom in the far west to debate the scriptures with the Buddha. Some even said that he personally guarded the gate of Fengdu Hell to prevent demons and monsters from harming the world. The old man spoke with spittle flying everywhere, but the people of the small town below were indifferent. Everyone was at a loss. The maidservant asked curiously in a low voice, "What is a 3-foot spirit?" Song Jisin smiled and said, "It is a sword." The maidservant said angrily, "Young master, this old man likes to show off his knowledge too much. He doesn't even speak properly." Song Jisin glanced at the old man and gloated, "There are not many people in our small town who are literate. This storyteller is throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person." The maidservant asked again, "What is a blessed land? Is there really someone in the world who can live for 300 years? And that Fengdu Hell, isn't it a place where only the dead can go?" Song Jisin was stumped by the question, but he didn't want to show his cowardice, so he casually said, "It's all nonsense. I guess he's read a few unorthodox unofficial histories to fool the villagers." At this moment, Song Jisin keenly noticed that the old man had intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Song Jisin still carefully caught it. However, the young man did not take it to heart and just treated it as a coincidence. The maid looked up at the old locust tree. Tiny fragments of light sprinkled down through the gaps in the leaves. She subconsciously narrowed her eyes. Song Jisin turned his head to look and was stunned. Now, this maidservant of hers had a face that was just beginning to lose her baby fat. She seemed to be very different from the thin, small, and shriveled little maidservant in her memory. According to the customs of the small town, when a woman got married, she would hire a blessed person who had both parents and children alive. She would be asked to cut the fine hair on the bride's face and cut the hair on her forehead and temples. This was called opening the face or raising the eyebrows. Song Jisin had also heard of a custom that the small town did not have from a book. Therefore, when GQ was 12 years old, he bought the town's best newly brewed wine. He took out the porcelain bottle that he had stolen. The glaze was extremely beautiful, like a green plum. After pouring the wine into it, he carefully sealed it with mud and finally buried it underground. A young man in green who played truant from school brushed past Chen Pingon. The young man in green didn't know that a locust tree leaf had landed on his shoulder. Chen Pingon continued to go to the east gate. Even if he couldn't get the money, it was good to urge him. In the distance at the fortune-telling stall, the young Taoist closed his eyes to rest, muttering to himself, "Who said that the cycle of heavenly luck has no thickness?" You can take the 3 elementary books, primary school, rites and music, and meditation. You have to know that if you read them 100 times, you will understand their meaning. If you can read more than 10,000 books, you will be able to write like a god. You will know the true meaning of these books in the future. As for the 3 miscellaneous books, Essence, Peach and Plum, and Mountain and Sea Strategy, you can read them in your spare time. They're also good for your mood. Song Jisin was surprised and a little embarrassed. He bravely said, "You seem to be entrusting me. I'm not used to it." Mr. Chi smiled and said softly, It's not as exaggerated as you say. It's a small world. We will meet again someday. When this teacher smiled, it was like a spring breeze. He suddenly said, "Go to Zhao Yao's place and say goodbye in advance." Song Jisun stood up and smiled. "Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you to clean up the chessboard." The teenager ran away happily. The middle-aged Confucian bent down to pick up the chess pieces. It seemed to be messy and disorderly, but in fact it was black first and then white. He picked up the last black chess piece that Song Jisun put down and pushed it back in order without missing a single piece. The maidservant GQ had returned from the bamboo forest. She stood outside the wooden door and did not set foot in the yard. He did not turn his head and said in a low voice, "Take care of yourself." The girl who grew up in Mud Bottle Alley had a confused look on her face. She was weak and timid, delicate and pitiful. The gentle and elegant Confucian faintly showed a hint of anger and slowly turned his head to look at her. His eyes were cold. The girl was still in a daze. She was innocent. The middle-aged scholar stood up. He looked at the young girl and sneered, "Bastard! Traitor!" The girl slowly withdrew the innocent look on her face. Her eyes gradually became cold, and a sarcastic smile hung on the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be saying, "What can you do to me?" She looked straight into the Confucian's eyes. Inside and outside the small yard, there seemed to be a pair of pythons confronting each other. The two looked at each other as enemies. In the distance, Song Jisun shouted loudly, "GQ, go home." The girl immediately stood on tiptoe and obediently replied, "Yes, young master." She pushed open the wooden door and trotted past the teacher. After running a few steps, she did not forget to turn around and curtsy to the back of the teacher. Her voice was graceful and pleasant. "Teacher, GQ will leave first." After a long time, the Confucian sighed. The spring breeze was warm and the bamboo leaves swayed. It was like the sound of a book being turned. The young Taoist with a lotus crown on his head cleaned up the stall and sighed. The familiar townspeople asked him the reason, but he just shook his head and did not answer. 7. There was a well in Apricot Blossom Lane called the Iron Lock Well. An iron chain as thick as a young man's arm hung in the mouth of the well year after year. No one knew when this well had this iron lock, or who did this senseless and strange thing. Nobody knew the truth. Even the oldest old man in the small town couldn't tell the truth. It was rumored that there was once a busybody in the small town who tried to test the length of the iron chain. Despite the advice of the elders, the man did not take the old rule of, the person who pulls the iron chain out of the well will lose a year of his life for every foot he pulls out, seriously. In the end, after pulling with all his strength for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he pulled out a bunch of iron chains, but there was still no sign of the end. The man was already exhausted, so he let the iron chains out of the well curl around the wheels of the well. He said that he would come back tomorrow, but he did not believe it. After the man returned home, he bled from his 7 orifices and died on the bed. No matter how hard his family tried, the corpse could not close his eyes. In the end, an old man who had lived near the well for generations asked the family to carry the corpse to the well. He watched the old man put the iron chains back into the well. When the whole iron chain went straight back into the deep water of the well, the corpse finally closed his eyes. The old man and the young man walked slowly to the iron lock well. The little guy was a child with 2 snot worms, but when he told the story he spoke clearly and methodically. He did not look like a country boy who had just started school for half a year. At this time the child was looking up. His big eyes were like 2 black grapes. He sniffed gently and the 2 snot snakes shrank back. The child looked at the storyteller who was holding a big white bowl in one hand and said, "I've finished. You should show me what's in your bowl, right?" The old man laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'll show you to your heart's content when we get to the well and sit down." The child kindly reminded him, "Don't go back on your words or you'll die a horrible death. You'll fall into the iron lock well when you get there. I won't pick up your body for you. Otherwise there will be a sudden thunder and you'll be struck into a piece of coal. I'll take a stone and break it bit by bit." The old man felt a headache when he heard the child spilling the beans from a bamboo tube. He hurriedly said, "I'll definitely show it to you. By the way, who did you learn these words from?" The child said firmly, "From my mother." The old man sighed, "It's worthy of being called a place with outstanding talents." The child suddenly stopped and frowned. "Are you scolding people? I know some people like to say the opposite of good words such as Song Jisun." The old man quickly denied and then changed the topic. "Do some strange things often happen in the town?" The child nodded. The old man asked, "Tell me about it." The child pointed at the old man and said seriously, For example, you carried a big white bowl and refused to let people put copper coins in it. Before you finished your story, my mother said that your story was not bad. You were so confused that she could tell that you were used to swindling people. So she asked me to give you a few copper coins, but you didn't want it. What's in the bowl? The old man did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the storyteller who had finished telling the story under the old pagoda tree asked the child to lead him to the well in Apricot Blossom Lane. The child was not willing at first, so the old man said that his big white bowl was very particular and that it contained something very rare. That child was naturally lively and active. His parents said that he had forgotten to grow his buttocks when he was reincarnated. I'll show you the big white bowl right now. The child was skeptical, but in the end he still jumped into the well. The old man hesitated for a moment and said with a solemn expression, "Little kid, you and I are fated. It's okay to show you the mystery of this bowl, but after you see it, you're not allowed to mention it to anyone, not even your mother. If you can do it, I'll show you. If you can't, I won't show you even if you're criticized behind my back." The child blinked his eyes. "Let's begin." The old man walked to the side of the well solemnly. When he looked down, he found that the brat was sitting on the well with his legs spread apart. The old man regretted provoking this lawless little kid. The old man put away his distracting thoughts and faced the well. His 5 fingers grabbed the bottom of the big white bowl and his palm began to tilt slightly, almost imperceptibly. The child felt that he had been waiting for a long time, but the white bowl above his head didn't move at all. The old man also maintained the same posture. Just as the child's 2 slugs were about to hang on his mouth and his patience ran out, a stream of water as thick as a finger poured out of the white bowl and fell into the depths of the well silently. The child bared his teeth and was about to curse. He suddenly closed his mouth in surprise. A moment later, the child's face changed from shock to confusion. Then the child began to feel fear. He suddenly came back to his senses and jumped into the well to escape to his home. It turned out that the amount of water the old man poured into the well with the white bowl was already more than a large water tank. However, there was still water pouring out of the white bowl. The child felt that he must have seen a ghost during the day. Lu Xianyang casually broke off a budding branch from the side of the road and began to practice his swordsmanship. His whole body was like a rolling wheel, madly spinning. He didn't care about the new pair of boots on his feet at all. The tall youth left the small town and walked from north to south. As long as he walked past the covered bridge that official song paid for, he would reach the blacksmith shop opened by the father and daughter of the Ruan family after another 3 or 4 li. Lu Xianyang had always been proud and arrogant, but Master Ruan only needed to say one sentence to make the youth prostrate himself in admiration. "We came here only to open the furnace and forge a sword." Forging a sword was good. When Lu Xianyang thought that he would have a real sword in the future, he couldn't help but become excited. He threw away the branch and began to run and shout, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Lu Xianyang thought of the few boxing stances that Master Ruan had taught him in private and began to practice. He was quite good at it, vigorous and vigorous. The youth was getting closer and closer to the covered bridge. On the stairs at the north end of the covered bridge sat 4 people. A graceful and plump woman held a boy in a red robe in her arms. His chin was raised high, like a general who had just won a great victory. At the other end of the stairs sat a tall old man with a head full of frost. Beside him, the old man was quietly comforting a fuming little girl. She was as fair as carved jade, like the world's most exquisite porcelain doll. Her tender skin was crystal clear under the sunlight, to the point where one could clearly see the veins under her skin. The 2 children had just finished quarreling. The little girl was about to cry and the little boy was even more pleased. The old man was tall and sturdy like a small mountain. The woman beside him gave him an apologetic look, but the dignified old man ignored it. At the bottom of the stairs stood a young man with the surname Lu. He was the eldest grandson of the Lu family head, named Lu Jingchun. Perhaps it was true that a place could raise a person. The burly old man with a head full of frost said in a deep voice, "Madam, although children's words carry no harm, you should consider the consequences if you cause my young master's Tao heart to be clouded." The woman smiled charmingly and pulled her gloomy young son back into her arms again. She said with a hidden needle in her silk floss, "It's just a quarrel between children. Senior Ape, you don't have to be so uptight. Don't ruin the 1,000-year friendship between our 2 families." She did not expect the old man to be so hot-tempered. He directly retorted, "Xinjiang Mountain has been established for 2,600 years. We will repay kindness with kindness. We will not forget it even after 1,000 years. We will repay grudges with grudges. We will never hold a grudge." The woman smiled. She did not argue because of her personal feelings. Everyone had a heavy responsibility on this trip to the small town, especially her. She had risked her life, her son's future, and the heritage of her family. She had put all her eggs in one basket for this grand gamble. Although the woman was dressed plainly, she had a graceful bearing. However, the people of the small town had not seen the world and did not know the intricacies behind this. From the beginning to the end, Lu Jingchun had his back to the stairs of the covered bridge. When he first met these distinguished guests in the Lu family's mansion, his own brother was young and impetuous. He did not have enough self-control, so he temporarily forgot his grandfather's warning. He could not help but sneak a glance at the beautiful woman's chest. His grandfather, who was trembling with anger, ordered people to drag him away and beat him to death in the courtyard. It was as if his mouth was stuffed with cotton during the execution. Therefore Lu Jingchun, who continued to discuss matters with his grandfather in the main hall, did not hear his brother's miserable wails or see the bloody scene. When the discussion was over, they went out to search for the young man surnamed Lu. Lu Jingchun only discovered that the bloodstains in the courtyard had already been cleaned up when he stepped out of the main hall. The four guests who had come from afar, even the pair of children who looked like a golden couple, were not surprised by this at all. It was as if this was a matter of course. At that moment Lu Jingchun was rather lost. Why did it seem that the death of a person was even worse than the death of a dog? Moreover, that person's surname was Lu. Late last night, when he was drinking with his brother to boost his courage, he was incomparably excited. He said that in the future he would definitely achieve meteoric success and bring glory to the family. The two brothers would no longer be frogs at the bottom of the well, and would work together to create a world for themselves. Even after walking out of the Lu family's mansion, Lu Jingchun's mind was still blank. After that, Lu Jingchun began to feel fear. When strangers asked him questions, his voice would tremble. When he led the way, his steps would become erratic. He knew that he would be a laughingstock, would disappoint his grandfather, and would bring shame to the family. However, the young man could not control his fear. It was as if a chill was seeping out of his body from his bones. At the end of last year, his grandfather had brought him and his brother into a secret room and told them that the Lu family would soon be working for a certain noble. It was a great blessing and they had to be careful. If they succeeded, the Lu family would turn the reward into a stepping stone to nurture the two brothers. As long as the noble was willing to nod his head, then in the future, a bright road would appear beneath their feet. They would rise rapidly and in the end, obtain unimaginable glory and wealth. At that time he finally understood why he and his brother had to learn so many strange dialects from a young age. Lu Jingchun looked at Lu Yangxian, who was getting closer and closer to the covered bridge. He suddenly felt an incomparable hatred for this person. This was the poor bastard that he had once led people to block in the alley, lying on the ground like a dead dog. If it wasn't for a certain little bastard running to the alley and shouting that someone was dead, he and his buddies would have followed the agreement to take off their pants and rain on the head of the unappreciative youth on the ground. Until now, Lu Jingchun still did not understand why these high and mighty nobles would look at Lu Xianying in a different light. As for their so-called treasured armor, sword manuals, Xingyang Mountain, the road to immortality, and fighting for opportunities and luck, Lu Jingchun seemed to understand all of it, but in reality he did not understand any of it. But Lu Jingchun was very sure of one thing, and that was that he desperately wanted Lu Xianying to die here. As for the real reason, Lu Jingchun did not dare to admit it, nor did he want to think about it. In the depths of his heart, Lu Jingchun absolutely did not want the lowly dog Lu Xianying to see him, the young master of the Lu family who had lived a luxurious life, reduced to the same state as him. There was nothing more humiliating than this. The beautiful woman looked at him and murmured, "He's here." The tall young man punched all the way. Later, his punches became faster and faster, so much so that the young man's body was wrapped in the momentum of the punches, and he staggered a little. In the eyes of experts, the embryonic fist intent had already revealed a trace of great success in combining hardness and gentleness. On the path of martial arts fist techniques, there was a saying that went, "If you don't understand the fist intent, you'll be a layman for 100 years. Once you understand the fist intent, you'll be able to fight ghosts and gods for 10 years. The beautiful woman was relieved. Sure enough, this young man surnamed Lu was the person they were looking for. He was indeed talented. Even in those immortal mansions, his foundation and aptitude could not be underestimated. Of course, in the vast world of the beautiful woman and the burly white-haired old man, the most common people were this kind of people. The beautiful woman stood up and ordered Lu Jingchun, who was at the bottom of the steps, "Go and tell that young man, Ask him what he wants in order to be willing to take out the 2 family heirlooms, the armor and the book. When Lu Jingchun turned around, he had already lowered his head and bowed. He also used a dialect that the people of the small town absolutely heard and replied, "Yes, madam." The woman said indifferently, "Remember, when you talk to that young man, you have to be pleasant and pay attention to propriety." The young man stretched out his finger, looked down at him and said sternly, "If you spoil the big thing, I'll peel your skin and pull out your tendons. Then I'll refine your soul into a wick. I'll make you wish you were dead every moment before the lamp goes out." Lu Jingchun was so scared that he quivered. He bent down even more and said in panic, "I won't spoil the matter." The little girl finally felt that she had won back some ground. She sneered and said, "In front of these ordinary people, you're full of prestige. I don't know who was called a bastard on the way here, but he didn't dare to fight back." The burly old man actually had a bad impression of the snobbish mother and son from the beginning, so he added, "Miss, you're wrong. It's not that he didn't dare to fight back, he clearly didn't dare to talk back." The young man in a bright red robe gritted his teeth and stared at the little girl. His face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything ruthless. In the end, he revealed a bright smile. The woman's gaze was always on the road in front of her, and her face was calm. As for whether she had a grudge or not, only God knew. The little girl snorted and ran down the steps. She squatted by the stream and looked down at the fish swimming in the water. Occasionally, schools of carps would swim by in her sight. The numbers varied, and there were both red and green ones. Some old people in the small town chatted under the old locust tree. They often said that when they passed by the covered bridge in a thunderstorm, they had seen a golden carp swimming out from under the bridge. However, some old people said that the carp with golden scales was only the size of a palm. Some people said that the strange carp was very big, at least half the size of a person, and was almost a spirit. There were different opinions, and the old people argued. As a result, none of the children who listened to the story were willing to take it seriously. At this moment, the little girl stared at the clear stream. She rested her cheeks on her hands and stared at it without blinking. The white-haired old man squatted beside her and chuckled softly. "Miss, if the Liu family didn't lie, this great opportunity has already fallen into someone else's pocket." The little girl turned her head and grinned. "Grandpa Ape, there might be 2 of them." Thus, she revealed a comical scene of her missing front tooth. The little girl quickly realized this and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands. The old man held back his laughter and explained, "The flood dragons that haven't crossed the river are most particular about dividing their territory. They don't allow their own kind to get close. So." The little girl made an "oh" sound. After turning her head again, she rested her cheeks on her hands and stared blankly. She muttered, "What if there is?" The old man, who had always been kind to the little girl, revealed a dignified expression for the first time. He reached out and pressed the little girl's head gently. He said in a deep voice, "Miss, you must remember that the word, 'what if,' is the number 1 enemy of our generation. You can't rely on luck, miss, although you're a noble." The little girl pulled out a hand and waved it vigorously. She complained cutely, I know, Grandpa Ape. My ears are going to grow calluses." The old man said, "Miss, I'll go and keep an eye on the situation over there. Although the other party is our ally on the surface of Xinjiang Mountain, the nature and conduct of that big family. Hey, it's better not to mention it. I don't want to dirty Miss' ears." She only waved her hand to chase him away. He could only leave helplessly. This burly old man, who seemed to be a servant, had his hands on his knees. When he walked, his back was slightly hunched as if he was carrying a heavy burden. The little girl by the shore suddenly rubbed her eyes hard. She discovered that the water level in the stream was clearly beginning to rise slowly. It was visible to the naked eye. If this was outside the town, such as Xinjiang Mountain or anywhere else in her hometown, she would not be surprised even if the entire stream dried up instantly. The little girl asked in confusion, "Isn't it said that all mystic techniques, divine abilities and Taoist techniques are naturally sealed here? Also, the higher the cultivation, the more severe the backlash?" Grandpa Ape said that even if it's that legendary person, after staying here for a long time, he's almost like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. It's very difficult to truly stop anyone from fighting over it. She shook her head in the end. She could not be bothered to think about this puzzle anymore. The little girl turned her head and looked at Grandpa Ape's tall back. She thought happily. After this place was completely unsealed, she would ask Grandpa Ape to move away the mountain called Cloud Splitting Mountain. She would bring it back to her hometown and use it as her little flower garden. Suddenly a sharp voice sounded, Song Jisin, come and catch them in the act. Your maidservant and Chin Pingan are flirting with each other. It's obvious that they are hooking up. If you don't control your maidservant, she might climb over the wall and knock on Chin Pingan's door tonight. Come out quickly. TSK. Chin Pingan's hand is touching that little girl's face. You didn't see it, but Chin Pingan's smile is disgusting. Song Jisun didn't show his face at all. He directly shouted from inside the house. This is nothing. Last night I saw Chin Pingan and your mother pulling and pulling. After I saw it, Chin Pingan pulled his claws out of your mother's collar with all his strength. This is also your mother's fault. Her breasts are really too magnificent and full. Poor Chin Pingan is so tired that his head is covered in sweat. In the alley, someone fiercely kicked Song Jisun's courtyard door and angrily said, Song Jisun, come out and fight one-on-one. If you lose, you will give GQ to me as a maidservant. She will feed me, make my bed and wash my feet every day. If I lose, I will give you Chin Pingan as an odd job worker. How about it? I'm just asking if you dare. Anyway, whoever doesn't dare is a coward. Inside the house, Song Jisun languid said, Go away. Your father, I looked at the almanac. Today is not a good day to beat my son. Gukin, consider yourself lucky. The child outside the house banged on the door. GQ, it's so depressing for you to follow such a cowardly young master. You should just elope with Lu Xianyang. Anyway, the way that blockhead looks at you is as if he wants to eat you. The maidservant, GQ, turned and walked into the house. Inside the house, Song Jisun was carefully wiping an emerald green gourd. It was an old object of unknown age. It was also one of the family properties that official Song had left behind. Song Jisun didn't pay much attention to it at first. Later, he accidentally discovered that every time there was a thunderstorm, the gourd would make a buzzing sound. However, after Song Jisun removed the lid, no matter how he swung and shook it, nothing slipped out. He poured water and sand into it, but it was still water and sand. Not a bit more, not a bit less. Song Jisun was really at his wit's end. In addition, there was one time when Song Jisun was annoyed by Gu Kan's shrewish mother, who kept calling him an illegitimate son who had no father to raise him. Song Jisun took a knife and hacked at the gourd. The result made the youth flabbergasted. The blade of the knife had been turned over, but the gourd was still intact. There wasn't a single mark left on it. In a letter that Song Jisun had burned in his early years, it wrote, The gold, silver and copper coins that have been moved to the small courtyard by the government office will ensure that you, master and servant, will not have to worry about food and clothing. When you have free time, you can search for some antiques that you like. Although the town is small, coarse grain can nourish the stomach, books can nourish the chi, scenery can nourish the eyes, and solitude can nourish the heart. From today onwards, do your best and leave the rest to fate. A hidden dragon in the abyss will definitely be rewarded in the future. Although Song Jisun resented that man, if he didn't spend his money, he would be struck by lightning. In a small town with simple folk customs, it was very difficult to be extravagant. After so many years, Song Jisun really liked the business of collecting junk. A large vermilion lacquer chest was filled with unconventional things like emerald green gourds. However, Song Jisun had a mysterious intuition. In the large chest there were all kinds of things. There were more than 30 items, and this gourd was the most valuable. Next was a rusty purple gold bell. When it was shaken, he could clearly see the hammer hitting the inner wall. It should have made a crisp sound, but it was silent. This made Song Jisun's hair stand on end, but he also felt amazed. Finally, there was a simple teapot signed with the word, Mandrill. As for the other items, Song Jisun didn't like them very much. It couldn't be called love at first sight. The child named Gukin stood outside the door, cursing loudly. He was full of energy. Not long after, the cursing stopped abruptly. Then Chin Pingan saw the guy suddenly push open the door of his courtyard. His face was full of panic. After locking the door, he squatted by the door and kept winking at him, asking him to squat beside him. Chin Pingan didn't know the reason, but he ran to the child's side like a cat. After squatting down, he asked softly, Gukin, what are you doing? Did you make your mother angry again? The child sniffed hard and said in a low voice, Chin Pingan, let me tell you. I just met a strange person. The white bowl in his hand could keep pouring water. Look, it's only such a small bowl. I saw him pour water for 2 hours with my own eyes. When that guy passed by our clay bottle alley, he seemed to have stopped. Could it be that he saw me? Oh no, oh no. The child gestured the size of the white bowl with his hands, then patted his chest and said with emotion, It really scared Song Jisun's father to death. Chin Pingan asked, You mean the storyteller under the locust tree? The child nodded hard. Yes, the old man didn't have much strength. He couldn't even lift me. But that broken bowl was really scary, very scary. The child suddenly grabbed Chin Pingan's arm. Chin Pingan, I really didn't lie to you this time. I can swear that if I lie to you, Song Jisun will die a horrible death. Chin Pingan raised a finger and made a shushing gesture. The child immediately shut up. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. It gradually sounded and gradually fell. Everything had its vanquisher. The child, who was originally not afraid of anything, sat on the ground and reached out to wipe his face. His face was pale. It was obvious that this snotty Gukan was really scared half to death. The child suddenly asked, Chin Pingan, that guy didn't go to my house, did he? What should we do? Chin Pingan said helplessly, I'll accompany you and go to your house to take a look. The child was probably waiting for Chin Pingan's words. He suddenly stood up and sat down dejectedly. With a sad face he said, Chin Pingan, my legs are weak and I can't walk. Chin Pingan stood up and bent down to grab the child's collar. He carried the child with one hand and opened the door with the other, then walked out of the courtyard. The child's house was not far from here, only about 100 steps away. Sure enough, Gukan saw the old man in his courtyard. His mother had even brought a stool for the old man. At that moment the child felt that the sky was falling down. So he chose to hide behind Chin Pingan and let the taller one take his place. Chin Pingan did not disappoint the child. He intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of him to protect him. When the naughty child Gukan grabbed Chin Pingan's sleeve, he was immediately filled with heroism. The old man did not care about this. He sat on the stool and thought for a moment. The white bowl in his hand disappeared into thin air. Gukan's legs immediately became weak again. He hid behind Chin Pingan, trembling with fear. The old man looked at the village woman, who had an unusually calm expression, and then looked at the youth in straw sandals, who had a frown on his face. Finally, he said to the cowering child, Kid, do you know what you're keeping in your water tank? The child shouted behind Chin Pingan, What else can there be? I caught fish, prawns and crabs from the stream. I also caught loaches and eels from the fields. If you like it, you can take it. Don't be shy. The child's voice became lower and lower. Clearly he was not confident enough. The woman stroked the hair on her temples and looked at Chin Pingan. She said softly, Ping-en. Chin Pingan understood her meaning. He rubbed Gukan's head and then turned to leave. In the depths of the woman's eyes, there was a trace of guilt towards the straw sandals youth. She abandoned all distracting thoughts and turned to ask the old man, Immortal master who came from afar, do you want to buy or steal this opportunity? The old man shook his head and said with a smile, Buy? I can't afford it. Steal? I can't steal it either. The woman also shook her head. It was like this before, but it might not be in the future. When the originally leisurely old man heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly waved his sleeve and his 5 fingers moved quickly. The old man sighed deeply, Why do you have to do this? The woman's face was cold and she sneered, How many good people do you think there are in this small town? The old man stood up and looked deeply at the ignorant child. He seemed to have made a big decision. His wrist shook and the white bowl reappeared. The old man walked to the side of the large water tank that was half a person's height and quickly scooped up a bowl of water. Although the woman pretended to be calm, her palms were sweaty. The old man sat back on the stool and beckoned to Gukan, Child, come and take a look. The child looked at his mother and she nodded. Her eyes were full of encouragement. After the child came closer, the old man gently blew at the water in the bowl, causing ripples. The old man smiled, Open your mouth. At the same time, the old man waved his hand and took out a locust tree leaf from somewhere on the child's body. He twisted his 2 fingers but didn't really grasp it. The child subconsciously let out an ah. The old man flicked his finger and the verdant locust tree leaf entered the child's mouth. The child was stunned on the spot. Then, he discovered that there seemed to be nothing strange in his mouth. The old man didn't give him a chance to ask. He pointed at the white bowl in his palm, Look carefully at what's inside. Gukan opened his eyes wide and looked over with rapt attention. First he saw an extremely small black dot. Then it gradually turned into a slightly eye-catching black line. Finally, it slowly grew bigger and turned into a small earthen yellow loach. It rolled around happily in the ripples on the white bowl's water. The child, whose brain was a mess, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He cried out in surprise, I remember it. I got it from Chin Pingan. The woman slapped her son's face and said angrily, Shut up. The old man wasn't surprised at all. He said indifferently, Cultivators of my generation, in order to achieve immortality, are disgraceful. This bit of competition isn't anything. There's no need to be so nervous. What belongs to your son can't escape. What doesn't belong to that youth can't be guarded either. This child called Gu can weigh less than 40 kilograms. However, the weight of his root bone was unimaginably heavy. Therefore, when this bowl-bearing old man made an exception and used his ancestral secret technique to feel Gu Kan's weight, he naturally couldn't lift him. This was the prerequisite for him taking in a disciple. Otherwise, wouldn't a 3-year-old child bringing gold through the market be courting death? The old man smiled freely, but his eyes were ice cold. He said slowly, "Of course, even if it originally belonged to that youth, so what? Now that I'm personally overseeing it, it's no longer his." The child kept quiet out of fear, his teeth chattering. The woman was relieved. The old man put on that kind and amiable face again. "Child, this bowl contains the entire river. Now it's even raising a small flood dragon. From now on you're my direct disciple. I'm a true lord, only half a step away from being the ancestor of a sect founder. Although it's a lower sect. In short, you'll naturally understand the weight of the words true lord and sect founder in the future." The old man laughed. "It'll only be heavier than this bowl of river water." The child suddenly cried. "This isn't right. It's Chin Pingin's." The woman flew into a rage out of humiliation. She raised her arm high, wanting to teach this foolish son of hers a lesson. The old man waved his hand, smiled, and said lightly, "Having such a heart isn't all bad." The child lowered his head, wiping his tears and snot with the back of his hand. The woman quietly looked at the old man. The old man smiled knowingly and nodded. They were kindred spirits. Everything was understood without words. After the child raised his head, his mother and his master, who had inexplicably fallen from the sky, were already smiling faintly. The child turned his head. When Chin Pingan left, he didn't forget to close the courtyard door. The small town was like a field of crops that had caught up with the big year, the season of harvest. However, some people were like barnyard grass mixed in with the rice grains. After being glanced at once, people wouldn't give them a second glance. For example, the straw sandals youth walking alone in Mud Bottle Alley. 9. A man and a woman turned into Mud Bottle Alley. The young man wore a laurel on his head and a green pendant on his waist. Compared to the son of the richest man in town, Lu, he looked more like a rich young master. The woman's age was not easy to identify. At first glance, she looked like a young girl with tender skin and a sharp chin, like an icicle hanging on the eaves in winter. At another glance, she looked like she was in her 30s. She had phoenix eyes and an enchanting figure. From head to toe, she had an air of elegance. When she walked, her waist twisted. She had a charm that the women in town did not have. The woman looked left and right, full of curiosity. She even reached out to touch the yellow mud wall, but she could not find any clues. She asked curiously, "Funan Hua, is this really one of the hidden blessed lands that you mentioned? Why didn't my ancestor emphasize this alley on the geomancy map that he gave before?" The young man did not answer her question. "If you and I really get an unexpected surprise here, how will you repay me?" The woman turned sideways and crossed her fingers behind her back, setting off the view of her breasts. She smiled softly and said, "I'll let you do whatever you want. How about that?" The young man did not expect her to be so straightforward. Instead, he did not know what to say. Moreover, he was here to visit relatives and friends. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of the whole family's 100 years of prosperity, or even 1,000 years of prosperity. No matter how flirtatious he was, he would never dare to have a one-night stand with the woman in front of him in this small town, under the watchful eyes of so many people. Therefore he quickly changed the topic. He pointed to the depths of the alley and said with a smile, "Fairy Kai, friends are friends, business is business." I have to repeat it again. According to the previous agreement, there are 2 families in this Mud Bottle Alley, a pair of master and servant, and a pair of mother and son. I can let you choose one of them first. The capital of the bet is your Yunsha Mountain Special Cloud Root Stone. Every year you give Old Dragon City 10 pieces. The woman nodded and smiled charmingly. "Of course you can." The young man walked forward slowly and continued, "Next, if you get an opportunity that is beyond our family's expectations, that item must be appraised by our ancestors and given a fair price. After that, your Yunsha Mountain will take out half of the Cloud Root Stone equivalent to the price. Kai Chinchien, do you have any objections? In other words, are you certain that after you agree to this matter at this time and place, you will be able to convince those Grand Masters of Mount Yunsha to nod their heads and agree to this wager after you have obtained the benefits and secured the bag?" The woman's complexion had already changed. She became solemn and dignified as if she was a completely different person from before. She was like a prostitute in a brothel who had fallen into prostitution, but in a flash she had become the empress who was the mother of the world. This woman, who was known as Kai Jinjian of the Red Cloud Mountain, firmly said, "Yes." The young man narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. He stopped and looked at the woman who was as tall as him. "I'll say the ugly words first. Today you and I can form an alliance and mutually benefit each other. It's not because you and I fell in love at first sight. It's because Old Dragon City and Yunxia Mountain have been together for hundreds of years. Generations of ancestors and elders have worked hard to accumulate incense and incense. If we mess it up and provoke the thunderous anger of those old men, not to mention me Fu Nanhua or you Kai Qinqian, even our parents and masters wouldn't be able to bear the consequences." Kai Qinqian said with a smile, "Therefore during this time in the small town, we must be honest with each other and cooperate sincerely, right?" Fu Nanhua was also very handsome in this dark alley. He said with a smile. Besides, Fu Nanhua turned his head to take a look. After retracting his gaze, he lowered his voice and said, "We still have to be careful of those two. After all, they're not Jingyang Mountain. They can't be considered a famous and righteous sect. Also, I heard that those two fellows are very unruly and don't follow the rules." The tall woman narrowed her phoenix eyes as if she was saying coquettishly, "That's why I, Kai Qinqian, chose you, the first young master Feng." Fu Nanhua said softly, "Let's go. Although there are sages here to suppress and balance the various forces, it's better to be careful. It's not good to fail miserably. In short, whether you and I can succeed or not depends on this." This famous god's favored son's Tao heart became more determined. He said in his heart, "The great Tao is within reach. Those who block my path can be killed by immortals and Buddhas." He looked into the depths of the alley and saw a thin young man walking over from the opposite side. This was the second time they met. The two continued to walk forward leisurely, like a pair of immortal couples who had landed in the mortal world. The tall woman saw the young man too. She joked, "Over by the door in the alley? We've met twice. Do you think this young man will?" She did not finish her sentence. Fu Nanhua naturally knew what she meant. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "My great fairy Kai, there are 600 families in this town. Including the servants and handymen of the 10 clans, there are nearly 5,000 people. No matter how many hidden dragons and crouching tigers there are in this town, there's a fixed number. Moreover, over the years, those good seedlings with roots, fortune, and origin have long been secretly divided up. The reason we're able to pick up leftovers this time is nothing more than those unpredictable people with great supernatural powers deliberately selling leftovers." The woman also laughed at herself. She was ashamed of her naivety. After hesitating for a moment, Fu Nanhua still said, "I don't know how your grandmaster taught the heavenly mysteries. My father told me that after entering this place, if someone makes you feel a chill in your heart, you must take the initiative to retreat and stay away from them. You must not disobey or provoke them easily. After all, this place is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, unfathomable. Those who feel bad will most likely be the opponents of this town's treasure hunt. As for those who make you feel close to them, they may be the people with great fortune in this area and have the chance to turn it into your own fated chance. At that time, as long as you don't kill them easily and don't break the few unbreakable old rules, other than that, whether you buy, cheat or rob depends on." The corner of Kai Qinqian's mouth lifted. "It depends on our mood." She suddenly frowned. "Mr. Swan, why don't you let me bring along the descendants of the Zhao family who have roots here? Although I learned some local dialect before I left." Fu Nanhua interrupted the woman's words and shook his head. "Those big families have always had secret connections with the outside world. They are able to pass some insignificant information under the eyes of the saints without being seen as crossing the thunder pool. They have been accumulating information from generation to generation and have a deep foundation. The real backing of these families is Old Dragon City and Yunxia Mountain. Moreover, it is not good to borrow the power of outsiders. It is easy to cause problems and make things worse. If you don't want to talk later, I will do it for you." She smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just some awkward words. I'm not that delicate." Fu Nanhua dismissed it with a smile. Kai Qinqian did not say anything. In the end, friends who formed an alliance halfway could not be compared to a family. Moreover, in the eyes of some ambitious people who wanted to prove their Tao, grandfather and grandson, father and son, husband and wife, what were they? Fu Nanhua's smile was tranquil. He was graceful and luxurious, like the son of a top noble family in the world. The reason why he revealed the secret of heaven and told Kai Qinqian about the mental cultivation method that his father secretly passed on to him was actually very simple. Compared to the other two people who came with him, the dull middle-aged man and the cold black-clothed girl, Fu Nanhua's first step into the small town's fence gate was to kill the woman next to him, Kai Qinqian of Yunxia Mountain. Fu Nanhua subconsciously reached out and grabbed the green pendant on his waist. The old dragon's reign was a work of art. A gentleman would not give up jade for no reason. Kai Qinqian thought for a moment and closed her eyes. After a moment she opened her eyes and said, Song Jisin Gukan? I choose Gukan. Fu Nanhua raised his eyebrows. Okay. It's a deal. In the eyes of the two people, the young man turned left and right until he reached an alley and was about to open the door and enter. Fu Nanhua quickly walked forward with Kai Qinqian and said with a smile, What a coincidence, we meet again. The shabby young man was Qin Pingon who came out of Gukan's house. After hearing the voice, he turned around and nodded. What's the matter? Fu Nanhua said with fluent town dialect. This place is called Mud Bottle Alley, right? I want to ask if there's a person called Song Jisin and a child called Gukan living here. I'm from the capital. My family and Song Jisin's father are family friends. The sister next to me is surnamed Kai. She's from Gukan's mother's family. So the two of us came together and happened to be in the same alley. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Feels like everything has come together. It's really a coincidence. Fu Nanhua's smile was calm. Even when he was talking to the youth in straw sandals at the bottom of the market, his slender body bent down slightly to take care of the youth. He always maintained this posture when talking to the youth. It did not seem pretentious and made people feel that he had bad intentions. It also made people feel that he was a gentleman. The young man with his head raised nodded and smiled shyly. He said softly, It's a coincidence. Fu Nanhua's smile deepened. He said warmly, Then these two families live here? Unexpectedly, the young man shook his head and said, I was an apprentice of a dragon kiln not long ago. I lived outside the town for many years and just moved here. I'm not familiar with the neighbors. 10. At that time Kai Qinqian was walking backwards. In fact, when she stepped on the dog poop, she had already realized that things were not going well. What was even more unbearable than stepping on dog poop was, of course, stepping on dog poop and then being seen by others. What was even more tragic than this was no doubt that the person who saw it would tell you that you really stepped on dog poop. Kai Qinqian was not a woman with a shallow temperament, nor was she a delicate girl who could not bear hardships. As one of the many children of the Mount Yunxia's master, the fact that she was able to stand out and win the final spot was very clear. Mount Yunxia had a total of 18 peaks, big and small. It was surrounded by fog all year round and was rich in cloud root stones. It was an important material for refining external elixirs for the Taoist Danding sect. It was famous for being flawless, and was unique in the world. Therefore, the people on Mount Yunxia had to pay attention to cleanliness and elegance. Most of them were misophobic and Kai Qinqian was no exception. If it were not for the fact that the small town involved too many people, Kai Qinqian would never set foot in the small town in her life, let alone let her walk step by step in the mud bottle alley that was full of chicken poop and dog poop. The most embarrassing thing was that after coming here, these originally high and mighty immortals were like small fish thrown ashore. They suddenly lost everything that they relied on. The family that occupied a certain paradise, the cultivation of the mystic understanding realm that could move mountains and seas, the mysterious magic weapons that could subdue demons and vanquish devils, and the mysterious magic weapons that could control gods and ghosts, were all gone. Then there was the scene of Kai Qinqian stepping on dog poop. Fu Nanhua originally thought that it was interesting. The spotless fairy Kai of Mount Yunxia had a pair of sticky and smelly dog poop on her boots. Who would dare to believe that? But in the next moment, Fu Nanhua shouted in a deep voice, Kai Qinqian, stop! Song Jisin, who was standing on the mud wall, narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the green jade pendant carved with a dragon. In the alleyway, Kai Qinqian seemed to have arrived in front of Qin Pingon in a single step. Her delicate hand that was as translucent as fine jade swiftly patted the head of the straw sandals youth. The moment Fu Nanhua called out to stop her, she abruptly stopped her palm. Finally, she gently raised her hand and gently patted down. After finishing this intimate action, as if she was a senior pampering a junior, she bent down and stared into the youth's eyes. Those eyes were like a clear spring. Kai Qinqian could almost see her own face. Unfortunately, her mood was extremely bad. She put on a fake smile and said, Little guy, I know that when you spoke, you deliberately slowed down your speed. Fu Nanhua breathed a sigh of relief. If Kai Qinqian really dared to brazenly kill people here, it was very likely that she would be expelled from the small town. She would implicate the entire Mount Yunxia and become the biggest laughingstock. His face was gloomy. He used the official language to remind her, Kai Qinqian, please think twice before you act. If you are still so impulsive, I feel that it is necessary to abandon the alliance. I don't want to be harmed by you. Kai Qinqian, whose back was facing the young master of Old Dragon City, quickly whispered, High quality sees Buddha quickly, low quality sees Buddha slowly. There is indeed a pure land, there is indeed a lotus pond. She quickly turned her head and smiled apologetically at Fu Nanhua. I lost control of myself. I promise this will absolutely not happen again. Fu Nanhua sneered and said, Are you sure? Kai Qinqian laughed it off. She didn't solemnly swear to Fu Nanhua. She lowered her head again to look at the straw sandals teenager. She used the official language that was popular in the continent and said, My Mount Yunxia originated from one of the 5 Buddhist sections. The most important thing is to subdue the monkey and tie up the horse. But before I came here, I didn't even understand what the monkey and the horse were. The elders in my family also didn't want to spoil things by excessive enthusiasm. They only let me explore on my own. I didn't expect that today in your mud bottle lane, I would step on a pile of dog poop. Qin Pingan reminded her, Sister, you've stepped on dog poop for a long time. Why don't you hurry up and scrape it off? The immortal girl originally felt that she had entered the pure land of Buddhism, but after hearing the words she suddenly lost her cultivation and fell into the secular world. Her face was ashen, but Fu Nanhua's warning was still echoing in her ears. She had to vent her anger. She stretched out a finger and heavily poked the forehead of the straw sandals teenager. She stared and said, At such a young age, didn't anyone teach you that a perverse temperament is a sign of early death, and a sharp and mean person is a person who will reduce your fortune? Qin Pingan was thick-skinned, so he didn't care. He just looked at Song Jisun not far away and didn't say anything. The latter jumped and scolded, Qin Pingan, why are you looking at me? You're so unlucky. Fu Nanhua was surprised to find that he hadn't even stepped into Song Jisun's courtyard. He was a little unhappy and didn't hide his sarcasm, Kai Qinqian. How interesting, there are people in this world who would delay the path to immortality because of a pile of dog shit. For once, Kai Qinqian didn't get angry. She looked deeply at the ordinary-looking thin teenager and turned to leave. Suddenly, the teenager behind her whispered, Sister, your eyelashes are very long. An extremely vulgar secular ant dared to flirt with an immortal girl? Kai Qinqian flew into a rage and suddenly turned her head. She made up her mind to teach this seemingly honest but actually cunning villager a lesson, even if it would cost her some fate. Although Kai Qinqian and the others entered this place like prisoners in a cage, their hands and feet were tied, and they ran into walls everywhere. They couldn't control any magic arts or artifacts for the time being. However, the benefits of cultivation since childhood, such as the cultivation of a higher level, could be used to nourish the body. It was like tempering the muscles and bones all the time. Although the effect was not obvious and was far less than that of the martial artists who focused on this path, with this foundation, it was easy to deal with a teenager who crawled and rolled in the mud of the marketplace. With a casual palm strike, she could do something to some important aperture acupoints, plant a root of illness and shorten his life. However, in the slightly dim alley, she only saw a dark face and a pair of bright eyes. The bright moon above the sea. Kai Qinqian's eyes lit up at first, and then she felt the natural pity of a woman. Finally, the pity in her red phoenix eyes faded little by little. She smiled brighter and brighter, suddenly enlightened. Cutting off the heart's devil was an opportunity. It should be known that the Yunxia mountain, which was close to Buddhism and far away from Taoism, had always advocated a view since its founder, the Yunxia old deity, that every time a fate arose or perished, it was a tribulation. Of course, this method of tribulation was not fixed. Everything needed to be solved by the person in charge. For example, Kai Qinqian at the moment. She felt that she had found the restless heart that needed to be suppressed. It was the seemingly innocent but actually obstructive teenager. Therefore, she raised her hand again, covered the teenager's chest and gently pressed. All these movements were as smooth as flowing water, as fast as thunder. Even if the teenager consciously took half a step back, he still couldn't resist the tall woman's attack. Fu Nanhua stared at the attractive and graceful back. Not only did his heart not have the slightest ripple, but it was full of murderous intent, almost condensing into a stone heart. He deliberately concealed his murderous intent, and deliberately shouted angrily, "Previously you flicked the teenager's forehead with your finger, causing him to be plagued with illness all year round. This punishment is enough. Why do you still want to punish him? Kai Qinqian, have you lost your mind? Do you really want to disregard the opportunity of Taoism for a lowly child? Kai Qinqian turned a deaf ear. Fu Nanhua lowered his voice, and recovered the graceful bearing of an aristocratic family's descendant. He laughed and said, "The great Kai Qinqian of Yunxia Mountain is haggling over every ounce with a common teenager. If this gets out, won't you feel ashamed?" Kai Qinqian turned around and said with a smile, "This alley is really fated with me. Who would have thought that I would be able to get an opportunity here? Although it's not big, mosquito meat is still meat. It's a good sign. I have more confidence in that teenager called Gu Kan." Fu Nanhua was stunned. Could it be that this woman really had an epiphany? Kai Qinqian raised one foot and saw the disgusting filth. He laughed and said, "What a lucky bastard." Song Jisun's face was gloomy, and no one could tell what he was thinking. The maid GQ, who no one paid attention to, stood in the same place, silent. At some point, 2 pairs of pale golden eyes appeared in her eyes. One pair of eyes. Fu Nanhua vaguely sensed something. He suddenly turned his head and quickly looked around. He didn't notice anything strange. Finally, he looked the maid up and down and didn't find anything wrong. He could only think of this feeling of discomfort as Kai Qinqian's actions, which attracted the gaze of the celestial sage in the small town. Kai Qinqian was in a good mood. The many stagnant thoughts that had accumulated before were like a flood breaking through a dike. How could it be just a small opportunity? If it weren't for the fact that Mount Yunxia, which was hollow inside, really needed a celestial treasure of sufficient weight to suppress the constantly leaking luck of the mountain gate, and she also needed this to establish her position as the next mountain master, Kai Qinqian would have immediately left this place, and returned to Mount Yunxia to cultivate in seclusion for 10 or 20 years. Kai Qinqian walked towards Fu Nanhua's maid in the shabby alley. The teenager behind him asked, "Did you do something to me?" Kai Qinqian didn't even turn his head. "Little guy, you're thinking too much." The teenager was silent. Kai Qinqian looked back and smiled. "You'll die in half a year at most." The teenager was stunned. She smiled gently and said, "You really believe me? Sister is lying to you." Qin Pingon grinned. Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua, this pair of celestial couple, almost simultaneously had the same thought. A frog at the bottom of a well, an ant at the bottom of a mountain. Song Jisun, who was squatting on top of the wall and watching the show, rubbed his temples with both hands. His face had an extremely rare serious expression. Even though GQ had already taken that eccentric older sister of hers to find Slug Gu Kan, and that young guy who would throw away a lot of gold without hesitation had also walked into his own courtyard. The clever Song Jisun was still squatting there in a daze. In the outstanding young man's line of sight, there was a thin teenager standing in the middle of Mud Bottle Alley. After looking at the tall woman's back for a while, he quickly withdrew his gaze and walked towards his own courtyard. However, the wooden door didn't open for a long time. Song Jisun hated this feeling. There was a guy who usually didn't show off, but sometimes he was like a stone in a latrine. If he didn't move, he would be an eyesore. If he moved him away, he would find it dirty. As a result, the teenager didn't clearly hear Fu Nanhua's words behind him. The young master of the old dragon city could only repeat himself. "Song Jisun, do you know that there is a kind of person in this world who is very different from you?" Song Jisun finally came back to his senses. He turned around and continued squatting. Looking down at the laurel-styled Fu Nanhua, who was dressed in brocade, he said flatly, "I know." Fu Nanhua could only forcefully swallow back the words that had already reached his mouth. However, he was still somewhat unwilling. He smiled and asked, "Do you really know?" The mysterious young man from the small town had a cold look in his eyes. He sneered, "Are you trying to say that they can revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, live forever, and have boundless Tao?" Fu Nanhua nodded and said with relief, "We can be considered half-Tao friends." Song Jisun glanced at the courtyard next door from the corner of his eyes. He was slightly absent-minded and untimely. Fu Nanhua said frankly, "Then I'll be frank. No matter what you have, as long as you are willing to name a price, I will buy it even if I have to sell everything I have." Song Jisun said doubtfully, "I can see that between you and that girl your family status is higher. Since she can treat the guy next door like that, why are you willing to treat me like that?" Fu Nanhua took the initiative to finish the sentence. "Equal status?" Song Jisun nodded and praised, "You are quite smart. It's not difficult to talk to you." Fu Nanhua didn't care about the young man's condescending attitude, whether it was his position or his arrogant tone. Even if he has taken a big step back, he still can't protect his integrity and can't escape the disaster. Unfortunately, the situation that was originally expected to enjoy a lifetime of incense took a turn for the worse. It's too horrible to look at. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can make some plans for your son to see if I can end the young man's life and cut off the possibility of some saints and immortal masters following the vine to find the melon, so that they can avoid the trouble of settling accounts in the future. So that my new disciple can ride the wind and thunder on the road to immortality in the future and finally turn into a dragon. The woman sat at the side and listened on intermittently. She was sweating profusely. The old man smiled and asked, "Isn't it strange? He's clearly an otherworldly person who lives in the clouds and drinks dew and doesn't care about worldly affairs. Why does he concentrate on cultivating? After cultivating for so long, it seems like he's only cultivated such a shrewd and vicious aura? She's not much better than you, an ignorant village woman with shallow eyes." The woman hurriedly lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, "I would never dare to think that." The old man dismissed it with a smile and quietly waited for Kai Chinchien to knock on the door of Mount Yunxia. On the road of cultivation, there are endless spells and magical powers. There are big and small reasons and there are high and low daos. Kai Chinchien treats you like ants. Don't I also treat her and Fu Nanhua as ants? Why should I reason with the ants under my feet? H4 double monthly ticket calculation. If you think that this chapter is written brilliantly, then show your support. You can also give me a monthly ticket. Lean show your support 100 renminbi to draw a monthly ticket, /Li, lean show your support 500 RMB, /Li, lean show your support 10,000 RMB, /Li, lean show your support 100,000 renminbi to be the alliance leader, /Li, /O. 11. A Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples left the village school with a young man in a green robe and arrived at the foot of the memorial arch. The most knowledgeable teacher in the small town looked a little haggard. He pointed at a plaque above his head and asked, "What do you mean by, 'do not decline'?" The young man, Zhao Yao, was both a student and a page boy of the teacher. He looked up and said without hesitation, "Our Confucian school is founded on the word, benevolence." The 4 words on the plaque are taken from, "do not decline to the teacher." It means that we scholars should respect the teacher, but we don't have to be modest when it comes to benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Mr. Chi asked, "Don't decline to be modest? What if you change it to, cannot decline?" The young man in a green robe looked elegant. Compared with Song Jisun's aggressive appearance, his temperament was more gentle and restrained. He was like a budding hibiscus, naturally cute. When the teacher asked this question with hidden meaning, the young man did not dare to take it lightly. He carefully considered it, thinking that the teacher was testing his knowledge. How could he dare to be casual? The middle-aged Confucian scholar looked at his disciple's cautious appearance and smiled. He patted the young man's shoulder and said, "It's just a casual question. Don't be nervous. It seems that I've restrained your nature too much before. I've made you live like a statue placed in the Wenchang pavilion. You keep a straight face, follow the rules everywhere, and be reasonable in everything. You're not tired at all. But now it seems that it's a good thing." The young man was a little puzzled, but the teacher had already taken him to the other side. He was still looking up at the plaque with the 4 words. The Confucian scholar's expression relaxed. For some reason the teacher, who was serious in speech and manner, began to talk about many interesting cases. He told his disciple, the person who wrote the 4 words "do not decline to decline" was once the first calligraphy master in the world. It caused a lot of controversy, such as the dispute over the structure, the dispute over the bones and muscles of the spirit, and the dispute over the praise and criticism of ancient quality and modern beauty. Until now there has been no conclusion. Rhythm, law, intent, and poise. These were the 4 meanings of calligraphy. For the past 1,000 years this person had won 2 titles. He simply didn't give his peers any chance to survive. As for the hope in nature, now it's a little interesting. If you look at it carefully, you should be able to find that although the strokes, structure, and spirit of the 4 characters are similar, in fact, they were written separately by the 4 Taoist immortals. At that time, 2 of the old immortals were still writing letters to each other and quarreling. They both wanted to write the mysterious hope character and did not want to write the vulgar yin character. Then, the Confucian scholar led the young man to the "do not ask for anything from the outside." He looked left and right with a faint gaze. The village school where you studied would soon be closed by several big families because there would be no teacher there. They would simply knock it down and build a small Taoist temple or erect a Buddha statue for pilgrims to burn incense. There would be a Taoist priest or a monk presiding over the school year after year until the end of the 60-year cycle. During this period, the school might change teachers 2 or 3 times to prevent the townspeople from having any doubts. In fact, it's just a crude camouflage. However, if a sesame-sized spell and supernatural power were to be completed here, it might be equivalent to the magnificent momentum of a god beating a drum or the spring thunder shaking the world. Towards the end, the teacher's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Even if the scholar Zhao Yao pricked up his ears, he could not hear clearly. Mr. Qi sighed. His tone was a little helpless and tired. There are many things that can't be revealed. Now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter anymore. However, we are scholars after all. We still have to care about our reputation. What's more, if I, Qi Jingchun, take the lead and break the rules, it would be no different from embezzlement. My table manners would be too unsightly. Zhao Yao suddenly mustered up his courage and said, Teacher, I know you are not a common person. This town is also not an ordinary place. The scholar smiled curiously. Tell me about it. Zhao Yao pointed at the majestic 12-legged memorial arch. This place, along with the iron lock well in Apricot Blossom Alley, the covered bridge with 2 iron swords, the old locust tree, the peach tree in Peach Leaf Alley, and the Zhao family's Falu Street, the annual Guyu invitation and Chongyang invitation are all very strange. The scholar interrupted the youth. Strange? How is it strange? You grew up here and have never gone out. Could it be that you have seen the scenery outside of this town? Since there is no comparison, why do you say that? Zhao Yao said in a low voice, I have long since memorized the contents of those books. The peach blossoms in Peach Blossom Lane are very different from the descriptions of the poems in the books. Also, when you teach, why do you only impart the 3 books of elementary learning? The emphasis is on literacy. After that, what books should we read? What is the purpose of reading books? What is the purpose of undertaking in the books? What is the meaning of, to be a farmer in the morning, to ascend to the hall of heaven at night? What is the Son of Heaven values heroes to be taught in essays? Although the 2 kiln supervisors never discussed matters of the imperial court, the capital, or the world with others, but... The scholar smiled in relief. That's enough. There is no point in saying more. Zhao Yao immediately stopped talking. The scholar who called himself Qi Jingchun whispered, Zhao Yao, you need to be careful with your words and actions in the future. Remember that trouble comes from the mouth, so most of the Confucian sages are tight-lipped. The gentlemen above the sages speak of discretion, bowing like a jade for fear of flaws. As for the saints, such as the mountain masters of the 72 academies, these people are like the Taoist spiritual masters and the Buddhist golden arhats. Their words become prophecies and their words become law. After this group of people and the experts of the 100 schools of thought reach this realm, they are generally known as earth immortals. They can be considered as having 1 foot in the door. However, these people are all like dragons. Some are high and mighty like the statues of gods in Taoist temples, so high that they cannot be reached. Compared to the dignified and solemn characters of the other 3 horizontal boards, the characters on this board were written in running script. Its charm was almost unbridled. She liked it. The youth suddenly woke up. It turned out that the teacher had patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Zhao Yao, you should go back to the school and bring your things home. The youth's face flushed red. He lowered his head and followed the teacher back to the school. Only then did the girl slowly loosen her grip on the saber hilt. In the distance, the scholar joked, Zhao Yao, oh Zhao Yao, I just saved your life. The youth was shocked. Teacher? The scholar hesitated for a moment and then said with a serious expression, if you see her in the future, you must take a detour. The cultured and refined blue-clothed scholar was somewhat surprised and also somewhat disappointed. Teacher, why is that? Qi Jingchun thought for a moment and then said a final sentence. She is incomparably sharp. She is destined to be a sheathless sword. The youth wanted to say something but hesitated. The middle-aged scholar smiled. Of course, if it's just secretly liking someone, even Buddha and Tao fathers can't stop it. Even the most disciplined scholars like us, our most sacred teacher, only warned, do not speak, look, listen, and move indecently. He never said, do not think indecently. The youth suddenly seemed to be possessed and blurted out loudly, she's very fragrant. The youth was stunned as soon as he said that. The scholar had a headache. It wasn't because he was angry but because the situation was a bit tricky. He said in a low voice, Zhao Yao, turn around. The youth subconsciously turned his back to the teacher. Under the memorial arch, the girl turned her head with a murderous aura. First, her hands hung down, her thumbs pressing on the sword hilt and saber hilt respectively. Then she began to run in small steps. After about 4 or 5 steps, her hands and feet suddenly exerted strength. The 3-foot-long sword in the snow-white scabbard and the slender saber in the dark green scabbard were the first to be unsheathed, slanting forward. At the same time her figure shot up, her hands quickly grasping the sword and saber. Without a second word she chopped down. Between the black-clothed girl and the teacher and student from the small town, 2 thin arms stretched out, bursting with resplendent radiance. This wasn't a supernatural ability nor a magical technique. It was purely speed. The scholar's expression was relaxed, without any intention of dodging. He only lightly stamped his foot. A ripple surged out. In the next moment, the girl's body tensed, her murderous aura growing heavier. The sword and saber that had been like a hot knife through butter had completely missed. Her entire body was standing where the sword and saber had been unsheathed. The scholar smiled. Not bad. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. But then again, my disciple has indeed offended you, but his crime doesn't warrant death, right? The girl deliberately made her voice mature and dull. She slowly put the sword back into the scabbard and held the saber with one hand. She pointed the tip of the saber at the scholar. How you feel is your business. I don't care. The girl took a step forward. What I do is my business. Of course you can control it. She charged forward rapidly. 2 small pits immediately appeared on the ground where her feet were standing. The scholar put one hand behind his back and the other clenched into a fist. He placed it in front of his abdomen and smiled. In the martial path of the military, only speed is unbreakable. It's a pity that even if this world is about to fall apart, as long as it's before that, even if 10 land immortals join forces to break the formation, it's just an ant trying to shake a tree. Let alone you? In the next moment, the girl appeared 10 steps away from the left of the scholar for no reason. She pondered for a moment and closed her eyes. The scholar shook his head and smiled. It's not a trick like you think. This world is similar to the so-called small world of Buddhism. Here I am, He suddenly exclaimed in surprise and stopped talking. He instantly came to the girl's side and checked what was going on. He gently held the tip of the saber with 2 fingers. He asked, "Who taught you the saber technique in swordsmanship?" The girl did not open her eyes. Her left hand held the hilt of the sword that had just been sheathed. A cold light swept across the scholar's waist, trying to cut him in half. The scholar, who was holding the tip of the saber with 2 fingers, shouted softly, "Retreat!" There was a crashing sound on the ground and dust flew. A moment later, the figure of the girl wearing a curtain hat was revealed. She stood still with one foot in front of the other. Under her feet, there was a gully in front of the scholar, as if it was plowed out. The girl's hands were bloody. The saber was unsheathed, and the sword was also unsheathed, but she was reduced to the point where her sword was snatched bare-handed. Moreover, she knew very well that in addition to the structure of this world, the enemy had always suppressed his strength to the same realm as her. This was because her skills were inferior. It was not that her cultivation was inferior. She seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. Perhaps the girl herself didn't realize that the light around her was distorted. In the end, this scholar was the most reasonable person. He advised considerately, "For the time being, it's best that you don't compare yourself to me. It might hinder your martial arts state of mind. To reach the peak of martial arts, it's important to proceed step by step." His current appearance was somewhat strange. He held the tip of the sword in one hand and the body of the sword in the other. He suddenly laughed, imitating the girl's tone of voice, and said with a wise and experienced tone, "It's your freedom to listen or not, but it's my business to speak or not." The girl was silent for a moment and then she said in a low voice, "I've learned." The scholar smiled and nodded. She was not an arrogant and domineering girl. This was very good. He gently tossed the saber to the girl and said, "I'll return the saber to you first." He lowered his head and looked at the sword at his fingertips. It was slightly trembling. The sound of a young phoenix was clearer than that of an old phoenix. The scholar said regretfully, "The quality of this sword is quite good, but it's still some distance away from the top. It's a bit difficult to bear the weight of 2 characters at most. Otherwise, with your aptitude and foundation, even if you don't take away 4 characters, 3 characters would definitely be more than enough." As he sighed, he casually raised his hand and lightly shouted, "Imperial." 2 dazzling balls of light flew out from the horizontal board inscribed with the words "Chi rushing" and "bullfighting." The scholar waved his sleeve and slapped it twice, sending it into the sword. On the horizontal board, the two characters Qi and bullfighting were still present. The two characters rushing and fighting were like a sickly old man in his twilight years. After the final radiance of the setting sun, he had finally completely lost his vitality. The scholar carelessly shook his wrist, and the sword returned to its master's scabbard in the blink of an eye. Because it had already returned to the scabbard, no one knew for the time being that there were two auras swimming around the sword like flood dragons. What happened next shocked even Qi Jingchun, who had been through a lot. The girl slowly took off the scabbard and casually threw it, nailing it into the yellow earth. Behind the veil of her veil, her eyes were firm and resolute. This is not the path of the sword that I pursue. The scholar glanced at the sword that the girl had abandoned and felt a long-lost heaviness in the depths of his heart. He had no choice but to ask a question that was beneath his dignity. Do you know who I am? The girl nodded and then shook her head. I heard that every 60 years, a saint of the three sects would come here to preside over the operation of a large formation. It has already been several thousand years. From time to time, there would be people who would come out of this place either with strange treasures or their cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. That's why I wanted to come and take a look. When I saw you, I was sure of your identity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted so straightforwardly. Qi Jingchun asked again, then do you know what you gave up just now? The girl was silent. In the scabbard on the ground, the sword trembled incessantly, as if a beauty that could topple a nation was whimpering and begging. The girl had a change of heart. The young scholar had already secretly turned his head and carefully looked at the girl in the distance. The scholar could be said to be knowledgeable, but he still couldn't figure it out after much thought. He couldn't just force the sword that contained a huge amount of fate energy into the girl's hand. In the end, he could only warn her, Miss, it's best if you put away that sword. After this, the town will be very peaceful. It's always a good thing to have one more thing to defend yourself with. The girl didn't say anything. She turned around and left. She still didn't want to take that sword with her. Qi Jingchun was somewhat helpless. He waved his sleeve and nailed the sword into the top of a stone pillar in the memorial arch. If someone forcibly pulled it out, it would inevitably disturb him, who was overseeing the central command. Just like before when the storyteller made his move twice, one in the light and one in the dark, it didn't escape the distant attention of this scholar. He personally escorted Zhao Yao all the way from the school to the Zhao family's mansion on Fulu Street. The middle-aged scholar walked slowly. Every time he took a step, there would be some imperceptible flowing lights and overflowing colors that flashed through the dense courtyards and large mansions on both sides of the street. Qi Jingchun muttered, strange, strange. Where did this little girl come from? Could she be an immortal disciple from outside of this continent? After he returned to the school, he sat in front of a desk. There was a jade tablet placed on it. It was about 1 foot and 2 inches long. The four corners were engraved with the mountains of 4 towns, lodging in the 4 directions. The front was engraved with densely packed inscriptions in Xiaozhuan, no less than 100 characters. According to Confucianism's etiquette, only the emperor of a country could wield this jade tablet. This clearly showed the great significance of this town. He turned it over. There were only 2 words engraved on the back of the jade tablet. His handwriting was meticulous and unique. The bones were extremely strong and the will of the spirit was extremely long. On the desk there was also a secret letter that had just arrived. The white-haired scholar's eyes were slightly red. Teacher, this student is incompetent. I can only look on helplessly as you are humiliated to this extent. The scholar looked out the window. There wasn't too much sorrow or joy in his eyes. He just looked a little lonely. Qi Jingchun has let down my teacher. I've lived an ignoble life for 100 years. I only deserve death. When Song Jisun took out something from the inner room and placed it on the table, Fu Nanhua couldn't hide the ecstasy on his face no matter how hard he tried to hide it. It was an inconspicuous small pot. At the bottom of the pot was the inscription Mandrill. Song Jisun placed his hands on the table and leaned forward. He smiled and asked, how much is this pot worth? The young master of Old Dragon City finally retracted his gaze from the small pot. He looked up and said honestly, if it were sold in a secular dynasty, it wouldn't even be worth 1 tael of silver. But if it were sold to me, I could buy back a city. Song Jisun asked, tens of thousands of people? Fu Nanhua stretched out 3 fingers. Song Jisun made an O sound and curled his lips. So it's 300,000. Fu Nanhua was stunned. He then laughed. He originally thought that Song Jisun would say 30,000. In Apricot Blossom Alley, a wooden man squatted beside the iron lock well. He stared at the iron chain tied to the bottom of the wheeled cart. It seemed like he was thinking about how to move it. A young girl in black clothes and a curtain hat with a cold temperament walked around the town aimlessly. At that moment she only had the narrow green scabbard saber hanging from her waist. Her hands were just bandaged with cloth strips. When she just walked into an unknown alley. With a whoosh, something flew through the air and then obediently stopped behind the young girl. It buzzed. The young girl frowned. Without turning her head, she squeezed out a word from between her teeth. Get lost. There was another whoosh. The flying sword, that had been unsheathed and had flown over, was so scared that it hid back into the scabbard. Proud young girl. Obedient flying sword. H4 double monthly votes. If you think this chapter is interesting, show your support. You can also vote monthly. Lean show your support with 100 SM coins and monthly votes, /Lee, Lean show your support with 500 SM coins, /Lee, Lean show your support with 10,000 SM coins, /Lee, Lean show your support with 100,000 SM coins to be the alliance leader, /Lee, /O. 12. The girl in black walked into the depths of the alley. Occasionally people would hang up festive red lanterns. Compared to the others, the girl in the curtained hat did not have the meticulous preparation of her family. She did not have the gray lines of a grass snake. She just walked into the town alone. Not far from the alley, a young man in embroidered clothes stood. He was holding a green jade seal high in his hands. It was the size of a child's palm. It was carved with dragons and tigers. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly. There were faint rays of light inside the jade seal. The young man in embroidered clothes looked up at the treasure in his hands. He was intoxicated. Beside him, a tall old man was kneeling on one knee. He was carefully wiping the mud on the young man's boots with his sleeve. The young man in embroidered clothes had already noticed the strange girl from the corner of his eyes. She was wearing a veiled hat with a green sheath. Her steps were steady. Obviously, she was not a local of the town. However, the young man in embroidered clothes did not care. He was still carefully looking at the ancient jade seal that had been silent for thousands of years. Deep in his heart, he even hoped that the girl would have the idea of stealing the treasure. Otherwise it would be too boring. Anyway, he had already obtained two things. The harvest was far more than he expected. If he did not find something to do, he could only leave with the old servant. For this young man, he would feel that something was missing. For example, in the house thousands of miles away from the town, he was wearing a golden robe with 9 pythons. Unfortunately, he was still missing a claw. Every chosen person who came to this small town could bring 3 tokens, each of which was placed in an embroidered pouch. The pouch that was handed to the gatekeeper was a toll that had to be taken out. No matter how high the gatekeeper's status was, no matter how dilapidated the city gate was, even if it was a country's monarch or a sex patriarch, they would still have to follow this rule. The other 2 brocade bags meant that they could take at most 2 treasures out of the town. Otherwise, even if they took 10 or 100 treasures, they had to return them one by one. The tokens in the bag were 3 kinds of copper coins with special shapes. They were the gambling money that the common people used to celebrate their victory, the spring money that the palace hung on the peach talisman every year, and the tribute money that was held in the palm of the statue of Lord Xing Wang. Although they were called copper coins, they were actually made of rare gold essence. For most of the ordinary people under the mountain, even official silver was not common, let alone a heavy bag of gold. It was enough to make people willing to sell their family heirlooms. The young man in embroidered clothes studied the 3 copper coins that were not recorded in the official history. However, he could not figure anything out. In front of him, the girl with a cold aura walked straight ahead, ignoring the master and servant in the alley. The brocade-clothed youth changed his mind at the last moment. He put away the imperial jade seal and put it into a cloth bag that he had prepared beforehand. He tied it to his waist, but he still stood in the middle of the alley. He had no intention of giving way. The tall and fair-skinned old man also stood up. With a soft and feminine voice, he said softly, "Your Highness, this person is a martial artist who has reached a high level in martial arts. You must not lower your guard. If it was outside the town, we wouldn't have to care. But here, even with my pure martial arts body, I have to bear the pressure of this world at all times. It's extremely uncomfortable. Once I use my chi and open my acupoints, it will be like a river flowing in reverse. My meridians and acupoints will flood out." "13. The girl in the curtained hat didn't care about the young man who was walking towards her. She looked over the young man's shoulder at the tall old man who was following closely behind. She said with a gloomy expression, "You wanted to kill just now. Although you have your reasons, I don't think it's right." The young man stopped 7 or 8 steps away from the cold-looking girl and said sincerely, "My name is Gao Zhen. I'm from Yang County of the Great Sui Kingdom. If Grandpa Wu offended you, I'm willing to apologize and compensate you." The tall old man stood behind the young man with complicated feelings. The so-called descendant of the Gao family of Yang County of the Great Sui Kingdom was just an indirect way of saying it. The Great Sui Kingdom had a history of 1,200 years. The people who sat on the dragon throne all had the surname Gao. The first emperor was from Yang County. The girl didn't care about this. She raised her hands and tightened the bandages. She said to the old man, "If we were outside, I wouldn't be able to defeat a martial arts grandmaster who might have already traveled far with the wind. But right now, if I use the flying sword, you will definitely die." The tall old man sneered, "As long as that assassin knows your trump card with his peak master physique, as long as he protects his vital parts, it doesn't matter even if you pierce through him 10 times. He is already like this, not to mention that I'm 2 realms higher than him. One of the realms is even seen as the natural barrier of martial arts. Little girl, I don't know where you got the confidence to say the words death is certain." The girl frowned. She held the handle of the sword with one hand. "I'm a person who is afraid of trouble and I hate arguing with people. Why don't we fight and see if it's true or not? Whoever wins is right. What do you think?" The old man, who rarely had the chance to be threatened, was a bit annoyed. If they weren't in this disgusting and treacherous place, with the girl's cultivation level, no matter how gifted she was, the old man would be able to kill 10 of them with one hand. Taking a step back, if it were not for the heavy responsibility of taking care of the young prince whom the Great Sui Kingdom had placed high hopes on, the old man would have taught this arrogant girl a lesson, even if he would be seriously injured by the self-circulating great ways here. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger, and her courage was commendable. But that did not mean that the tiger would not devour the calf. The brocade-clothed youth who called himself Gao Zhen hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "If Miss insists on pursuing the matter, I'm willing to take out this item as compensation." Gao Zhen lowered his head and opened the cloth pouch at his waist. He took out the imperial jade seal and held it with one hand before handing it to the girl in the curtained hat in the distance. "This is to show my sincerity. I only ask that you don't pursue Grandpa Wu's unintentional offense. After all, he did it out of loyalty and righteousness. He didn't have the intention to harm anyone." The tall old eunuch with white hair and eyebrows was suddenly frightened. He knelt down on one knee and said in panic, "Your Highness, you can't. This imperial jade seal is an opportunity for your Highness. It is a rare and pure treasure that can even carry the incense of the people. How can the two be compared? Your Highness is forcing this old servant to death." The face of the noble youth with the surname Gao stiffened. The girl seemed to be a bit impatient. She sneered and said, "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Everyone likes to cherish their own things. Take back the imperial jade seal. I've always liked the saying, a gentleman doesn't take what others like." The girl acted decisively and turned to leave. The brocade-clothed youth was relieved. "Get up, Grandpa Wu. It's not right to kneel." The 12 great Martin temples of the Great Sui Kingdom only kneel to the emperor. If this is seen by the 6 imperial censors or the people from the Ministry of Rights, both of us will be in trouble. Alright, this trip to the small town was completed successfully thanks to the protection of my ancestors. Let's not complicate things and leave this place quickly. Also, after we meet up with our own people outside, we can't let our guard down. You should know that among the 6 pillars of the Dali dynasty, the Yuan and Chao families are in opposing camps. Unfortunately, these 2 pillars of Dali have an irreconcilable enmity with the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family. If something happens to you here, Grandpa Wu, it will be difficult for me to return safely to the Great Sui Kingdom." The old man nodded and slowly got up. This old servant knows the severity of the matter. "Take it easy." When the old man said, "Take it easy," the girl in the curtained hat had already walked more than 20 steps. A breeze blew past the brocade-clothed youth. The hair on his temples and the sleeves of his brocade-clothed robe were blown up. It turned out that the old man beside him, who had great authority in the Great Sui Kingdom, had no intention of letting the girl go. At this moment he had already rushed forward. The first 3 steps he took were heavy on the ground of the alley. The sound was dull and went more than 10 feet deep into the ground. When he took the 4th step, the old man had already jumped up high and punched the back of the girl. The girl in the curtained hat suddenly twisted her waist. Using the tip of her left foot as a support point, She unsheathed her sword with her right hand. A snow-white light that was more dazzling than the sun appeared in the alley. The tall old man rushed forward and punched the edge of the sword directly. The back of his hand was only cut by the sharp edge of the sword. After the old eunuch's feet landed on the ground, he continued to rush forward and pushed the girl with the sword back. Then the old man casually stretched out his palm. It seemed slow and calm, but in fact, it hit the girl's forehead as fast as lightning. When the old man was about to increase his strength and smash the head hidden under the curtained hat, he quickly moved his feet and moved his body a foot to the side. With a puff sound, he looked down and found that a sharp weapon had penetrated his right chest from his back. It was the tip of a sword. The old man's expression didn't change. He put 2 fingers together to clamp the tip of the sword and pushed it back. He forcefully pushed the sharp flying sword that followed the girl's will out of his chest. Because of the obstruction of the flying sword, not only was the old eunuch unable to smash the girl's head with his palm, but the girl who was sent flying back and fell into the alley took the opportunity to catch her breath. She got up and quickly disappeared into a fork in the alley like a leopard. The young man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He clenched his fists and said angrily, "Imperial Horse Supervisor Eunuch Wu Wu Diao Temple. Why didn't you listen to my hints and insist on acting so stubbornly? Do you really think that your Wu Jiao Temple is the most invincible in this small town? We were clearly in the wrong first. After the incident, she didn't force us and was already willing to settle the matter peacefully. Why do you still have to be so vicious? You've gone too far." The old eunuch retracted his gaze from the direction of the girl's escape. He turned around and walked back. His back was straight, which made him seem even more imposing. The old man walked back slowly, step by step, as if he was stepping on the bottom of his heart. The young man felt the suffocating aura and was being oppressed by a servant. He became even more furious. His eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Imperial Horse Directorate Wu Jiao Temple, you're committing a capital offense." The old eunuch said indifferently, "Your Highness, a crime punishable by death must be decided by His Majesty himself. From my point of view, Your Highness' safety is of the utmost importance. As for the existence of the girl in the small town, in my point of view, it has already become an urgent matter. Therefore, if we really want everything to be fine, we can only kill her. Only when she is dead can our family be at ease." Seeing the uncontrollable rage in the young man's eyes, the old eunuch sighed and said softly, "I've worked in the imperial palace for more than 60 years. I've seen too much scheming and scheming. Whether it's bloody or not, I've seen too many. I don't have the slightest bit of confidence in people's hearts. I've personally dealt with no less than 30 assassinations on the way to protect the emperor. Your Highness, those assassins are sinister and deceitful. They're definitely unimaginable, especially those crazy death warriors. They can't be reasoned with. Take the masked assassin and the girl in the curtained hat as an example." The young man in embroidered clothes pointed at the old eunuch with a cold expression and said angrily, "Shut up, you old eunuch. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'm only sure that you've ruined my painstaking efforts to rope her in. Even a blind man knows how talented and amazing the girl who can control the flying sword is. Even among the cultivators on the mountain, she's the most outstanding genius. Such a character, not to mention the Great Sway Kingdom or Dali, even in the entire Eastern Aquarius continent, she's a rare existence. I only need to train her for 10 years, at most 20 years, and she'll become the most powerful assassin in my shadow. So what if you're a land immortal or a martial arts grandmaster? What's the result? I'm Gao Zhen, the future crown prince of the Great Sway Kingdom. I'm your master, old eunuch Wu." Strangely, the old eunuch was not annoyed by the old eunuch. Instead, he looked more and more pleased. When the young man finished venting, he finally stopped cursing. The old eunuch looked at the panting young man and said with a smile, "Your Highness, although you haven't experienced some things yourself and don't know the treacherous ways of the world and the sinister hearts of people, there's one thing Your Highness did very well. It's very similar to His Majesty's style in the past." The atmosphere was awkward. After Gao Zhen calmed down, he realized that he had made a big mistake. Before he was appointed as the crown prince, he had been so disrespectful to an old eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate and one of the 3 gatekeepers of the Great Sway Kingdom's palace. More importantly, this person was deeply trusted by his father and mother. Therefore, Prince Gao Zhen opened his mouth, but he saw the eunuch he had called an old eunuch. The eunuch smiled and said, "Your Highness, remember one thing. Don't say sorry to your servants casually. There's no need to. It's a waste of your status and the servants may not appreciate it. Even if you feel guilty, you should bury it deep in your heart. You should know that the emperor, who is known as the true dragon of the human world, is the supreme ruler of the world. Gao Jin said, Grandpa Wu, with my current status, it's too early to say this. The old eunuch suddenly tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. He pulled the young man behind him and looked at the masked assassin's body. A slender middle-aged Confucian scholar suddenly appeared at the end of the alley. He walked slowly to the assassin's body, squatted down and took off his mask. Only a strange face could be seen. He had no eyebrows, a shaved nose and words carved on his face. There was no doubt that this person used to be a convict when he was alive. The Confucian scholar was silent. Sure enough, this was premeditated. Perhaps this scheme had started from the Confucian temple. Gao Jin's eyes were burning. He walked out from behind the old eunuch and bowed. No matter what, he had to salute first. Then he raised his head and asked respectfully, May I ask if you are Mr. Qi from the Cliff Academy? The Confucian scholar stood up and said to Gao Jin, If you hadn't taken the opportunity first, the two of you wouldn't have been able to leave so easily today. According to the rules set by the four sages, the punishment for outsiders killing each other in the small town was not severe, but it was not light either. Compared to killing indiscriminately, the ordinary people in the small town would definitely be expelled. However, there was an obvious loophole in the fight between outsiders that could be mended after the sheep were lost. The reason why Gao Zhen and the other two groups of people had brought along a retinue was precisely because they were prepared for the worst, so they could use them as scapegoats at critical moments. Otherwise, just one person would cost half of the savings of the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. After all, it was the private savings of the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. It was easy to imagine how much money it would cost. So, who would be willing to be the scapegoat for no reason? In layman's terms, it was just spending money to avoid disaster. However, the expenses here could be described as emptying a mountain of gold and silver. The so-called extravagant spending in the secular world was simply child's play in comparison. Gao Zhen, who was ordered to leave, continued to say, Mr. Qi, if there is a chance in the future, can you come to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to give a lecture? The Great Sui Kingdom is willing to specially reserve the position of Imperial Tutor for you. The old eunuch thought for a while and decided not to stop the young man's presumptuous remarks. Speaking of that golden carp, I can't help but think of that straw sandal boy. The old eunuch smiled. Your Highness, are you thinking of finding a chance in the future to thank this boy? The young man shook his head. No, I'm just feeling sorry for that bag of copper coins. The old man couldn't help but laugh. In the future, there might be a thrifty emperor in the Sui dynasty. In a secluded alley going north and south, only the sound of wheels could be heard. There was a young Taoist priest with a lotus crown on his head who had stopped doing business early today. He was pushing the cart forward, thinking that after he returned to his residence, he would pack up and go home quickly. Whoever got involved in this mess would suffer. Suddenly, a slim person in black staggered out from the east and west side of the alley. Finally, she leaned against the wall and moved slowly. She covered her mouth with one hand through the thin veil of her veil hat and pointed at the young Taoist priest with the other hand. The young Taoist priest quickly lowered his head and murmured, Can't see me. Can't see me. Taishang Laojuan's order is as urgent as the law. Forget it, Buddha is protecting me, Bodhisattva is showing up. A Taoist priest didn't ask the three pure ones for help at the last moment. Instead, he begged Buddha and Bodhisattva. It was really unreasonable. As expected, Buddha and Bodhisattva didn't seem to be willing to pay attention to the disciples of other sections. The girl in the veil hat somehow mustered her last bit of strength and staggered toward the Taoist priest. She fell heavily with a thud, but her last hand grabbed the Taoist priest's ankle tightly. The young Taoist priest held his head with both hands and looked like he was about to break down. He looked up as if he was asking the sky. Such a huge karma hit me, isn't it the same as engraving the words death on my forehead? I've been wandering around all these years, eating and sleeping in the open, trekking through mountains and rivers, and often being bitten by dogs on the street. It's very hard, okay? F***ck the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom and that old dog surnamed Wu. Just you wait, this debt can't be settled without 500 years. My cultivation is so low, I really can't carry any heavy burden. The young Taoist who was already speaking incoherently lowered his head and almost burst into tears. Little girl, please be merciful and let this Taoist off. Later, this Taoist will help you find a place with beautiful scenery. The feng shui is excellent and it will definitely bring good fortune to your children. Oh no, Miss is still a virgin then. The girl had completely fainted. Seeing that there was no one around, The young Taoist priest squatted down and was about to quietly pry open the girl's 5 fingers. Whoosh! The flying sword hovered in the air, and the tip of the sword was less than 3 inches away from the young Taoist priest's forehead. The young Taoist priest calmly let go of her hand and said with a face full of pity, "Humans are not plants, how can we not have compassion? I've lived a good life, how can I be the kind of person who doesn't save people?" The young Taoist priest sat cross-legged, and his handsome face was almost wrinkled. Where to send her next is troublesome. The flying sword that had been 3 inches away from the Taoist priest's forehead suddenly moved forward by 1 inch. The Taoist explained patiently, "If I want your master to survive, I need a helper. Alright, go to the old pagoda tree and prick a pagoda leaf over. I'll help her preserve her vitality first. Your master is a little special. I don't want to blindly save people just to save people. If I accidentally delay her cultivation progress, this new karma makes me want to die again. Let's end this once and for all." The flying sword seemed to be hesitating, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly. The Taoist priest said angrily, "The earlier you go, the sooner your master can come back from the gates of hell. If you're late, we'll all die together." The flying sword disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Taoist priest said angrily in a low voice, "Only when the couple is in love can they become a couple. You Mr. Qi Jingchun are good. You don't even wipe your ass when you poop." The young Taoist priest held his chin with one hand and used his other hand to calculate. "Let me calculate which family you'll be sent to. You can survive and the other party won't be ruined. Let's start with the Liu family. Liu family won't do and they're similar to the Zhao family. They already have a chance. How about the Song family?" Before the Taoist priest in the alley finished speaking, all the door gods pasted on the doors of the Song family on Fulu Street instantly lost their vigor and dimmed. There were also wisps of green smoke that were invisible to the naked eye. Deep in the courtyard, a barefoot old man pushed the door open and stood in the courtyard cursing angrily, "Which bastard is plotting against the foundation of the Song family? Come out and fight." The young Taoist priest coughed and muttered to himself, "The Liu family of Fulu Street looks prosperous. They seem to be the ones who can shoulder the burden. Why don't you give it a try?" The plaque of the Liu family's family hall that had been passed down for thousands of years shattered with a bang. Shocking cracks appeared on it. An old woman with a deep voice knocked heavily on the ground with a dragon-headed walking stick. "Who are you? Can you come out and meet us?" The young Taoist pretended that nothing had happened. "That's the Wei family of Peachleaf Alley? I can tell that your family has accumulated good karma. You'll definitely be able to bear this karma." Soon an old man used a secret technique to transmit his voice to the school. He roared angrily, "Qi Jingchun, aren't you going to do anything? If you can't or don't dare to do anything, get out of here and give the position to Ruan Cheng. Let him deal with this sneaky guy. Or is all this just you, Qi Jingchun, venting your personal grudges?" A man was leading people to dig a well by the stream south of the covered bridge in the small town. He stood up straight and moved his lips slightly towards the north. Like spring thunder, his voice rumbled in the sky above Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. "Enough. You're not allowed to be disrespectful to Mr. Qi. And I, Ruan Cheng, will never get involved in the town's affairs before the spring equinox." For a moment the world was silent and everything was silent. The culprit sitting next to the cart in the alley was grabbing one of the black-clothed girl's hands. Then he threw the emerald locust tree leaf brought by the flying sword onto her bloody palm. After the locust tree leaf touched the wound on the girl's palm, it melted like snow and disappeared in an instant. The young Taoist sighed and said, "Every time I see such a scene, I have to feel for this creation of the world." After pondering for a long time, the Taoist still couldn't think of a satisfactory sentence. In the end, the young Taoist lowered his head and looked at the girl who was slightly flushed. He was a little troubled. "Since the fate you're involved with is greater than I imagined, then I can only go against the Tao. There are 600 families in the small town, and their roots are intertwined with each other. For generations they've been immersed in the aura of this arcane realm. It's easy for me to find someone with fate, but it's harder than reaching the sky to find a pauper. It's like finding a high-ranking official in the court hall. It's easy, but how can I find a beggar?" The young Taoist was surprised. He really found such a pitiful person. He wasn't surprised at all. Instead he was frightened. He closed his eyes and asked himself. The young Taoist sighed. "No matter what, let's see what you choose first. I won't force you. If you don't want to, I'll bear the karma myself." Finally he put his palms together like a monk. "Buddha bless me, Bodhisattva, please help me get through this disaster." In Clay Bottle Alley. The young Taoist bent over and pushed a two-wheeled cart to a courtyard door. After knocking on the door he asked, "Is Chin Pingan here?" In the corner of the cart, there was a long sword with a snow-white sheath. The flying sword in the sheath looked sickly, as if it despised the young Taoist for finding such a poor place. 14. The young Taoist had already thought of a lot of words to answer the question of, "Who is she?" But unexpectedly, the door of the yard was opened quickly. Obviously, the boy in the shabby alley directly skipped that part. The Clay Bottle Alley was one of the narrowest alleys in the town. The Taoist's double-wheeled wooden cart could not be placed outside to block the road. Fortunately, Chin Pingan looked as thin as a match and did not have much strength. In fact, his strength was not small. He helped the young Taoist to carry the heavy cart into the yard without much effort. From the beginning to the end, the boy did not say anything, which made the young Taoist feel a little embarrassed after closing the door. It was like a thick-skinned person who went to the door to borrow money, and the host entertained him with good tea, wine, and meat. If the guest had a little conscience left, it would be more difficult to ask. The young Taoist thought that since he was going to be embarrassed anyway, he might as well get it over with. He lifted up a cotton mattress covering the cart, revealing a black-clothed girl who was curled up on her side. The curtained hat was slanted but did not fall off, stubbornly covering its owner's face. For some reason, when he lifted up the thin mattress, a bloody smell immediately hit his face. Only then did Chin Pingan realize that she was dressed in black, and there was blood faintly seeping out. Chin Pingan did not expect that a small piece of mattress could completely cover the strong smell. The boy just stepped back and asked, "Taoist, what are you going to do?" The young Taoist said, "Save her. She was seriously injured and no one in the town was willing to save her. No wonder they don't care about their own business. So I thought that you might be an exception." Chin Pingan hit the nail on the head and asked, "How did she get hurt?" The Taoist's face did not turn red and his heart did not skip a beat. He said, "Just now when I was pushing the cart past the memorial archway, I saw this young girl from another village. She actually said that she was going to make a steel inscription on the horizontal board, Chi Chong Fighting Bull. She took her brushes and other things and climbed up. As for the steel rubbing, how should I put it, it's just a business of copying. Most of the time, this poor Taoist can't explain it clearly. In any case, after this little girl climbed up, she lowered her head and bent over to sit on the beam. This poor Taoist was scared out of his wits and had no choice but to stop and remind her to be careful from time to time. Who would have thought that in the end she was still too engrossed in the process? Suddenly, with a bang, she fell solidly on the ground. You also know that the ground of the memorial arch is not as hard as that of your mud bottle alley. It's as hard as the bluestone of Fulu Street. This poor Taoist might have injured her internal organs and intestines. This poor Taoist is a monk, so he must be merciful and can't leave her alone, right? I can't do anything about it, so I can't do anything about it. Along the way, every family despised her for being covered in blood. It's just the new year and it's too unlucky. No one was willing to carry her into the house. I also know that this is human nature, so I have no choice but to come to you. To put it bluntly, if you don't want to take her in, then I'm not an immortal who can save people from the gates of hell. I can only wait for the girl to take her last breath and try my best to find a place to dig a hole and set up a steel." The Taoist purposely spoke very quickly and did not enunciate clearly. It was obvious that he wanted to confuse the young man by talking in circles and muddle his way through first. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as there is a beginning, you can take one step at a time. There is always a way out and there will always be a light at the end of the tunnel. Chin Pingan's eyes were complicated. He looked at the young Taoist who was full of hope and then glanced at the girl in black who was lifeless. After a struggle, he nodded and said, "How do you save her?" The young Taoist was suddenly in high spirits. "All right. With your words, Chin Pingan, half of it is true. Don't be fooled by her terrible injuries, as if the king of hell had scratched off her name in the book of life and death. In fact, it's not as bad as you think. Of course, what this penniless priest said just now is also true. There are all kinds of mysteries involved. For example, this lady's desire to live is extremely strong. In addition, she seems to have some family secrets that can protect her vital heart acupoint and elixir chamber. Also, our town is a very interesting place. There are many strange things. Eating or catching them will be of great benefit." The young Taoist came back to his senses and realized that he had revealed a lot of heavenly secrets. He laughed dryly and said, "You don't understand anyway, right?" The young boy said seriously, "I don't understand, but I remember most of it." The young Taoist asked tentatively, so when you heard the knocking sound in the house, you knew it was me, the fortune teller who set up the stall? Qin Pingan hesitated and said, yes. The young Taoist asked curiously, you have a good memory? How good? The young boy looked at the dying girl in black. The young Taoist explained with a smile, she's in a very mysterious state right now. She can't move her body at will. It's best to wait for a while. Qin Pingan was skeptical. It's easier for me to remember things by looking at them than by listening to them. The young Taoist asked, give me an example? Qin Pingan thought for a while. For example, the head of the dragon kiln, Master Yao, his jumping knife technique is the best among all the old masters in the town. I actually remember all the details after seeing it once, but the young Taoist smiled and continued the topic. But your hands and feet can't keep up, right? Qin Pingan's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. The young Taoist smiled knowingly. Then have you ever thought about what's so good about old man Yao's unique skill? Qin Pingan's face darkened. I couldn't figure it out before. Later, Lu Xianyang told me that old man Yao said that if you want to do the best with the jumping knife, you must have a steady heart and not just your hands. After I heard these words, I somewhat understood. I was too anxious before. The more anxious I was, the more chaotic my hands were. The more chaotic it was, the easier it was to make mistakes. Once I made a mistake, I could see clearly where I didn't do like old man Yao. Then I became even more anxious. That's why I've always been the worst at the dragon kiln. The young Taoist said indifferently, there's an old saying that the master leads you through the door, but the master never thought of leading you through the door. How can you cultivate then? Qin Pingan shook his head. I'm clumsy. Not to mention Lu Xianyang, I can't even compare to an ordinary apprentice. It's not strange that old man Yao doesn't like me. The young Taoist suddenly smiled. Qin Pingan, do you know how hard it is to understand the word steady heart? It's very hard to understand. You can't belittle yourself. Qin Pingan still shook his head. It's like catching fish in a small stream. I'm standing at a place where the water doesn't reach my knees. Bending down to catch the fish that's catching. Some people are good at swimming. They can dive into a deep pit and hold their breath for a long time before catching the fish. That's also catching. Taoist priest, the two are different, right? The young Taoist priest laughed and declined to comment. Suddenly he said, we can save her now. Qin Pingan was stunned. The young Taoist priest was also stunned. Why are you in a daze? Carry that girl to the room and put her on the bed. Qin Pingan didn't move at all. And then? The Taoist priest said righteously, of course we'll first help the girl change into a clean set of clothes. Then we'll go to the medicine shop and grab a few herbs to replenish qi and nurture the vitality. When that time comes, I'll have to personally come out of the mountain and show my skills. Qin Pingan asked with a dark face, when the girl wakes up, will I be beaten to death by her? The young Taoist priest said without hesitation, no. You're her savior. How can there be such an ungrateful person in this world? Qin Pingan was silent. The Taoist priest coughed and his aura suddenly decreased. Probably not? Qin Pingan sighed and asked tentatively, there's a girl next door called GQ. Let her do these things? The young Taoist priest said helplessly, no, the crux of the problem lies here. Qin Pingan didn't insist. He squatted on the ground and scratched his head with both hands. The young Taoist priest suddenly asked, do you have anything you want to ask? If you ask, I may not be able to answer all your questions. But I'll try my best to answer some of them. How about it? Qin Pingan sighed and stood up. Let's save her first. The young Taoist priest smiled. Good. He quietly flicked his sleeves and suppressed a restless flying sword into its sheath. Qin Pingan carried the girl into the house and gently placed her on the wooden bed. The wooden bed that Lu Xianyang sat on earlier had just been repaired. There was a wooden stool under the bed. The young Taoist priest followed behind and stepped through the door. He looked around and found that the house was just like this. The young Taoist priest patted his head and went out to get a pen and paper. He was going to write a prescription for the boy to grab the herbs. After returning to the house, the young Taoist priest shook his head and deliberately didn't look at the wooden bed. He thought that the poor boy was definitely going to have a hard time. The boy sitting on the edge of the bed had already taken off the girl's veil hat, revealing a pale face covered in blood. The so-called bleeding from the 7 orifices was probably referring to the scene under the boy's eyes. The boy quickly stood up and took a stool from the table and placed it beside the bed. He then quickly ran to a corner of the wall. There was a small wooden rack with pots and pans neatly placed on it. Next to the wooden rack, there was a small water jar covered with wooden planks to block mosquitoes and flies. The water jar was filled with well water from Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane. The boy took a wooden basin and a gourd ladle and squatted beside the water jar. He scooped out water from the jar and quickly poured it into the wooden basin. He then placed a clean cotton cloth on the edge of the basin and placed it on the stool beside the bed. The young Taoist priest turned his head and raised a piece of paper in his hand. "There's a small medicine shop on Falou Street. Take this prescription and go get the herbs." The boy was puzzled. "Didn't you say that before?" The young Taoist looked confused. He blinked and said, "That's right. I'm telling you to be careful when you're getting the herbs. Don't be too high profile, lest you cause a storm in the city and ruin the lady's reputation." Chin Pingan made an O sound and asked while washing the cotton cloth, "Do you have money to get the herbs?" The young Taoist priest suddenly became nervous. "You don't?" Chin Pingan placed the wooden basin on the table and took out a golden copper coin from somewhere and gently placed it on the table. "Taoist priest, I'll take this and exchange it with you for an ordinary copper coin. As for how to exchange it, it's up to you." The young Taoist priest thought for a moment. "This copper coin on the table is enough to buy the things on the prescription. I'll go get the money for you now." Soon the Taoist priest came back with a bag of ordinary copper coins and a few pieces of silver. He handed them all to Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan reminded him, "I'll pour this basin of water later. Taoist priest, you don't have to help. Song Jisun lives next door and likes new things. It won't be good if he sees it." The young Taoist priest solemnly said, "Chin Pingan, don't you have any questions?" Chin Pingan stood in place and roughly weighed the copper coins and silver pieces. After he knew what they were, he carefully put them away and signaled for them to talk outside. After the two of them walked out of the door, the straw sandals youth raised his head and slowly said, "I know you're not ordinary people. Old Yao said a long time ago when he was drunk that our town was unusual. Everything was strange and everyone was strange. However, Old Yao couldn't say what was strange about it. Of course, I don't know either." This time, Gukan said that the storyteller could pour out a big vat of water from an ordinary big white bowl. Although Gukan is annoying, I know that he wasn't lying about this. Just like... The young man paused for a moment before continuing. "Just like today, there was a very tall woman in the alley outside the door. She used her finger to flick my forehead once and her palm hit my chest once. In the end she said that I was going to die soon. I knew that what she said was true." The young Taoist priest's face was solemn. Chin Pingan finally said, "Taoist priest, you said that after burning the talisman you wrote, it would bring good luck to my parents. I actually believe you. That's why you came to me and asked me to save them. I didn't say anything just now, but I hope you can promise me one thing. If you agree, no matter what you want me to do, there won't be a problem. If you don't agree, I'll get the prescription and help you decoct the medicine. After that, I'll chase you away." The Taoist priest asked, "What's your condition? Tell me." The youth who always gave people the impression of being calm and experienced was actually a little nervous. He replied, "My parents passed away when I was very young. I don't know why, but I remember a lot of things when I was young. It's just that my parents' faces are always blurry and I can't remember clearly. After that, I ate baija rice for a period of time and relied on the neighbors to survive. Once, I heard someone say that I was born on the 5th of May. Judging from their tone, it shouldn't be a very auspicious day. There was someone next door who was more direct and frank." The young man had been beating around the bush. After pausing for a while, he finally went straight to the point. He lowered his head and said in a dull tone, "After I help you save someone, and I'm saying if one day I suddenly die, can you help me reincarnate as my parents' child in my next life?" The young Taoist priest was silent. Chin Pingan grinned and scratched his head. "It's okay if you can't do it. Indeed, there's no such thing in the world. It's my fault." The Taoist priest smiled bitterly. "What about that girl?" Chin Pingan suddenly turned his back to the Taoist priest. He raised his fist and waved it. For the first time he joked, "She's so pretty. I'd be a fool if I don't save her." The young Taoist priest looked at the youth who pretended to be relaxed and pushed the door open to leave. The youth who was walking in the clay bottle alley seemed to have thought of someone and burst into tears. 15. When the youth walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, he happened to run into Song Jisun's maidservant, GQ. After she had sent the tall girl to Gukan's house, she didn't rush home. Instead, she passed through the alley and strolled around the small shops in Apricot Blossom Alley. Although she didn't buy anything, she was still in a good mood. She skipped along the way cheerful and light. She was a young girl who grew up in the countryside and seemed to have a grassy fragrance. Compared to those noble ladies who lived in large mansions and deep courtyards, she was different. When she saw the youth with straw sandals, she didn't lower her head like before. Instead, she slightly quickened her pace and walked sideways. Instead, she stopped and stared at this neighbor who she didn't often interact with. She wanted to say something but stopped. Chin Pingan smiled at her and jogged past her. Then he ran faster and faster. GQ quietly stood at the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley and turned her head to look. The shabby youth running under the sun was like a tenacious wild cat. He didn't look good, but he didn't seem to starve to death. The young girl was not well liked in the small town. Due to the eccentric temperament of the young Song Jisin, the maidservant named Jigue always gave people the feeling that she did not fit in with the crowd, no matter whether she went to the Iron Lock well to fetch water, went to the market to buy things, or bought stationery for the young man. She did not have any playmates of the same age and never liked to talk much when she met acquaintances. For the people of the small town who liked to be lively and festive, such a young girl was really difficult to get close to. In this regard, Chin Pingan's situation was actually somewhat similar to the maidservant, GQ. The difference was that although the youth didn't like to talk, his personality was definitely not annoying. On the contrary, the youth was gentle and friendly. He never had a sharp edge. It was only because his family was in decline and he went to the dragon kiln early to make a living, that he didn't seem to be close to the neighbors. Of course, the neighbors in Mud Bottle Alley did have some inexplicable scruples about the youth's birthday. The 5th day of the 5th month was an evil day in the small town's customs. The youth was born on this day. Coupled with the death of his parents, Chin Pingan had become the last child of the family. Naturally, people would whisper in their hearts. Especially the old people who liked to join in the fun by the old pagoda tree. They were especially alienated from the youth in Mud Bottle Alley. In private, they would warn their children not to get close to him. However, when the children were reluctant and asked why, the old people couldn't give a reason. At this time, a slender figure came out of the alley and stood beside the young girl. GQ turned her head and didn't say a word. She just walked forward. The man turned around and walked side by side with her in Mud Bottle Alley. It was the school teacher, Chi Jingchun, the only scholar in the small town. He was a true Confucian disciple. The young girl kept walking with a cold face. Isn't it good for the two of us to mind our own business? Moreover, Mr., don't forget that it was indeed you who had the advantage of time, place, and people. I was just a lowly servant, so of course I could only swallow my anger. But recently, Mr., there seems to be some problems with your Dharma sect that's tens of millions of miles away, right? So now you are just the water in the well and I am the river. The uninvited guest of Mud Bottle Alley, Mr. Chi, smiled and said, Wang Zhu, forget it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do for the time being. I'll just call you Jigue. Jigue, have you ever thought that although you are blessed by the heavens and the earth, do you really think that I don't have the means to suppress you? Or do you think that thousands of years ago, the 4 mysterious sages came together and set the rules in person? They just talked about it and didn't leave any backup plan? In the end, you are just a frog in a well. The sky is high and the earth is vast. It is far from what the well looks like. The girl frowned. Mr. Chi, don't try to scare me with your words. I'm not my family's young master, Song Jisin. I'm not interested in your pompous words and I've never believed them. Why don't you be frank with me? Whether you want to fight to the death or part on good terms, I will accept it. The middle-aged Confucian said slowly, I advise you not to push your luck in the future after you get out of this cage. It is not good for anyone. Especially after you and him embark on the path of cultivation. Whether you become Taoist companions or not, you should restrain yourself and not be arrogant. This is not a threat. It is just some words from the bottom of my heart before we part. It is also a kind reminder. Logically speaking, the two people's identities were worlds apart. However, the maidservant GQ was neither servile nor overbearing. She even seemed to be half a head stronger than the Confucian. She sneered, kind? 4,000 of years, you amazing cultivators have been high and mighty, drawing a circle on the ground and treating this place as a field of crops, harvesting a crop this year and plucking a bundle the next year. Year after year, this has not changed for thousands of years. Why are you only thinking of being kind to others now? I heard the young master say something which many of you regard as a standard. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have a different heart, right? So you can't blame Mr. Chi. After all. Mr. Chi continued to move forward. He took a step forward gently and said with a faint smile, Oh? After one step. The maidservant GQ's expression changed slightly. The two of them didn't know when they were standing in a place. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Only in the distance above their heads, there were countless rays of divine light sprinkling down. They felt as if they were at the bottom of a bottomless well. The golden sunlight slowly fell from the mouth of the well. The middle-aged Confucian wore a green robe. There were bursts of flowing lights and colors on his robe. The noble spirit was just and honorable. The girl's face was ferocious at first, but she quickly regained her indifferent and numb expression. She murmured, 60 years of Buddhist chanting is like thunder in my ears. 60 years of Taoist talisman is like a maggot in a tarsal bone, biting with all his might. 60 years of noble spirit is covering the sky and the sun. There is no place to hide. 60 years of military sword chi is like a bull turning over. There is no place to hide. Every 60 years is a cycle of reincarnation. It has been 3,000 years and there has never been a day of peace. I just want to know where the so-called Great Tao root is. I can see and hear the words in the books but I can't find it. She looked at the righteous middle-aged man in a daze. He was not only an unknown teacher in a remote village, but also Qi Jingchun from the Cliff Academy of Confucianism. He was a scholar that even the powerful Martin Temple of the Great Sui Kingdom had to respectfully address him as Sir. The girl suddenly smiled and asked, Sir, how can you teach me? How can you persuade me to be good? If I remember correctly, the holy master of Confucianism and one of the Taoist ancestors once mentioned education without discrimination. The man shook his head and said, It's useless to talk to you about the teachings of the saints. The girl seemed to be chatting casually with the Confucian scholar, but in fact she was like a taut bow. She kept looking around from the corner of her eyes, looking for clues to break the situation. The Confucian scholar ignored this and sneered. I know that you have endless anger, resentment, and killing intent. It's not that I can't tolerate different kinds of people, but you have to know that being compassionate and showing mercy is never the true teachings of the three religions. Our young master often says that arguing with scholars is the most boring. The girl twitched the corner of her mouth and narrowed her strange golden eyes. So Mr. Qi is really having a final burst of consciousness. Naturally, he is more difficult to deal with than before. He laughed it off. It's okay if you can't reason with me, but as long as I, Qi Jingchun, am alive and have the right to guard this place, you ungrateful bastard will not be able to bare your fangs and brandish your claws. The girl pointed at herself and asked with a smile, I'm ungrateful? The middle-aged Confucian scholar said angrily, when you were at your weakest, you had to lower your head and take the initiative to sign a contract with someone. Who saved you in the snowy days of Mud Bottle Alley? Who was the one who nibbled away his remaining fate over the years? The girl smiled and said, when you are hungry you have to find something to eat and fill your stomach. Isn't this the natural thing to do? Besides, he didn't have any great opportunities in the first place. The sooner he dies, the sooner he can be reincarnated. Maybe there will be some slim hope in his next life. If we let a rootless duckweed like him stay in this town, then it will be really... The Confucian scholar waved his sleeve and said softly, shut up. The Confucian scholar angrily rebuked, the mystery of the great Tao is the law of the world. How can you decide it? Everyone has their own fate. What right do you have to make choices for others? A dazzling golden hand appeared above the girl's head. It had a majestic aura, like a Buddha subduing a demon with one palm, like a Taoist ancestor suppressing evil with one palm. It quickly pressed down on the girl's head, forcing her to kneel down instantly and kowtow heavily to the ground. The sound of her kowtowing was loud. The girl with her head lowered struggled to get up with her hands on the ground. Her face couldn't be seen, but she let out a sinister laugh. You can force me to lower my head, but I will never admit my mistake. The majestic golden hand grabbed the girl's head, lifted it up and pressed it down and kowtowed again. This time the sound was as loud as spring thunder. The Confucian scholar said in a deep voice, don't forget. This slim chance of survival is given to you by the saints. You didn't fight for it. Otherwise, not to mention suppressing you for 3,000 years, how difficult would it be to suppress you for 30,000 years? The girl whose head was still pressed down said in a hoarse voice, I won't walk your *T great Tao. The Confucian scholar raised his arm high and slammed it down toward the void in front of him. How dare you? Suppress for me. A white jade seal appeared in the center of the golden light shining down from the mouth of the well. It was 10 feet wide and square, and there were 8 ancient characters engraved on the seal. Some of them were bright red and dazzling. Countless purple bolts of lightning lingered around the seal, making crackling sounds. With Qi Jingchun's command, it could be said that words were law. The giant seal fell from the sky, smashing into the back of the girl who was kneeling on the ground. This giant seal that contained the pressure of the heavenly Tao didn't seem to be a physical object. It didn't press the girl to the ground. Instead, it was wrapped in wind and thunder, quickly embedding itself into the ground and disappearing without a trace. But after a moment, the girl's entire body seemed to have been smashed apart by a heavy object. She collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, looking incomparably miserable. Even so, the girl's 5 fingers were like hooks. She exerted all her strength, and her fingernails seemed to be carving words into the ground. Qi Jingchun was expressionless. He coldly said, 3 kowtows. It is for you to bow to the heavens and earth. Common people. Great Tao. The girl's eyes were dull and she didn't respond. Qi Jingchun gently waved his sleeve, dispersing that suffocating majesty. I, Qi Jingchun, am only a rotten scholar under a sage, yet I can force you to kowtow 3 times. Once you go out and do whatever you want, aren't you afraid of encountering an existence even more unreasonable than you, crushing you with a single finger? Qi Jingchun sighed. You are indeed suppressed and detained here. But have you ever thought that there is no such thing as absolute freedom in this world? I, the sage of Confucianism, set up all kinds of etiquette. Aren't we seeking another kind of freedom for the common people? As long as you don't violate the rules and regulations, as long as you abide by etiquette, one day where can you not go in this vast world? The girl raised her head and stared at the middle-aged scholar. Qi Jingchun took a step forward. Heaven and earth returned to normal. He and the maid, GQ, returned to Mud Bottle Alley. The sun was warm and the spring breeze was gentle. The girl stood up shakily. Her smile was deathly pale, revealing her sharp teeth. This servant will remember Mister's teachings today. Qi Jingchun didn't speak further. He turned and left. She suddenly asked, even if I am ungrateful towards Qin Pingan, Mister is an outstanding student of a sage. Why do you stand by and do nothing? Why do you only favor your disciple, Zhao Yao, and my young master? As for Qin Pingan, who has an ordinary background, you don't care about him at all? Isn't this the same as a merchant doing business? If there is a rare commodity, you will carefully cultivate it. If there is a crude commodity, you will half-heartedly deal with it. You don't care whether or not it can be sold for a good price. Qi Jingchun smiled. The heavens move vigorously, and a gentleman must constantly strive to improve himself. The girl was at a loss. When the middle-aged scholar's figure disappeared at the end of the alley, a look of disdain appeared on the girl's face. She limped back to her own courtyard. When she passed by Qin Pingan's house, she wrinkled her nose and frowned. She was a little confused. However, due to the collapse of that damned scholar's cultivation, the town's secrets were revealed everywhere. It was like a boat leaking water everywhere. She couldn't even take care of herself. She had to carefully plan for the future, so she didn't bother to fuss over every ounce. When she pushed open the door to the courtyard, an inconspicuous 4-legged snake darted out from an unknown corner and quickly crawled to her feet. She angrily kicked it away. In Qin Pingan's house, the young Taoist sat at the table looking down. The girl in black, who was about to die not long ago, could now sit cross-legged on the bed by herself. She didn't wear a curtain hat, revealing a face that left a deep impression on people. It wasn't that the girl was devastatingly beautiful. It was just that her heroic spirit made people forget her outstanding appearance to a large extent. The girl's eyebrows were not like willow leaves but like narrow knives. When she stared at the young Taoist with a sense of scrutiny, the latter was a little embarrassed. He didn't do anything bad, but he was a little guilty. The young Taoist coughed and quickly cleared his name. Miss, I'll say it first. I saved you, but I carried you into the house, took off your curtain hat, washed your face and so on. His name is Qin Pingan, the owner of this dilapidated house. He's a poor young man like charcoal. His parents are dead. He used to be a porcelain kiln maker. He even asked me for a piece of talisman paper. That's about it. If you have any other questions, I'll tell you everything I know. Just like that, the straw sandals youth was completely sold out. The girl nodded. She didn't get angry. She just generously and sincerely said, "Thank you for saving my life." The young Taoist, who was even more nervous, laughed dryly and said, "It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's fine as long as you're fine." The girl in black asked, "You're not from the Eastern Bottle continent?" The young Taoist asked back, "You're not from there either, right?" She made a sound of agreement. The Taoist also made a sound of agreement. The young Taoist with the lotus crown on his head smiled and said, "My name is Lu Qin. I don't have a Taoist name. You can just call me Taoist Lu." The girl nodded slightly and glanced at the young Taoist's crown. The young Taoist hesitated for a moment before plucking up his courage and saying, "Although that young man did something inappropriate, it was an emergency. Furthermore, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Therefore, I hope you won't blame me if I offended you." The girl smiled and said, "Taoist Lu, I'm not an unreasonable person." The young Taoist laughed and said, "That's good, that's good." The girl raised her eyebrows. The young Taoist's smile stiffened. She looked around with a dull expression. She said casually, "I heard that the #1 swordsman in this continent, Master Ruan, planned to forge a sword here. I followed him all the way here, hoping he could forge a sword for me." The young Taoist sighed and said, "If it's really him, it won't be easy for him to forge a sword." The girl in black was clearly troubled. "It's very difficult." At this time, the young man was carrying bags of herbs in his left hand and a small package in his right hand. He knocked on the door symbolically and quickly stepped over the threshold. "16. The girl was fine." The young Taoist couldn't help but laugh. The young Taoist suddenly realized that the atmosphere was a little strange and quickly changed the topic. "The young leaves of the green waterpool dragon-scaled grass, oh, we call it the three-spring willow here. The leaves were picked at the wrong time, 7 or 8 days late. And this pack of dragon-flying grass, also known as girl's waste, was too careless when it was ground into powder. And this pile of paper flowers, the Yang family's shop, is even worse. They agreed on 3 tails, why is 1 tail missing?" The young Taoist poured beans from a bamboo tube and picked out a lot of problems, almost none of which he was satisfied with. It felt like he had some personal grudges with the Yang family's pharmacy. Finally, he made a big turn and concluded, "The conscience of the shopkeeper of this shop was eaten by a dog. But the herbs on the table are enough to decoct medicine to save people. Of course, this is mainly due to Miss Ning Yao's good health. At most, it has half a copper coin to do with the Yang family's pharmacy." The young Taoist patted his head and spread out a plain white paper. As he wrote, he exhorted, "I almost forgot. This humble Taoist will write a prescription for decocting medicine for you. This is a real and meticulous job. Qin Pingan, you can't be careless. This humble Taoist prescription is not only for healing, but also for consolidating the foundation and nurturing the primordial spirit. It's the best way for a military strategist to be in an invincible position. Moreover, it's good that it's gentle and doesn't hurt people. At most, it will take a little more time and buy more herbs. It's just a matter of spending money." This penniless Taoist has already written down on the paper the exact time to boil the medicine. Even the exact time to boil the medicine is also particular. In short, in the next 10 days, Qin Pingan, you have to work hard. Men are meant to carry burdens. Otherwise, how can there be such a thing as an indomitable spirit? You can't shirk your responsibilities and let the girl look down on you." When he said the words, "indomitable spirit," the young Taoist shook his head imperceptibly. The prescription was only half a piece of paper, but the decoction used 2 pieces of paper. The words were very common, square and regular. Qin Pingan was a little anxious and asked, "Are you not going to care about things after this? Wouldn't it be safer for Taoist priests to personally oversee such a matter of life and death?" The young Taoist said helplessly, "This poor Taoist is about to leave the small town. Within the borders of the Southern Stream Kingdom, there is a sect of this poor Taoist's lineage. There is a ceremony to be held and this poor Taoist would like to see it with his own eyes." Qin Pingan felt even more helpless. "But Taoist priest, I can't read." The young Taoist was taken aback. He smiled and said, "It's all right. Miss Ning can read. Before you brew the medicine, just ask her more about it." The girl nodded. Qin Pingan still wanted to say something, but the young Taoist suddenly remembered something. He took out a small and exquisite green jade seal from his sleeve and gently blew on the seal. Then he pressed down heavily on the paper with the prescription written on it. After lifting the seal from the paper, he was quite satisfied. After putting it into his sleeve, the young Taoist handed it to Qin Pingan along with the other 2 pieces of paper. "Keep it well. Most of the books in the town are private collections. It's not easy for you to buy them. If you really want to learn how to read, you can start from this poor Taoist's prescription." The young Taoist smiled at the young girl and said, "A duckweed returns to the sea, it's a small world. Miss Ning will meet again someday?" The black-clothed girl said seriously, "Taoist priest Lu will meet again someday. I can't thank you enough. In the future, if you need my help, you can send a flying sword letter to Inverted Hanging Mountain. But Taoist priest, please remember not to forget to sign your name, Lu Chen. Otherwise, Inverted Hanging Mountain may not allow a flying sword to enter the mountain gate." After hearing the name, Inverted Hanging Mountain, the young Taoist was clearly surprised. He wanted to say something but stopped. The girl shook her head slightly. He quickly understood her intention and didn't ask any more questions. There were some things that were better left unknown to the young man in the room. The young Taoist took the lead to leave the room. He didn't forget to pull the young man's arm. Qin Pingan, this poor Taoist has something to say to you. Qin Pingan first placed the package on the bed and told the black-clothed girl that it was a new set of clothes that he bought. After the two of them came to the courtyard, the young Taoist directly asked in a low voice, "With your memory, you must have already recognized the words on the first prescription. In addition, there's a scholar living next door. Being illiterate is not the real reason why you stopped this poor Taoist from leaving." Qin Pingan replied, "With Taoist priest's ability, you must know the reason." The young Taoist couldn't help but laugh. "You thought that you were going to die, so you were afraid that no one would take care of that little girl?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Since I opened the door at that time, I have to take responsibility until the end." The young Taoist stood beside the cart. He put two fingers together and quietly wiped them. The white scabbard long sword that the scholar Qi Jingchun inserted into the two-word sword quietly flew into the room. The black-clothed girl probably didn't want to scare Qin Pingan, so she acquiesced to the flying sword's action. The young Taoist thought for a moment. When he was thinking, he subconsciously stretched out a finger and knocked on the lotus crown on his head. Finally he said, "Before I came here, I heard from a senior brother that when doing things, one must be reasonable and close to people. Since this is the case, this poor Taoist shouldn't be too rigid and harsh. Although everyone has their own fate, since the fundamental doctrine of this poor Taoist sect is different from the edicts of ordinary Taoist orthodoxies. It's fate that we met, and it can barely be considered a good fate. This poor Taoist might as well go with the flow. The lot pot and the 108 lots can't be given to you. Karma is too messy. Once it's not clear and can't be severed, it's very troublesome. As for the private seal, it's a bit heavy. If I give it to you, once the restriction on the town is gone, everything will be exposed to the light of day. If this poor Taoist doesn't want to harm you, what am I doing? Alas, should I give you some gold, silver, and copper coins? That's too careless and tacky. How can this poor Taoist have the nerve to?" Unexpectedly, Qin Pingan said firmly, "Taoist Lu, if you give me money, it's very careless and not tacky." The young Taoist said with a playful smile, "You don't understand the previous two things, but you definitely know that their significance is not small. Why don't you ask for them?" The young man said slowly, "A white bowl that can at least hold a big jar of water, a Taoist priest who can burn talisman paper for the elders in the netherworld, a seriously injured and strange girl, and a bag of copper coins made of 28 pieces of gold. In the past, it was old Yao who said that our place was strange, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. If it wasn't for the two foreigners, I would have avoided all of you and wouldn't have opened the door today." The young Taoist leaned on the cart and said in a deep voice, "That foreigner girl used her finger to touch your glabella. It's a dirty business of forcefully opening people's aperture acupoints. In martial arts, it's called guidance. There are different techniques and good intentions. For example, the door of your house is not solid, right? She deliberately used a hammer to knock it. Of course, the door can be opened, but in fact, it's damaged the foundation. Think about it, in the future, in the weather of wind and snow, the person who opened the door would have left long ago. But what about you, the owner of the house who lives in the house all year round?" Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment. "I'm still able to bear hardships." Looking at the straw sandals young man who didn't seem to be joking at all, the young Taoist laughed angrily. "This is the first time she harmed you. If your muscles and bones were strong and your qi and blood were vigorous, it wouldn't be difficult for you to live to 30 or 40 years old. Later, when she patted your chest with her palm, it was the real fatal injury. Not only did it damage your body's origin, it also cut off your path to immortality. To be precise, you originally had a chance left. With the great luck of the world and the reversal of the universe, you may have a chance to continue the cultivation of Tao. It's like a torrent flowing straight down. In the river there are flood dragons, fish and prawns. Those who are lucky will of course have a big harvest. But even the unlucky ones may be able to catch some small fish and prawns." Qin Pingan didn't look shocked or panicked. He stood there quietly and didn't even show the slightest sign of pretending to be calm. The young Taoist didn't admire or belittle him. He sighed softly, "Qin Pingan, it's not a good thing to be so indifferent to life and death at such a young age. Do you think that it's best to be alive? But if there's really no other way and God doesn't want you to live, then you'll die. You're not afraid, right? Because death is actually a chance for you to reunite with your loved one?" Qin Pingan didn't deny it. The young Taoist suddenly scolded, Then have you ever thought about it? Even if you're lucky enough to reunite with your parents in the vast underworld, what will they feel when they see you? The more the young Taoist said, the angrier he got. He stretched out a finger and poked the young man's head hard as if he wanted to poke this blockhead's head until he was enlightened. The white impermanence in the unofficial history and ghost stories had a tall white hat on his head. "17. The young city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua, was sitting opposite of the young man with the surname Song. He was carefully holding the small pot with the mandrel's base. He was carefully looking at the carvings on the base as if he was admiring the beautiful body of a beautiful woman. He would never get tired of looking at it. Fu Nanhua had been turning it over and over for almost an hour. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. There were always some people or things that would make people fall in love with them at first sight. For the picky Fu Nanhua, this heart-nourishing pot was one of them. Although there was only a fine line between picking up a bargain and being eye-catching, Fu Nanhua believed that this time he was the former, and the bargain he picked up was not small. The old dragon city he was in was one of the top sects in the southern part of the eastern bottle continent. Therefore, Fu Nanhua was a disciple of a celestial family who had seen great wealth. This was also the reason why Kai Qinqian acted weak in front of him. Song Jisin yawned and curled up in the chair. He changed to a more comfortable position and asked in a languid manner, "Brother Fu, since the authenticity of the item has been confirmed, should we talk about the price?" Feng Nanhua, who was rarely addressed as a brother by others, suppressed the faint discomfort in his heart and reluctantly put down the mountain sprite pot. He smiled and said, "Brother Song, you must know my sincerity. Otherwise, I would absolutely not be so open and honest, directly revealing the true value of this pot as soon as we met. I would also not be so dilly-dallying and straightforwardly reveal my determination to obtain this pot. This is to prevent both sides from asking for sky-high prices and asking for money on the ground, wasting time, and also hurting our brotherly relationship. Brother Song, I, Fu Nanhua, have already seen you as my confidant on the road of cultivation in the future. Now we can do business with ease. Whether or not we can rely on each other in the future or even entrust our lives to each other, will depend on our first step today." Song Jisin stretched out a finger and pointed at this young master wearing a tall hat with a sincere expression. He smiled and said, "Brother Fu, I am a very vulgar person. My whole body stinks of money. Of course, I also recognize friends. It's just that when we sit down to talk about business, if someone talks about brotherhood with me, I can't help but ask myself in my heart, will such a person, when I need him to talk about brotherhood in the future, he'll actually be doing business with his own little scheme?" Fu Nanhua's face turned cold. He leaned back on the chair and gently tapped on the table with one finger. His movements were soft and silent. Song Jisin did not seem to notice the change in Fu Nanhua's attitude. "Calling you Brother Fu and showing you this pot is my sincerity. Since we both want to do business, then let's be straightforward. Brother Fu, you give me a price. I will nod or shake my head. I will give you 2 chances to give me a price. After 2 times, it means that there is no such shop after this village. No matter how much money you promise me, I am sorry brother, I will not sell it. The jade pendant from before can be considered as my meeting gift. It's called Old Dragon Casts Rain. It's not a powerful magical treasure of the deities, but it can help you avoid the heat, clear your mind and avoid filth. It's especially beneficial for meditation. If you have the assistance of a secret formula of a Taoist sect, you can get twice the result with half the effort." Fu Nanhua's smile was sincere and there was no arrogance on his face. He placed an embroidered bag on the table and pushed it towards Song Jisin with his palm. He said seriously, "This bag of copper coins is called offering money. It is one of the many incense money in the world. It is usually enshrined in the Qinghuang Temple or the Wenchang Pavilion. It can be kept in the mouth, hidden in the stomach, or held in the palm. There are all kinds of possibilities. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that these coins that looked like gold were far more valuable than gold essence. The immortals once said, jade water may be plucked, but gold essence is a secret. This was what they were talking about. This bag of gold essence offering money can be used to buy the pot. It is hard to say if it is enough, but it is still a fair price. If you add in the old dragon pendant, I, Fu Nanhua, dare to say that Brother Song, you will definitely make a profit." After saying these heartfelt words, Fu Nanhua quietly waited for a reply. Song Jisin was silent for a moment. He blinked and asked, Are you done? Fu Nanhua smiled bitterly. I am done. The teenager suddenly turned hostile and slapped the table. Surnamed Fu, get out of here. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child that can be easily fooled? Before you enter the town you will have 3 bags of copper coins. After removing 1 bag for the passage, every time you get a treasure no matter how big or small, you will have to give out 1 bag. A bag of copper coins has a maximum of 30 coins and a minimum of 20 coins. But don't you have 12 coins in your shriveled money bag? When doing business, you don't even care about this bit of honesty, and you dare to exchange for a fortuitous encounter from me? Fu Nanhua increased the strength of his fingers. He went from slow to fast and tapped the table again and again. Song Jisun's heart trembled and for some reason he found it difficult to breathe. His face turned red and his eyes became bloodshot. The teenager quickly reached out and pressed his hand against his chest. His heart was beating like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if his chest was about to burst. Fu Nanhua gradually slowed down his tapping speed, and the teenager's complexion turned for the better. Fu Nanhua smiled and asked, since we didn't reach an agreement on the first offer, I will offer you another one. 24 gold essence offering money. Are you willing to sell this mountain prawn pot? Drenched in sweat, Song Jisun hesitated. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, the teenager was about to say something to ease the situation. However, the old Dragon City's young master, who was used to being revered by others, increased his tapping speed once more. It was like a sudden summer shower. Song Jisun pressed his hands against his chest. His handsome face had long since become twisted, and there was a hint of a vicious smile in his ferocious expression. Fu Nanhua almost could not help but beat this wolf cub to death. However, at the final moment, the temptation of ascending to the heavens step by step and attaining immortality suppressed his personal feelings. Thus he stopped his tapping and let the teenager go. Song Jisun panted heavily. His eyes burned as he laughed hoarsely. Fu Nanhua could not understand this. The teenager's eyes did not seem to contain any hatred. Fu Nanhua did not feel that this was something to be frightened of. On the path of cultivation there were all sorts of strange things. There were many freaks and strange people. He only asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Song Jisun's breathing became more and more stable. He leaned against the back of the chair and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His eyes sparkled as he said, "When I think about how in the near future, I will be able to have your ability to kill people with a flick of my finger, I feel incomparably happy." Fu Nanhua dismissed it with a smile. As expected of a kindred spirit that he appreciated. This kind of person was the easiest to deal with. As long as you were in a better position than him, he could also be the hardest to deal with. However, Old Dragon City's young city lord did not feel that after he successfully intercepted this opportunity, he would not be able to compare to a teenager who was 9 years old and had not been able to leave the town. Song Jisun looked at the small pot on the table and half a bag of copper coins. He raised his head and said, "Fu Nanhua, I have 2 conditions. As long as you agree, other than selling you a mountain praying pot, I will also take out an old item that does not lose to it." Fu Nanhua suppressed the joy in his heart. He tried to speak in a calm tone, "Tell me." Song Jisun did not beat around the bush. He did not stop until he was shocked to death. "First, I want you to give me 3 bags of gold essence coins, not 2. Fu Nanhua said without hesitation, "Okay." Song Jisun stared at the other's eyes. Fu Nanhua laughed, "It's up to you to believe it or not. At the same time, before I leave today, you must take out the item that is worth 2 bags of gold essence and let me personally take a look." Song Jisun also nodded and said, "Of course." Fu Nanhua asked, "Then the second condition is?" Song Jisun slowly said, "Kill a person for me." Fu Nanhua shook his head and said, "Since you even know how many copper coins there are in a bag, you should know that we outsiders are not allowed to casually kill people here. Otherwise we will be immediately expelled from the town. There is even a possibility that a part of our bones will be cut off. The saints will then use immortal methods to strip away the relevant opportunities. It will be a tragic sight. It will also cause the family to lose all the opportunities here." Song Jisun's mouth curled up. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You can wait and see what happens. How about it?" Fu Nanhua laughed and asked, "I am very curious. Who do you want to kill?" Song Jisun said half-truthfully, "I am also thinking about it." Fu Nanhua picked up the small pot again. He felt the delicate texture of the pot and said casually, "Then I will wait and see." On the opposite side of the table, the young man subconsciously rubbed his neck. His face was extremely pale. Previously, Jigue had sent Kai Jinjian to the entrance of the Gu residence. At that time, Song Jisun's maidservant had gone shopping by herself. After Kai Jinjian pushed open the door and entered, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She stood where she was, not daring to move. Looking at the old man sitting on the bench, she asked in a trembling voice, "Senior, are you immortal Jiang Jie who is cultivating in seclusion at Calligraphy Lake?" The old man asked, "How do you know this old man?" Kai Qinqian respectfully said, "Junior is Kai Qinqian of Yunxia Mountain. 10 years ago, I followed my father to the Book Lake and watched the strange scene of the old turtle carrying the tablet out of the water. I was fortunate to see Senior's elegant demeanor from afar. The memory is still fresh and unforgettable." The old man nodded and said, "I know." Kai Qinqian's mood was slightly heavy. True Monarch Junior wants to. The storyteller known as True Monarch River Severing shot her a glance and said indifferently, "For the sake of ancestor Song Xia, this old man will not bicker with you for coming uninvited, but there will be no next time. When you leave the courtyard, remember to close the door." Kai Qinqian was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Junior will take his leave first." She really did leave like this. Moreover, she did not forget to obediently close the door. Her movements were slow and watertight. In the courtyard, the woman looked at the courtyard door and asked worriedly, "Immortal elder, she doesn't seem to be willing to give up. Will there be trouble?" The old man who had the title of True Monarch sneered, "After entering the town, breathing out and farting might cause trouble. Don't tell me you don't want the opportunity?" The woman was speechless. The old man smiled, "Let me ask you, Gu family. If you could choose, would you rather have Gu can cultivate at Yunxia Mountain or follow me to the Book Lake? Don't be in a hurry to answer." The old man waved his hand, telling the woman not to be in a hurry. He slowly said, "Yunxia Mountain is my Eastern Aquarius continent's second-rate sect. However, if you think that Yunxia Mountain is not worth mentioning, then you are gravely mistaken. Yunxia Mountain produces cloud root stones that are true heavenly treasures. Not to mention the Eastern Aquarius continent, even in the entire world, there is only one such sect. Therefore, Yunxia Mountain's status is extraordinary. Everyone is willing to show some respect to it. Especially the Taoist temple of the Taoist sect, which has a deep relationship with Yunxia Mountain for thousands of years. As for this old man, I am only one of the cultivators of the Book Lake. I only occupy an island in the center of the lake. My disciples can be counted on one hand and my servants are less than 100. The middle-aged woman, Madame Gu, smiled sweetly. Although she was middle-aged, she still retained her charm. "The difference between me and that woman from Mount Yunxia is the difference between her and you, Senior Immortal. How could I let Gu can give up his paradise and follow that woman to the fields to eat?" The old man laughed heartily. He suddenly remembered something and said in a deep voice, "What is that youth's background? Gu family, tell me in detail just in case." The woman was stunned. She stroked the hair on her temples and then said softly, "That poor child is called Qin Pingan. His parents grew up in the town. His mother and I had a good relationship. Her appearance was average, but her temperament was really good. I don't think I've ever seen her get angry with anyone. Her man's appearance was not good enough for her. However, he was good at making porcelain. If he didn't die early, he might be able to become the head of the big dragon kiln in 20 years. As for how he died, some said that it was on that stormy night. He was afraid that the kiln fire would break, so he was in a hurry and accidentally fell into the stream. Some said that he went to chop firewood and burn charcoal. He was greedy for small gains, so he broke into the mountain that was sealed by the imperial court and was eaten by wild beasts. In short, his body was never found. That man had a dull temper, but he was good to his children. Every time he went back to town, he would bring back some small gifts, such as a small drum, a sugar bodhisattva, and an old broken porcelain. Generally speaking, the family of 3 was quite stable before the man died. After Qin Pingan's father died, his mother probably had a mental illness. She couldn't hold on any longer. Her body, which wasn't strong to begin with, collapsed very quickly. In less than a year she fell ill and became so thin that she was just skin and bones. Even us old neighbors panicked when we saw her. We couldn't recognize that she was the beautiful woman from back then. At that time it was Qin Pingan who took care of her. At that age he bought medicine, boiled medicine, cooked rice and fried vegetables. He was too short at that time, so he had to step on a stool to cook. In addition, in order to save money to buy medicine for his mother, he searched the mountains for some herbs that were easy to find. If he had more, he would sell them to the pharmacy. I guess there was one time when he ate the wrong herb. When he carried the basket back to Mud Bottle Alley, he suddenly fell to the ground, foamed at the mouth and rolled on the ground. We were so scared that we thought that the family of 3 was gone just like that. At that time my mother-in-law was still alive. She said that it was better for the family to be gone, so that no one would be left behind to suffer. If they were all gone, the whole family could be reunited in the netherworld. Later on, the child somehow recovered on his own and survived the illness. However, the child's mother still did not survive that winter. Oh, by the way, Master Immortal Chin Pingon was born on the 5th day of the 5th month. The older generation in our alley all say that this is the most unlucky day of the year. It is very easy to attract evil things and even implicate the family. Therefore, after the child's parents passed away, not a single copper coin could be found in the house. Even the small things that his father gave him were almost all sold to other places in the town. They exchanged them with their peers for food. When the woman said this, the old man finally spoke. The 5th of May? Interesting. Let me do the math. His 5 fingers formed a hand seal, heaven and earth in his sleeve. Seeing the woman in a daze, the old man smiled and said, "You can continue." "Oh," the woman replied. "For the sake of being neighbors for so many years, although we don't dare to bring Chin Pingon to our home, we can still send him a few bowls of food from time to time. It's such a small thing as helping him out is still within our means. People's hearts are made of flesh. To be honest, if it wasn't for the child's birthday, which was really scary, everyone would feel sorry for this sensible child from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, to be honest, there are some unkind people in the neighborhood. Some people who can't bear to see others living well like to deliberately humiliate the child. In the end, he had to become an apprentice in the kiln. Before his mother died, she made the child promise her that even if he became a beggar in the future, he would absolutely not be allowed to work in the dragon kiln. For such a filial and obedient child to break his promise, it must be something extraordinary. (18) When Fu Nanhua walked out of the house, he found the delicate and pretty maidservant sitting on a small stool in the courtyard. She held a handful of corn and was feeding the chickens. The old hen and a group of yellow and fluffy chicks were pecking at the corn. After seeing her, Fu Nanhua smiled. It was unknown whether the girl was shy or cold by nature, but the corner of her mouth twitched as a greeting in return. After Fu Nanhua opened the courtyard door, he found Kai Chinchien waiting in the alley. He was not in a good mood, so he turned around and closed the door. Through the gradually narrowing door, he saw a face looking up at him. Fu Nanhua suddenly realized that the servant girl, who was supposed to be a poor girl with an earthy smell, had a pair of pretty eyes, which made her look like a green blooming in the early spring. However, Fu Nanhua did not think too much about it. The young master of the old dragon city was tired of looking at outstanding girls, who were fat and thin and graceful. Walking side by side with Kai Chinchien, Fu Nanhua asked, "What's wrong? Not going well?" When it comes to opportunities, there are many setbacks. It may not be fixed every time, so there is no need to be discouraged. Kai Jinjian was born gentle and charming. After cultivating, her bones and marrow had been cleansed. Just in terms of body, compared to the women of the mortal world, she was as pure as glass. The women at the foot of the mountain were stunning at first glance, but in the end they were just a pile of stinky skin. At this time, the fairy of Yunsha Mountain did not look too good. It was obvious how bad her mood was, otherwise, it would not be so obvious on her face. She must have been holding back her anger from waiting in the alley. She needed to vent it out. An expert beat us to it. He is one of the local snakes of Book Slip Lake, Lu Jimao. There wasn't even the slightest bit of room for discussion. When we met, he brought out my sect master ancestor of Cloud Glow Mountain to pressure me, a junior. From beginning to end, I only spoke a few words before he was driven out of Gukan's courtyard. Fu Nanhua thought for a while and reminded her, "Let's talk after we get out of Mud Bottle Alley." Kai Chinchien was puzzled. "Aren't all spells forbidden in this place?" Fu Nanhua smiled and said, "Those who can come here in search of opportunities, who doesn't have some trump cards? Young people like you and me might be fine. According to the rules of the town, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the strength of the suppression. Below the Saint Realm, the closer one's cultivation is to the Saint Realm, the weaker one is, right? However, have you ever thought that if an expert who has attained the Tao is willing to sacrifice his Tao to display his divine ability, would he really be inferior to us, the younger generation?" Kai Chinchien retorted, "With a saint here, how dare he attack me so brazenly?" Fu Nanhua advised, "We are here to seek good karma, not to make enemies. Even if our lives are not in danger, it would not be good to have bad relations with the seniors. Kai Chinchien was not a person who would beat around the bush. She nodded and said, Brother Fu, you are right. You are a mature and prudent person. She had a bitter face and looked pitiful. But I really don't want to. I have already given you 10 cloud root stones. If all my efforts are in vain, how can I explain it to the ancestors? After walking out of Mud Bottle Alley, Fu Nanhua and Kai Chinchien almost simultaneously became spirited. It was not as simple as the light suddenly brightening. The two looked at each other and then quickly averted their eyes. Fu Nanhua, who was originally extremely excited, calmed down a lot. He carefully thought about this trip to the alley. The alliance with Kai Chinchien should not have been exposed. The deal with the teenager Song Jisun should also not have been exposed. Song Jisun's house was a big house in Mud Bottle Alley. In addition to the main hall with a plaque hanging from it, there were also side rooms on both sides. The plaque in the main hall said, Huayuan Palace. There was no signature. Song Jisun always felt that just based on the handwriting, it was not the work of a master. At this moment, the master and servant were in Song Jisun's main house. The young man was rummaging through boxes and cabinets. The servant girl was standing at the door. She asked softly, Young master, did you not reach a deal? Song Jisun put down a string of bells and sat back on the only chair in the house. He held the back of his head with his hands and crossed his legs. That Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City is not a complete idiot. He didn't treat me as an ignorant fool from the beginning. It's just that he's not that smart. He wanted to make friends with me. It was really fun. Later on, he was casually tricked by me and revealed his fox tail. He thought that by deliberately mystifying and using some thunderous methods, he would be able to use both kindness and authority to intimidate me. Compared to the unpredictable Mr. Chi, he is 100,000 miles away. The servant girl GQ said, Worlds apart? Young master, you're exaggerating. Song Jisun made a face and said, Then it's 10 Mud Bottle Alleys short. The young man threw a bag to his servant girl. Look, this is the copper coins mentioned in the secret letter. Previously, that Chin guy next door also got a bag. At that time, I guessed that it might not be a good thing for him to have such a great fortune. As expected, didn't this annoy those two cheating couples? I think that Chin guy will have to suffer in the future. By the way, GQ, let me tell you, the guy who came to our house called himself the young master of Old Dragon City. From his tone, no matter how you look at him, he's at least not an embroidered pillow. And this jade pendant, he said something like, Old Dragon sends rain. It must be worth a lot. Song Jisun patted the green and lovely jade pendant, which was already hanging on his waist. In the young man's heart, he felt that he was one big step closer to becoming a scholar like Mr. Chi. GQ opened the exquisite embroidered bag and asked softly, Young master, can we get more copper coins back? Song Jisun smiled and asked, Do you like it? GQ pinched a golden copper coin between her two fingers and shook it. She smiled happily and said, It's golden and shiny. Look at it, it's so festive. Song Jisun couldn't help but laugh. You can do that? Alright, since you like it, I'll get a few more bags back. These coins are placed outside. They are the winnings placed on the beams, the spring greeting money on the peach talismans, and the offerings in the Buddha statues' stomachs or hands. However, ordinary people have their own rules and immortals have their own rules. She smiled and narrowed her eyes like two crescent moons. She asked, What about Chin Pingan's bag? Song Jisun frowned. Him? The maidservant noticed her young master's strange mood. She carefully put away the copper coins and fastened the bag. She asked softly, What's wrong? Song Jisun curled his lips and covered his neck with both hands. He twisted it and said casually, Nothing, I just remembered some stupid things. Don't worry about Chin Pingan. He doesn't want to get into trouble. On the other hand, that bookworm Zhao Yao will most likely get the copper coins. He's easy to fool. I promise I'll get you a bag. Seeing that the maidservant was a little strange, Song Jisun didn't continue to explain. Seeing that her young master wasn't interested in talking, the maidservant didn't ask further. Jigui walked out of the house and came to the courtyard. He saw the four-legged snake that was naturally an eyesore lying half dead on the ground, basking in the sun. It would often roll around looking like it was enjoying itself. At that time, their spirit will become especially majestic. Your family's Gukin is benefiting from this. The great opportunity is far beyond imagination, so much so that it has far surpassed those gifted children of the small town. The woman's lips trembled as she tried to suppress her surprise. Her pair of watery eyes also flowed with a bit of seductive charm. The old man glanced at her and said with a smile, "Of course, don't be greedy. The people who have such a great opportunity are definitely not only your son. To put it bluntly, in such a big Eastern Aquarius continent, even if there is someone who has the qualifications to monopolize this fate, they must not have been born yet." The woman clasped her hands in front of her chest and whispered, "It's enough, it's enough." The old man thought of the junior girl from Yunxia Mountain and said sarcastically, busy and exhausted, only knowing how to ask for some material things. "You really picked up sesame seeds and threw away watermelons, stupid beyond compare." Then the old man smiled, "That's right, those old things from Yunxia Mountain have never seen the world. Otherwise they wouldn't have let this old man have this opportunity. With an almost inexhaustible treasure mountain, they should be rolling in money and prospering day by day. Unexpectedly, they have fallen to the point where they need to rely on a disciple's disciple to support the scene." Inside the house, the child, who had been punching and kicking the door for a long time, stood on a stool and leaned against the window. With a bitter face he begged, "Mother, let me out, okay? I promise you'll be obedient." The woman looked at the old immortal, the latter nodded. Then she went to open the door. Holding the child's hand, they walked into the courtyard together. With a stern face she said softly, "Little Can, don't make trouble, do you understand? Mother has never hit you before. If you dare to be disobedient, Mother will really hit you again." The child made an "oh" sound and drooped his head, looking very sick. Gukin moved a small stool and sat down by himself. Together with his mother and the old man, they formed a tripartite balance of forces. The child propped up his cheeks with both hands. "Mother, what did you say to the storyteller just now? I couldn't hear clearly from inside the house. Can you two talk about it again?" The old man made a sound of surprise. After thinking for a while, he shook his wrist and the big white bowl reappeared in his palm. He lowered his head and looked at it with a dark and unreadable expression. He saw ripples on the surface of the white bowl, occasionally splashing water. A black line quickly swam around the white bowl, hitting the bowl's walls from time to time. The old man said to himself, "Fine, fine, I'll let you be." In order to accept this disciple, the old man had racked his brains in Mud Bottle Alley. He had sacrificed dozens of years of cultivation in order to succeed in doing something 3 times. The first time was to let the woman step on dog poop. The last time was to use a secret technique to make her believe that she was enlightened. If it was outside the town, of course it would be impossible. Even a true Taoist perfected cultivator would not dare to do such a thing. However, in the town, Kai Chinchien was no different from a mortal. The old man did not hesitate to pay a huge price to take advantage of this opportunity. The second time was the most ingenious. Even the old man himself felt that it was a stroke of genius. It was to make the woman mistakenly think that the straw sandal youth was reminding her out of kindness, but it was actually a cunning revenge. At that time, the old man let the youth speak and slowed down a bit, just enough for the woman to catch this detail. It could be said that it was deliberate. On the path of cultivation there was a fine line between good and bad karma. At this time, the woman in the courtyard, Madame Gu's heart was in suspense. She was afraid that the old immortal would say some bad news. The old man's mouth twitched. From the corner of his eye, he saw a child stand up on tiptoe and then run to the courtyard door. The woman screamed. The old man held the white bowl in his hand and stood up unhurriedly. "Disciple, I'll show you the vastness of the world first, so that you don't know what's important and ruin the great cause of our master and disciple." The woman's vision turned black and she fainted on the ground. The old man suddenly waved his sleeve. In the next moment, the child who was about to touch the door bolt staggered and fell to the ground. However, when he realized that something was wrong, he looked around blankly. In the end, he raised his head and looked at the storyteller standing beside him. "Where is this?" The old man put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "In the bowl." The child was increasingly at a loss. Suddenly he heard the old man shout, "Get up!" The child instinctively stood up and didn't move. Gukin found that he seemed to be standing on the edge of a cliff. In the distance in front of him, a sea of clouds surged. Then the child's eyes widened in shock. In the vast expanse of whiteness, he saw a huge torso break through the clouds and slowly move. However, it was really too big. It couldn't show its true appearance at all. The child was so frightened that he wanted to take a step back. However, the old man quickly pressed his head with his hand and said sternly, "If you retreat now, you'll have a hard time on the path of cultivation in the future. Stand still." Gukin was so frightened that tears immediately flowed out of his eyes. This naughty child who had always been lawless actually didn't even dare to cry out. The child couldn't control his body at all. His legs trembled and his lips trembled. The sea of clouds in the distance boiled. The misty white clouds seemed to be gradually fading away. Then more black appeared in the sky. It was extremely large, just like the little loach in his water tank. After it grew up, this thought popped up in the child's mind for no reason. At that moment, Guken was distracted. He couldn't help but take a step forward. He stretched out his slender arm towards the sky. A head as huge as a mountain slowly swam over from the sea of clouds. The child's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid at all. He even waved his hand and shouted, "Come quickly. So you've grown so big. No wonder I always feel that the fish, prawns, and crabs thrown into the water tank will always be much less the next day." Standing behind Guken, the scholar Lake Severing River's true monarch had mixed feelings. There was a strong sense of loss and jealousy, but also a spontaneous feeling of gratification. Although he was sure that he didn't have such great fortune, it was still a blessing to have such a disciple. This trip definitely wasn't in vain. The old man saw the head approaching with his own eyes. He murmured, "A wonder of the world." Chin Pingan suddenly told the black-clothed girl that he had to go into the house. In the end, he squatted in a corner with his back facing her and hid something in his palm. After he left, he said that he was going to buy a clay pot for her to decoct medicine. Their house lacked this. After the straw sandals youth left quickly, the girl glanced at an old pot in the corner of her eyes. Actually, the girl's hearing was very good. The thing in his palm was an extremely sharp porcelain shard. 19. When Chin Pingan was about to run out of the yard, the black-clothed girl suddenly shouted, "Wait, I have something to tell you." Chin Pingan pretended not to hear. When he was about to open the door, the girl raised her voice, "Chin Pingan." Chin Pingan had no choice but to turn around and run back to the door. Her face was a bit rosier than before, but her voice was still a bit hoarse. She said, "First of all, after we outsiders came to this town, although as I told you before, our bodies are stronger than ordinary people, but other than that, we are no different from you. Second, outsiders are not allowed to kill people here. Once you violate this rule, you will be expelled no matter what the reason is. You are doomed to gain nothing. The price is so high that it is beyond your imagination. Third, you have to think clearly. When we are in danger, even if we are empty-handed, we will definitely help. After all, the most important thing is to stay alive." Chin Pingan thought for a moment and asked, "Is it said that when you do something you must act fast?" The black-clothed girl grinned. Her face was in high spirits and her eyes were shining. It seemed that the whole room was lit up. She patted the green scabbard on her knees and nodded, "Yes. You must act fast, faster, or even faster. For example, I carry a sword and a saber. I want to be the fastest person in the world, whether it is drawing a sword or drawing a sword." She paused for a moment. Suddenly, she changed from an impassioned heroine to a girl next door who wanted to show off. She squinted and smiled. "Hey, do you know how many cities there are in the world?" Chin Pingan was at a loss. The girl seemed to see that the boy was not interested. She suddenly lost interest and waved her hand to drive him away. "You better buy the jar back. I am waiting to drink the medicine." This time, Chin Pingan's footsteps were slower and steadier as he left the courtyard. Not long after he left the mud bottle alley, the unlocked door was gently pushed open. The black-clothed girl in the room opened her eyes. She had just breathed in a strange way. She looked at the door as if she was facing a great enemy. The flying sword in the snow-white scabbard on the table suddenly became silent, but it gave off a murderous aura, as if the current cold of late spring could freeze bones and kill people. The maidservant GQ leisurely walked to the door like an ordinary neighbor. She didn't cross the threshold. Instead, she poked her head into the room and looked around. She turned a blind eye to the black-clothed girl who was lying on the small bed with a knife on her knees. GQ looked around for a long time before she finally saw the living person. She asked innocently, "Sister, who are you? Why is she sitting on Chin Pingan's bed? I've never heard that he has any distant relatives." Ning Yao glanced at the uninvited girl and closed her eyes, not bothering to ask anything. GQ saw that she was pretending to be deaf and dumb, but she was not angry. She just shook her head gently and curled her lips with a look of disdain. She looked at the snow-white sword in the scabbard on the table. In the depths of her eyes, there was a deep hatred and fear. Vaguely, there were golden threads crazily swimming around in her pupils. The maidservant hesitated for a moment, but she still lifted one foot and was about to cross the threshold. She suddenly withdrew her foot and coughed. She pretended to say, "I'm coming in. If you don't speak, then you don't object, right?" "That's right, this is Chin Pingan's residence. I've known him for many years. Don't tell me you don't understand what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. We don't have anything to talk about anyway. I just came to see if there's anything missing. We're going to move out soon. There are many things that can be left for Chin Pingan. You don't know, but he's had a hard time these past few years." She was long-winded and hypocritical. It made her and Chin Pingan look like childhood sweethearts. After the maidservant GQ entered the room, everything was calm. She walked straight to the small table and sat on the stool. She kept looking at the sword out of the corner of her eyes. At the same time, the black-clothed girl also took out the 3 pieces of paper that the young Taoist left for Chin Pingan. She carefully studied them, trying to figure out something. Unfortunately, after carefully looking at them twice, she still couldn't figure it out. She said disappointedly, "These words, they really don't have any flavor." She clearly remembered that on the long wall in her hometown, there were 18 words intermittently carved by someone with a sword. Every word contained a majestic aura that could suppress thousands of monsters. When she was still a child, her favorite hobby was to stand in the middle of one of the strokes of those big words and look at it from afar. Therefore, the girl really didn't care about the 4-word plaque of the town, "Fighting Bull Chi." The maidservant GQ turned around. She quietly straightened her slender waist and folded her hands on her knees. She was probably trying to make herself look more like a noble lady. Facing the black-clothed girl, she smiled and said softly, "Ah, miss, you are too careless." Ning Yao couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" GQ exclaimed. She touched her chest and pretended to be surprised. "Miss, you can speak our dialect." Ning Yao asked again, "Do you have something to say?" GQ pointed at the long sword on the table. "Is this yours?" Ning Yao frowned and didn't say anything. The black-clothed girl didn't say anything. GQ didn't care. She stood up and walked to the corner of the wall. She looked at the bottles and jars on the wooden shelf. The maidservant carefully looked at those worthless belongings. When he was an apprentice kiln worker, Chin Pingan walked barefoot through all the mountains and rivers around the town. He went to the mountains alone to dig and chop firewood. He ran up and down the mountains very quickly. As long as someone was willing to teach him something, no matter if it was shallow or difficult to learn, Chin Pingan would put in 120% of his effort to do it. As for what level he could achieve in the end, Chin Pingan didn't care. Of course he couldn't care even if he wanted to. Just like when Old Man Yao taught him the craft of burning porcelain. He was always stingy and was never willing to show his true skills. However, as long as Old Man Yao said something and did something, Chin Pingan would do it very seriously. Later, when Lu Xianyang taught him how to make wooden bows and fishing rods, Chin Pingan also learned meticulously. Song Jisin next door had always been harsh with her words. She said that Chin Pingan's habit, according to the books, was to do one's best and leave the rest to fate. Unfortunately, Chin Pingan didn't have a good life. Since that was the case, he might as well eat and wait for death. GQ waved her hand and said with a bright smile, "Let's go. Miss, take care of yourself. If you need anything, just call me. I'm GQ. I live in the courtyard next door." Ning Yao was expressionless. The maidservant left the room and walked to the courtyard. She muttered in a voice just loud enough for the black-clothed girl to hear, "It's not that interesting." Ning Yao also said softly, intentionally or unintentionally, "What a tacky name." When GQ closed the courtyard door, she slammed it with some force. Ning Yao closed her eyes again to rest. The strange girl's visit didn't affect Ning Yao's heart. However, she really didn't like this small town, especially the cultivators who came here to seek fated chances. They schemed against each other and were shameless. They were called immortals, but that was only because they stood on the mountain, not because they were high. In Ning Yao's heart, the Great Way shouldn't be so small. After the straw sandals teenager walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. He covered his forehead with his right hand and gently exhaled. Then he began to jog. His steps were light. Even though he had passed through many streets and alleys, he didn't feel tired at all. After all, for a teenager who was used to going up the mountain and down the river, this journey was really not worth mentioning. The truly difficult thing was going up the mountain to burn charcoal. A dragon kiln used 20 to 30 kilograms of charcoal every year, especially when it was raining. Living in the mountain to cut firewood and burn charcoal was really a torture. The teenager once almost died in a charcoal kiln that collapsed during construction. What the teenager did these years was mostly physical work, and it also required some skills. However, after he entered the sect, he relied purely on his strength to survive. Therefore, the teenager's thin and weak appearance was just a facade. He had a kind of toughness that had been tempered thousands of times inside. Chin Pingan stopped at a crossroads. He leaned against the wall and squatted down. One of his hands was still clenched into a fist, while the other hand was fastening his straw sandals. At this moment, the teenager's heart was as still as water. He just missed his only friend in the small town. That fellow had once mysteriously shown off to Chin Pingan that his grandfather had told him a story. When his grandfather was young, he had personally seen someone standing by a stream. With just a few steps, he had jumped across the entire stream in one step. Later, Lu Xianyang and Chin Pingan tried it themselves. They chose the narrowest part of the stream and ran back at the same time. In the end, Lu Xianyang, who was a few years older than Chin Pingan, quickly fell into the water after the jump. Then he saw a black shadow above his head. With a whoosh, he continued forward and finally landed far away. After that, Lu Xianyang didn't mention anything about the immortal who crossed the stream in a single step. After that, Lu Xianyang knew that Chin Pingan would often go to the stream by himself, running, jumping, leaping and falling. The teenager got closer and closer to the other side of the stream each time, and he never got tired of it. Once he couldn't help but secretly watch from afar. When Lu Xianyang saw that shocking scene, he felt that the swarthy teenager at that time was different from the idiot in his impression. When the teenager jumped over the stream, he was like a snake-hunting eagle that often hovered in the sky above the small town. 20. Fu Nanhua saw that Kai Qinqian was in low spirits, so he brought her to walk around. The two walked side by side, taking it as a distraction. During this time, they talked about some anecdotes about the south of the eastern bottle continent. Kai Qinqian still had a forced smile on her face, but compared to the irritation she felt after leaving the mud bottle alley, her mood was much better. Her impression of this noble son of Old Dragon City gradually improved. It should be known that although Old Dragon City had a profound heritage and produced many talented people, it was only one step away from the top sections. Logically speaking, it should be much higher than the second-rate Yunxia Mountain, which was at the bottom of the second-rate Yunxia Mountain. However, Yunxia Mountain was an orthodox immortal family with an orderly inheritance. Compared to Old Dragon City, who was a remote southern barbarian, they had an innate sense of superiority. If they met in the past, it would be considered good if they didn't whisper about southern barbarian behind his back. Kai Qinqian said bitterly, "Brother Fu, although the cloud root stone is the lifeblood of the Yunxia Mountain, but since we have already agreed, I will not go back on my words. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I will repay it to Brother Fu." Fu Nanhua comforted her. It is still hard to say whether the Gukan family's opportunity is already set in stone. Kai Qinqian's face was gloomy. She shook her head and said, "Lu Jimao, the river-cutting immortal's reputation is not fake, but his methods are not weak. Otherwise, he would not be able to have a place in the calligraphy lake. This opportunity cannot be forced. Once I annoyed Lu Jimao, how could I withstand the power of a great Jinren from an unorthodox school? I was afraid that Lu Jimao had already held a grudge against me. Once I left the small town without the protection of the saint and the restraint of the rules, God knows what kind of extreme actions Lu Jimao would take. I think Brother Fu must have seen some clues at the border. The retainers that came with me to search for treasures are not strong enough, they are not his opponent." Fu Nanhua smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if it is for the 10 cloud root stones, I, the Old Dragon City, will escort you back to the Yunxia Mountain safely." Kai Qinqian turned her head and smiled at him. Her watery eyes were full of affection. Fu Nanhua was quite proud. He habitually wanted to touch the jade pendant, but when he touched nothing, he remembered that he had already given his old dragon rain pendant to the young man called Song Jisun. Kai Qinqian was relieved. When she walked, her footsteps slightly leaned to the left, so her shoulder lightly touched Fu Nanhua. During the trip to the mud bottle alley, Kai Qinqian made an unplanned bet. It was a sudden decision, but she carefully weighed the pros and cons. But the fact proved that she lost the bet, and the price was 10 cloud root stones, which made her anxious about the next trip to the small town. Unconsciously, she also developed a sense of dependence on Fu Nanhua, or rather, a gambler's nature. 10 cloud root stones was a bet, but 50 cloud root stones was also a bet. If she won the bet, she would make a lot of money, but if she lost, Kai Qinqian felt that she would not lose. Absolutely not. She was the most talented person in the cultivation of the Yunxia Mountain, Kai Qinqian. On the path of cultivation, everything was smooth sailing. The level of cultivation was like a hot knife through butter. Kai Qinqian did not believe that she would fail in this stinky ditch. At the same time that Kai Qinqian's mood improved, Fu Nanhua, who felt that the overall situation was settled, also had the leisure to truly appreciate Kai Qinqian's appearance and figure. It was undeniable that she was a woman with a natural charm. Old Dragon City had gone through untold hardships and paid a price that was far more exaggerated than that of Xinjiang Mountain and Yunxia Mountain. Only then did Fu Nanhua learn that for the past 3,000 years, the so-called opportunity had been left behind by the ancestors, except for the group of talented children in the town. However, when this blessed land was on the verge of complete collapse, it was not so simple. The last dynasty, the mountains and rivers were shattered. Divine weapons and heavy weapons were bound to appear to welcome the new dynasty. Kai Qinqian was a bit unhappy. Don't talk about him. Just thinking about him makes me sick. Immediately, her limpid eyes revealed a rare trace of hostility. However, she did not want to ruin her image as a fairy in Fu Nanhua's heart, so she did not say what she thought. If she met that lowly youth outside of the town in the future, she would definitely let him die a quick death, and not just drag a sickly body and continue to live an ignoble life for another 10 or 20 years. The tall woman especially hated the youth's eyes. Deep in her heart, she had an obsession that she had never thought deeply about. That kind of clean eyes she had cultivated for so many years in Yunxia Mountain, which was famous for being clean and clear, but she had only seen it a few times from beginning to end. What right did a poor youth who grew up in a shabby alley have to have this kind of beauty day after day, year after year? Kai Qinqian tilted her head and rubbed her eyelids. This action made her pair of black eyebrows from the distant mountains become even more slender. Fu Nanhua, who had been observing the surroundings, casually joked, "In our old dragon city, there is a very widespread saying, the left eye twitches for fortune, the right eye twitches for disaster. Is your left eye twitching or your right eye twitching?" Kai Qinqian quickly retracted her hand as if it had been burned. She glared at him and her right eyelid was twitching. Fu Nanhua, who had asked for trouble, quickly made up for it. He laughed. The nonsense of ordinary people can't be taken seriously. Kai Qinqian's mouth curled up. She turned around and stared at Fu Nanhua's side profile. She proudly said, "Were you cheated?" Fu Nanhua was stunned. Looking at his little daughter acting cute and naive Kai Qinqian, he was somewhat moved. He suddenly hesitated. His killing intent towards her began to waver. Would it be more beneficial to Old Dragon City's plan to move north if they became a pair of immortal beauties? Once Kai Qinqian successfully obtained an opportunity here, when she returned to the mountain gate, her status would inevitably rise. If she operated properly, she might even have a chance to become the mistress of Yunxia Mountain. In the long history of Yunxia Mountain, there was a precedent of a woman taking charge of the family. In this way, Old Dragon City would have a springboard. It would be perfectly justifiable for them to infiltrate the hinterland of the eastern Aquarius continent. From then on, they would be able to coordinate with each other from the north and south. They would be able to attack and retreat. This was the foundation of a king. It would allow Old Dragon City to break away from the awkward situation where they only had strength, but could only peacefully govern. Not far ahead, a few steps away, was a crossroad where two alleys intersected. When Fu Nanhua saw the crossroad, he suddenly woke up. He seemed to have understood something and his eyes became firm again. Fu Nanhua, who was wearing a laurel on his head, instantly had fine beads of sweat seeping out from his forehead. Those who disturb my mind must be killed. My Dao heart must be firm. At this moment, Fu Nanhua looked at Kai Qinqian again. His eyes, aura and state of mind had returned to their previous free and easy state. It was as if he was purely admiring a picture. Beautiful women and beautiful scenery were all eye candy. Now that he could take a few more glances, he would take a few more glances. After all, after she left the small town, she was destined to perish in his hands. Killing people and arson are golden belts. Building roads and paving bridges leave no bones. Listen to these famous sayings from the bottom of the marketplace, they were true everywhere. Fu Nanhua's mind suddenly opened up. Kai Qinqian turned sideways. Her voice was gentle and charming. She smiled and asked, "Nanhua, what are you thinking of? Why are you so happy?" She quietly changed to a more intimate form of address. Fu Nanhua shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of a black shadow from the corner of his eyes. A thin youth, as if he only used one step, crossed from that horizontal alley to Kai Qinqian's front. His left hand quickly and violently raised. At the same time, his right fist had already smashed into the Yunxia Mountain Fairy's abdomen. The power was heavy, and the sudden strength of the fist was unexpectedly accompanied by a faint whistling sound. It forced the girl to bend down and lower her head. Even though the youth's strength in his right hand far surpassed his peers, but the youth was actually left-handed. Therefore, the youth's left hand held a sharp weapon, completely sinking into Kai Qinqian's throat, directly piercing through the lower part of his mouth. The youth did not give up. His right fist smashed into the girl's chest. His left hand was still raised. He guaranteed that this sneak attack would not have the slightest accident. At that moment, the girl's originally slender and white neck spurted out blood. Then the youth's waist and ankles exerted strength. He used his shoulder to smash into the tall girl's chest, fiercely knocking her into the horizontal alley. Fu Nanhua's feet were rooted to the ground. He firmly stood where he was. This old Dragon City young master's mind was blank. "21. Fu Nanhua came back to his senses and looked around. He didn't even miss the roofs of the alleyway. He quickly took a deep breath and didn't move forward or backward. He subconsciously tried to grab the ancestral jade pendant again. When he failed, he quickly recited a fragment of Taoist incantation. This incantation wasn't a spell, but it helped him to calm his mind and condense his qi. If the state of mind was like a small boat floating on a lake, then this incantation was like an anchor. He began to turn his back to a wall and walked sideways to the intersection of two alleyways. He tensed his muscles and took a defensive posture. He didn't dare to let his guard down and stared at the alleyway. In his sight, the straw sandals teenager stood beside Kai Qinqian's body that was lying in a pool of blood. The teenager slightly bent his body and maintained a subtle attacking posture. He also stared at Fu Nanhua. They were like tigers and wolves. One wanted to solve the puzzle, the other wanted to survive. They both had different goals. The target of the boy who had appeared out of nowhere should only be Kai Qinqian. When Feng Nanhua appeared, the boy from Shabby Alley instinctively displayed a posture that said, "If you don't attack me, I won't attack you." Fu Nanhua asked an unnecessary question. "Did you kill her?" The teenager didn't say anything. He still held the murder weapon in his hand. It was a broken piece of porcelain that was slightly smaller than his palm. The part that exposed his fist was extremely sharp. The teenager's hand was covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was Kai Qinqian's blood or the porcelain that had pierced his palm. The blood dripped onto the ground of the alleyway. After Fu Nanhua confirmed that there was no one around, he felt that it was absurd but also relieved. In the end, he cast his gaze onto Kai Qinqian's delicate body. Even if she was in such dire straits, it still didn't damage her natural beauty. She was graceful, her ample chest rose and fell slightly, and scarlet red blood ceaselessly gushed out from her neck and mouth. Her vitality was about to be completely cut off, but her strong body that had been repeatedly tempered by her vital energy caused the pain she endured to be even heavier and longer than an ordinary person. A smile appeared on Fu Nanhua's face, but there was a chill in his bones. He asked, "Why do you want to kill her? You have no enmity with this sister. Are you going to kill her just because she played a joke on you in Mud Bottle Alley? When did the town become so lawless? Do you know that a murderer must pay with his life and a debtor must pay with his money? It's the same everywhere." The young man was like a mute, not saying a word. Fu Nanhua did not care about the young man's thoughts. He began to slowly move forward, his steps firm. He knew that Kai Qinqian was going to die. This was not the Immortals' Cave of Immortals, Mount Yunxia, which was shrouded in immortal qi. This was the Heavenly Tao Cage where all spells were forbidden. Unless there was an Earth Immortal or a Golden Arhat, who was willing to exchange most of his cultivation for her life, it would be possible to suppress her soul and bring her back to life. It was a pity that Kai Qinqian would never have such a heavenly blessing. The sage in the town had a heavy responsibility, overlooking the common people. He would never favor one and discriminate against another. He would only go with the flow. On the path of cultivation, there were people who died inexplicably in the Great Path, or died fighting for a chance on a single plank bridge. Although there were not many of them, it was definitely not a rare thing. If one could achieve immortality by progressing step by step, without any disasters and enjoy all the benefits without taking any risks, then the immortal Wuyo in the eyes of the common people would be too worthless. Otherwise, according to what I said, you would have the opportunity to reach such a high achievement. It is impossible. Fu Nanhua was amused by his own joke, and his smile became wider. When he took a step forward, his foot suddenly hung in the air half a foot above the ground. Sorry it should be this high. It was hard for Fu Nanhua not to be happy. After entering the small town, the first thing he did was to make a deal with the Mud Bottle Alley youth, Song Jisun. His profit was enormous, far exceeding his expectations. Then there was Kai Chin-chien, who was most likely an obstacle to his path, suddenly dying in front of him. Not only could his hands be clean of blood, he could also obtain the 2 bags of gold and copper coins on her body for free. Maybe he could even find 1 or 2 secret treasures of the Yunxia mountain. Even if they were not the treasures of the Yunxia mountain, they would certainly not be too bad. He did not believe that Kai Chin-chien did not have any protective talismans on her body. For example, Fu Nanhua, other than the old dragon rain covering pendant, which was only a camouflage, he also had 2 extremely good quality, extremely high-grade small things. They could be considered as the treasures of the old dragon city. Therefore, among the unorthodox cultivators of the unorthodox path, there was a popular catchphrase: collecting a corpse for others will definitely be rewarded. When Fu Nanhua passed by Kai Chin-chien's corpse, he did not even look at her. On the contrary, it was the faint smell of blood that made his whole person in an indescribable state of excitement. One advancing and one retreating, the 2 were always more than 10 steps apart. Fu Nanhua only needed to make sure that the youth could not run out of the alley. At that time, if he wanted to catch the youth who was born and raised here, it would be no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention the beautiful body behind him was still warm. Once he gave the youth enough time to breathe, the surprise might fall on his head. Fu Nanhua seemed to be like a cat catching a mouse, but in fact he was adjusting his body's rhythm. After all, after he officially stepped onto the path of cultivation at the age of 9, he had never had the opportunity to rely purely on close combat to determine victory or defeat. Of course, he did not need to fight to the death with the youth. That would make him lose more than he gained. Together with Kai Chin-chien, they were 2 opportunities that could be easily obtained. But he must make this unexpected youth obediently lie in bed in the near future, not giving the youth the slightest possibility of causing trouble. Fu Nanhua suddenly laughed and asked, "Oh right, what's your name again?" The youth, whose hands were covered in blood, did not answer the question. His dark face was full of toughness like native weeds. "You and she may not know, but my eyesight is very good. So in the Mud Bottle Alley, when she was talking to me, the way you looked at her was exactly the same as the way you look at me now." Fu Nanhua was stunned. This time he really looked at the youth in a new light. He clicked his tongue and laughed. "Interesting, really interesting." Fu Nanhua's words and actions seemed casual, but in fact he had been paying attention to the youth's left hand, which was still dripping blood. This showed that the youth's hand strength had not relaxed. An ordinary person would have already been unable to resist the piercing pain. At this time, Fu Nanhua felt that his previous casual comment of "what a pity" was actually accurate. Fu Nanhua felt that the time was right and asked the last question of interest: "You killed her so decisively. Someone must have tipped you off." "I'm not curious about the person's identity. What I don't understand is, as a child who grew up here, how could you cross the hurdle in your heart so quickly? Killing someone so at ease?" Finally, the 4 surnames and 10 clans that were the most prosperous in the small town today. The history of Qin Pingan's clan was similarly long, and his ancestor had once achieved meteoric success and was extremely extravagant. But after experiencing 2 ups and downs, in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent that had countless vassal states and dynasties that were like a forest in a forest, the clan gradually fell into a state of decline and gave way to other clans. After 1,000 years, it declined with each passing day, and when it arrived at the generation of the young man's father, the Qin clan of the small town could practically be considered to have completely declined in the entire Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. Not to mention the territory of the Dali dynasty that the small town resided in, it seemed as if they were officials that had been decreed by the king to be unable to take office for generations to come, and it was impossible for the clan to rise again. After Qi Jingchun came here to preside over the operation of the Big Formation, for more than 60 years, he strictly adhered to the 4 words of righteousness and peace. He would never arbitrarily change the fate of the people in the small town based on his personal likes and dislikes. Otherwise, in the eyes of this scholar who once abhorred evil, there was too much filth in the large families of the small town, and too much poverty in the small houses of the small alleys. However, after Qi Jingchun's cold observation, he saw that the large families also had their futility and helplessness, and the small houses also had their viciousness and wickedness. Over time, Qi Jingchun was like a high and mighty statue. He did not enjoy the incense, nor did he accept any favors. He only sat upright with his hands folded in his sleeves, and did not care about the affairs of the world. Qi Jingchun was slightly surprised. He took a step forward, fixed his eyes on the scene, and nodded lightly. It turned out that the poor young man with an imposing manner seemed to be determined to kill Fu Nanhua. However, based on the current situation, the young man's wrist heavily smashed onto Fu Nanhua's neck. It was much better than Kai Qinqian's ending. Fu Nanhua should have been heavily smashed, and his entire body slammed against the wall. Then the young man grabbed his neck with one hand and pressed the porcelain piece against his abdomen with the other. Qi Jingchun was somewhat curious. Why did the young man not kill him this time? It was a great opportunity, but it was fleeting and there would be no end to it. Qi Jingchun was a refined scholar. He scrupulously adhered to etiquette, but he would not cling to dogma. He was not the pedantic scholar who only shook his head and fell off the bookcase. He was very familiar with people like Fu Nanhua, whether it was their aptitude or temperament. Even if today in the small alleyway he was threatened by the young man to temporarily give up on revenge. However, this matter would definitely be the greatest humiliation of the young man's life. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his Tao heart would be possessed by a demon. When the time came, the one who would be calculative with the young man would not be Fu Nanhua himself, but the entire South Sea Lord Old Dragon City. The reason why Qi Jingchun came here to stop the young man from continuously killing people was because he had a certain selfishness, but it was also for the sake of justice. Right now the small town was like a cracked porcelain piece. Sooner or later it would explode. Qi Jingchun had to slow down this unstoppable process. He had to do his best to arrange a path of retreat for as many people as possible. It would be best if he could safely hand it over to the blacksmith, Master Wan. Then, after the last 60 years, everyone would be happy. The people on the mountain would obtain opportunities, and the people at the foot of the mountain would obtain stability. It must be known that with the temperament of the majority of the people, every time the road collapsed, the old and the new were replaced, opportunities appeared everywhere, and immortality was within reach. What did the lives of hundreds or thousands of ants at the foot of the mountain count for? The ruthlessness of the secular dynasty's Tian family was not worth mentioning compared to the selfless Tao that many cultivators worshipped. Qi Jingchun pondered for a moment, and then quietly concealed his figure. The operation of heaven and earth was smooth and unhindered. The previous limit had quietly been broken. The young man's wrist, finally, heavily smashed into Fu Nanhua's neck. The latter's head swayed and he fell horizontally into the alley's wall. He was dizzy from the huge force. After the young man landed, he quickly closed in and struck Fu Nanhua's abdomen with his elbow. Fu Nanhua did not stand straight. His back was against the wall. The young man's elbow strike almost caused him to vomit, and his body instinctively bent. The young man grabbed Fu Nanhua's neck with one hand and pressed the porcelain piece against the laurel young master's abdomen with the other. Fu Nanhua found it hard to imagine how the young man, who was a head shorter than him, could have such great strength in his 5 fingers. In particular, the sharpness and coldness of the porcelain piece against his abdomen made the young master of Old Dragon City feel that death was approaching him once again. The difference between life and death was the difference between life and death. Of course, Fu Nanhua didn't know that a young child who had to search for herbs all over the mountains and plains had an even stronger desire to live than himself. How amazing was the infinite potential that burst out of him was. When that youth had mistakenly ingested the herbs and was rolling on the ground in pain in the alley, that kind of obsession could even make a child who was supposed to be studying in the countryside want to crawl back home and put the bamboo basket of life-saving herbs back home. After that, he had to chop wood and burn charcoal, burn porcelain, dig mud, and taste dirt. There was not a single task that did not test the young man's physical strength and endurance. Outside the town, Fu Nanhua could casually use some immortal techniques and easily crush 100 or 1,000 young men. However, he chose to face him in a life-and-death battle in the town. He was really lucky to have kicked an iron plate. Fu Nanhua was hit by the pain and humiliation. He lost his mind and said with a ferocious expression, "If you kill me, you will die. If you don't kill me, you will still die. Little bastard, you will still die." Chen Pingon slightly raised his head and stared at the man with a face full of madness. He said, "You know, I don't want to kill you. I have no enmity with you. It's just that you wanted to harm me, so I retaliated." He just gently waved his sleeve at the straw sandals youth, as if he had scooped an item into his hand. The scholarly saint opened his palm and looked at it. He could not help but laugh. It was a blob of filth like ink. It turned out that the intentions that a certain someone had planted in the youth were dim and had clearly died long ago. Looking up at the young Qin Pingan again, Qi Jingchun felt a little regretful. He sighed and said, "No wonder Sir said that for those who succeed in the world, extraordinary talent is only secondary. Perseverance and indomitable will are the most important. Qin Pingan, you have taught me another lesson on behalf of Sir. It's a pity that I, Qi Jingchun, no longer have the chance to take in a disciple." Almost all the senior cultivators who participated in the dragon-slaying catastrophe were seriously injured. Many of them settled down here and cultivated. It can be said that they calmly faced death. There were also immortal couples who survived by luck, and there were also those who naturally formed a good relationship after fighting side by side. After more than 3,000 years of reproduction, the town has reached its current scale. In the territory of the Dali dynasty, this place was first called Great Swamp Village. Later, a saint personally changed it to Dragon Abyss. Later, to avoid the taboo of a certain Emperor Dali, it was changed again. The young man who had been holding back his words finally couldn't help but softly interrupt Qi Jingchuan's words. He clenched his fists, full of desire and expectation. "Sir, actually, the question I want to ask is about my parents. What kind of people are they?" Qi Jingchun fell into deep thought. "Since that Taoist faraway journey has already revealed the heaven's secret to you, I can also use the opening he opened to tell you something. In my memory, your father was an honest and gentle man with mediocre talent. He was not worthy of being taken away from the town. Naturally, he became a chicken rib in the eyes of some people and was seen as a losing business. Maybe it was in a fit of anger, or maybe it was because he was really poor. In short, the porcelain buyer outside the town did something to your father's natal porcelain. After that, not only was his life full of misfortune, but also you and your mother were also implicated to suffer. Later, for some unknown reason, he inadvertently learned the secret of the natal porcelain. He knew that once it was opened and taken away from the town, it would be reduced to a marionette for the rest of its life. He secretly smashed the natal porcelain that belonged to you. If I remember correctly, it should be a porcelain paperweight." Qi Jingchun said in a deep voice, "You have to know that the babies born in the town every year have a code name that is stored in a secret file. There are also people in the town who will use a unique secret technique to extract a drop of heart blood and inject it into the natal porcelain that is baked in the future. The natal porcelain of a girl will burn for 6 years once it is baked, and the natal porcelain of a boy will burn for even longer. The kiln fire will not stop for a day and will continue to burn for 9 years. The child's talent is like the quality of the porcelain in the kiln. It can only be left to fate and luck. However, the price of porcelain gambling, after betting, is very high. Even though it can be said that your aptitude is just as mediocre now, when your father resolutely decided to break that porcelain paperweight, it is easy to imagine the anger of the porcelain buyers outside the small town. As for your mother, she is a woman with a quiet temperament." Qi Jingchun suddenly smiled when he said this. At that time, when your mother married your father, many people of the same age in the town were very depressed. But to be honest, it is difficult for me to talk about the details of your parents' life when they were alive. After coming here, I have a lot of things to do in addition to teaching." The teenager nodded, gently turned his head, and carelessly wiped his face with his hand. The teenager probably forgot the terrible condition of his left hand. His face was covered with blood, but he was reluctant to wipe it with his sleeve. The two of them passed by the 12-legged archway. Qi Jingchun didn't look at him. She told the young man frankly, "When the real dragon fell here, the 4 sages showed up in person and made a contract here. They stipulated that every 60 years, one person would take charge of this place and help take care of the remaining fate left behind by the real dragon after its death. In fact, there were disputes about whether to eliminate the root of the problem or not. But telling you these unspeakable secrets of heaven would be harming you. Generally speaking, the people of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, as well as the school of the militarists, made up the 4 sides. As for the rest, the 100 schools of thought, blessed enclaves, immortal sects, tycoons, and so on, they all had a certain share and opportunity to share the benefits here. It is funny to say that the quota of porcelain buying, within 100 years, has almost become the symbol of whether a sect or family has a first-class status." Qin Pingan said, "I don't understand what you are saying, but I remember it all. But today, I know that my parents are good people, so I am satisfied." Qi Jingchun smiled and said, "I don't expect you to understand it immediately. It is just a foreshadowing. Otherwise, if I simply told you not to kill Fu Nanhua, you would definitely not listen. The reason why I don't want you to kill him is not that I, Qi Jingchun, feel sorry for the loss of one's own kind. It is also not that I am grateful to Fu Nanhua and old Longqing so that I can ask for more benefits in the future. It is not like this. In fact, it is the opposite. The disciples of the Confucian school advocate to enter the world, so they are the most resistant to the unscrupulous people of the cultivation world. The two sides have been fighting openly and secretly for countless years. If I, Qi Jingchun, was at the age when I first went to Cliff Academy to study, then Jinjuan Jiang Lu Jimao and old Longqing's young master Fu Nanhua would not have a chance to live. I would have smashed them into ashes with one palm. The young man found that although Mr. Qi's tone was still gentle and his walking posture was still elegant, he gave people the feeling that he was a different person. It was like when old Yao drank too much and said that the porcelain they made was for the emperor. Who could compare with him? When Mr. Qi said that he could smash someone into ashes with one palm, his tone was different from old Yao's, but his expression was exactly the same. Qi Jingchun frowned and raised his head to look in the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, as if he was listening to someone else talk. Although he did not show any annoyance, the displeasure in his eyes could not be concealed. Finally he said coldly, "Leave quickly." Qin Pingan was confused. Qi Jingchun explained, "It's that storyteller. His real name is Lu Jimao and his Taoist name is Jinjuan Jiang Lu. He is actually a Taoist from the unorthodox school. His cultivation level is not bad, but his conduct is bad. The grudge between you and Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua was mostly caused by him. In the end he even planted an evil talisman in your heart. It was a 4-word mantra that secretly engraved the 4 words "die with one heart" in your heart. His method was extremely vicious. Qin Pingan silently remembered the name Lu Jimao. Qi Jingchun sighed and asked, "Aren't you curious why I didn't do anything?" Qin Pingan shook his head. Qi Jingchun said to himself, "This world is like an old porcelain that has been exposed to wind and sun for 3,000 years. It is about to shatter. You are an outsider after all, and you have the protection of the formation. No matter what you do, as long as you don't go too far, the porcelain won't shatter. But I am the one holding the porcelain. Any action I take will affect the cracks of the porcelain. In fact, no matter what I do, it will only increase the spread of the cracks. If it is only the porcelain that is broken, it will be fine. But the fate of the 5,000 or 6,000 people in this town is in my hands. How can I let my guard down?" However, these words had been accumulated for many years. Mr. Qi spoke too softly, and Qin Pingan could not hear clearly even if he pricked up his ears. Qi Jingchun looked at the teenager who wiped his face with his right hand from time to time. The two of them had already walked to the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane. There was a woman bending over to draw water. Qi Jingchun asked, "If a stranger falls into the well and you try to save him, he will die. Will you save him or not?" Qin Pingan thought for a moment and asked back, "I want to know, can I really save that person?" Qi Jingchun did not answer the teenager's question. He just smiled and said, "Remember, a gentleman does not save people." The teenager was stunned and asked doubtfully, "A gentleman?" Qi Jingchun hesitated for a moment. He squatted down and helped the teenager with straw sandals straighten his clothes. Then, he wiped the blood off with his hand and said softly, "When you encounter misfortune, you will have compassion first. But a gentleman is not a pedantic person. He can go to the well to save people, but he will never put himself in a deadly situation." It seemed that this question had aroused his thoughts. The teenager asked seriously, "Sir, can I still live now? If I can, then how long can I live?" Qi Jingchun thought carefully and slowly stood up. He said firmly, "If you are not afraid of the bumpy road ahead and suffer great hardships, then you can definitely live." The teenager immediately smiled brightly and said righteously, "I am not afraid of hardships." Qi Jingchun thought of the teenager's calmness along the way and felt relieved. "Let's go. I'll take you to a place. Although I, Qi Jingchun, can't help you with anything, things have already come to this. Letting you pass this calamity is not breaking the rules. In fact, I should compensate you with an opportunity." The teenager was confused. The two of them came under the old pagoda tree. For some reason it was quiet inside and outside the town. Only this pagoda tree seemed to be the only exception. Its leaves swayed slightly and swayed gently. Qi Jingchun stood still with a dignified expression. He bowed and raised his head to ask, "Qi Jingchun, can I ask you for a pagoda tree leaf so that I can safely leave the town in the future and not suffer from the calamity for at least 3 years?" The 1,000-year-old pagoda tree was silent. Qi Jingchun asked again. Qi Jingchun has been guarding this place for 59 years. Even if he has not made any contributions, he has worked hard. Can I ask for a pagoda tree leaf? Besides, I am from your town. Why are you so stingy? The pagoda tree still did not respond. The silence at this moment was like silent mockery. You, Qi Jingchun, have great magical powers, but you are still a part of the circle of heaven and earth. You are also the pitiful person who presides over the core of the formation. We just don't want to give away this kindness for nothing. What can you do to me? Qi Jingchun's expression was uncertain. In the end, he could only sigh and look down, full of guilt. The teenager grinned and comforted him. Master Lu said that as long as I go to the south of the town and find a blacksmith surnamed Ruan and become his apprentice, there will be hope for me to live. Mr. Qi, without this pagoda tree leaf, I believe there will be no problem. Qi Jingchun asked with a smile. Truth? The teenager scratched his head and said shyly, no. Qi Jingchun smiled knowingly. Suddenly, a fresh, verdant locust tree leaf floated down from the top of the tree. The teenager just stretched out his hand and the leaf fell into his palm. On the leaf there was a golden word that flashed and disappeared. Qi Jingchun was a little shocked. After a moment he said in a deep voice, this word is Yao. Qin Pingan, are you willing to repay the Yao family's kindness, regardless of life and death? To be honest, even without this leaf you may still have a chance to live. I can tell you this clearly. So you must think carefully. The teenager asked, is it Master Yao's word Yao? Qi Jingchun nodded. Yes. The teenager put his hands together and gently held the pagoda tree leaf in his palm. He raised his head and said loudly, as long as I am alive, as long as it is a person with the surname Yao related to you, as Mr. Qi said before, even if he falls into a well, even if he will die trying to save someone, I, Qin Pingan, will save him. The sound of nature was silent. Qi Jingchun smiled and said, let's go. When he left with the teenager, he quietly turned his head and looked at the top of the pagoda tree. Qi Jingchun's face was full of sarcasm. It was not that there were no pagoda trees with the surname Qin. In fact, there were more than one or two. However, in the end, knowing that this place was about to collapse, they would rather find another host. It did not matter if the host's surname was not Qin. Still, there was not a single pagoda tree that was willing to look after the teenager with straw shoes in Mud Bottle Alley. Qi Jingchun turned around and patted the young man's head. She teased, if it was Song Jisin, Zhao Yao, Gu Kan, and the others who made such a great wish like you did, it might have caused the resonance of heaven and earth. The teenager smiled brightly. That's none of my business. I just do my own thing. Qi Jingchun asked again, this time is it the truth? The teenager smiled and said, yes. Therefore, when he flipped through it in his spare time, he would only pick some strange and colorful character stories and treat them as legends described by a storyteller. As for the authenticity of these stories, Song Jisin of course did not care. He only remembered the man in the official's uniform. Before he left the town for the capital to report on his work, he came here late at night alone. The man had a very solemn attitude and told the young man to remember one thing, which was to memorize the names of every person that appeared in the book, as well as the hundreds and thousands of people, and the roots of their ancestors in the town, especially the relationships with the 4 surnames and 10 clans. At this time, Song Jisin was motionless, just like the broken clay statues in the southeast of the town. One by one they fell into the grass or the mud. No matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, they just remained motionless. The light that shone through the window onto the desk maintained an abnormal state of stillness. In this house, the only people and things that could move were the servant girl GQ and the unremarkable 4-legged snake. She had long sensed that something was wrong. The first thought that appeared in her mind was to go to the courtyard next door and find the expressionless girl to give her a torrent of abuse. However, when the servant girl realized the existence of the sword, she dismissed this tempting idea. She first went to her young master's room and glanced at the contents of the book. When she saw the 2 words Chao Shi, she felt annoyed, so she helped her young master flip through a few pages. When she saw the section about Xie Shi, she smiled happily. However, she quickly turned the pages back to avoid revealing the secret of heaven and exposing herself. All these years, the shrewd young master had only suspected her identity and origin out of curiosity. He had never caught any real conclusive evidence. She didn't want to fail when she was about to succeed. She followed her young master and often went to the village school. She felt that some of the words that scholars said were hypocritical and disgraceful, such as, those who sacrifice their lives for righteousness. But some words were not bad, such as, those who travel 100 miles are half of the time 90 miles. They really understood the truth. The khaki-colored four-legged snake was lying on the door's sill, basking in the sun. At this time, when it was silent and still, it had returned to its true form. Under the light, one could see that it was flowing with brilliant colors, sparkling and translucent. Its entire body was like a piece of colored glass. In the house next door, the black-clothed girl, Ning Yao, had fallen into a mysterious fetal state. She didn't breathe with her mouth and nose like a baby in the womb. Her spirit returned to its origin and stopped thinking. In the snow-white scabbard, the flying sword seemed to have been pardoned. After it slowly came out of the scabbard, it flew around its master briskly. It was as gentle and intimate as a little bird depending on its master. It also had the beauty of a young girl's fluttering dress. It wasn't flying randomly, but like a talisman, it created the best feng shui place for its master who was healing. Sure enough, the girl who didn't have the slightest sign of breathing had the aura around her rapidly rush into her body. She was like a whale swallowing water, crazily absorbing the original spiritual aura between heaven and earth. So at this moment, the deathly stillness of the town and the wind and water of this house formed a sharp contrast. Outside the town, by the southern stream, there was a short man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a sharp aura around him. His chest was bare and he was holding a hammer in his hand as he hammered down. Sparks flew in all directions, filling the room with light. Countless sparks of fire scattered about in the spacious room, creating a splendid and spectacular sight. A single hammering could create a picture. In front of the man stood a young girl with a ponytail. She was petite and wore a cow-leather robe to prevent the sparks from splashing onto her body. Ordinary cotton clothes could easily be burned and holes could be seen in them. After a single hammering, the thousands of sparks suddenly stopped in the room. The ponytailed girl frowned and asked, "Father?" The man said in a deep voice, "It's your turn to hammer the sword. You can use this opportunity to temper your spirit." The young girl put down the old sword and pushed aside the sparks on both sides of her body. The sparks were pushed back by her. The sparks that should have been still in the river of time continuously collided with the sparks. They collided with each other again and again, causing the light in the room to become incomparably chaotic. Compared to the old seniors in the town who were like dragons in the abyss, each of them holding their breath and meditating, the young girl's actions were too tyrannical. Especially when it was her turn to hammer, her momentum was heavy and her movements were swift and violent. Compared to the experienced man, she was even wilder and more unruly. The sparks that splashed out from each hammering would not disappear in the end. So after overlapping again and again, the dense sparks were like bright stars, clustered in the air. In the sword-forging room there were billions of sparks. The man stared at the red sword embryo and ordered in a deep voice, "Recite this sword-forging manual, Shaking Dragon chapter, in your heart." The young girl's aura suddenly dropped and she said in a low voice, "Father?" The man said angrily, "What?" The young girl's aura dropped again and she said timidly, "I didn't eat much at noon, I'm hungry, I can't hammer anymore." The man was even angrier. If he was not forging a sword, he would have scolded her, "I'm clearly asking you to recite the book, it's like asking for your life. Why are you looking for an excuse? Motherf asterisk her with your appetite, it's normal that you're hungry, it's really not an excuse." The young girl snickered. Although she said that she was hungry, her hands did not slow down in the slightest. In a flash, the young girl shouted and smashed the hammer down with all her strength. She said, "Come out." This time the sparks that splashed out were extremely numerous and especially dazzling. The man's face did not reveal anything and he thought, "It's done." In the courtyard of Gu Kan's house, the woman slowly woke up with a splitting headache. She sat back down on the bench with the help of her child. True monarch cutting river Lu Jimao was resting with his eyes closed, and his thumb and index finger in his sleeves were slowly moving. No matter how ignorant the teenager was, he was still a person who used porcelain. He still had some appreciation for good and bad things. Qi Jingchun said warmly, "If you stay with me, my master's relic will be buried with me, so I might as well give it to you. Besides, you should not accept it without any effort. I have stayed in this small town for nearly 60 years, and there has always been a knot in my heart that could not be untied. Unfortunately, my master has passed away. I originally thought that I would not be able to get an answer in my life, but you inadvertently helped me solve my confusion. Therefore I am giving this hairpin to you. It is very appropriate for me to give it to you. Chen Pingan can only help you ask for a locust tree leaf. He can't give you any more opportunities. The teenager took the ordinary jade hairpin with both hands, raised his head and said sincerely, "Master has already done a lot." Qi Jingchun laughed it off. Seeing that the teenager was persuaded to accept the hairpin, he felt less worried. The hairpin was indeed ordinary, but it was still his master's relic. It was very good to give it to a teenager who did not disgrace the inscription of the jade hairpin. Therefore, Qi Jingchun reminded him in the end, "Chen Pingan, remember, no matter what happens in the future, don't lose hope in this world." "25. Outside a house in Clay Bottle Alley, there was a naughty child with a slug hanging from his nose. He was kicking the door fiercely, cursing and spitting everywhere. Chen Pingan, if you don't come out, I'll find someone to hack you to death and smash all the junk in your house. I know you're at home. What are you busy with? Are you doing that with Song Jisun's wife and GQ? It's broad daylight. Don't you know how to take care of Song Jisun's feelings? Fine. You don't want to come out, right? I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. Once I leave, you won't want to see me for the rest of your life. I originally wanted to leave all my treasures to you, Chen Pingan. Come out quickly." For some reason, at the end of the scolding, the child actually sounded like he was about to cry. He fiercely whipped the two slugs back into his nest. Guken suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He quickly turned around and saw the familiar face. The child cursed loudly, "Chen Pingan, damn you." The straw sandals youth's expression didn't look too good. Guken quickly changed the topic and added, "How's your body?" His words were natural and smooth without any stiffness at all. Chen Pingan was used to this brat's thoughtlessness. Carrying a new clay pot, he said unhappily, "You still don't know whether I'm well or not?" Guken realized that he still had business to attend to. He quickly pulled Chen Pingan to the entrance of the courtyard. Then he stuffed two exquisitely embroidered bags into Chen Pingan's hands. The child lowered his voice and asked, "Do you still remember the little loach I asked you for last year?" Chen Pingan was confused. Holding the heavy bags, he wasn't unfamiliar with them. At that time, the brocade-clothed youth who forcefully bought the golden carp had specially given him a bag of copper coins. Chen Pingan looked around. There were no pedestrians at either end of Clay Bottle Alley. He still hurriedly opened the door and brought Guken into the courtyard. After putting the clay pot aside, he asked straightforwardly, "A foreigner bought that loach from you, right?" "Guken, I advise you not to sell it. Don't sell it even if you beat me to death. Don't you want me to live a good life in the future? You must keep that loach, do you understand?" Guken burst into tears and grabbed Chen Pingan's sleeves with both hands. Choking with sobs, he said, "I wanted to return the loach to you, but mother wouldn't let me. She even slapped me in the face. Mother has never slapped me since I was young. And that storyteller, I don't know if he was a deity or a ghost. He was very scary. First he brought me into the white bowl, and then that loach suddenly became very big. It was much bigger than my family's large water tank." Chen Pingan covered the child's mouth and stared at him sternly. "I gave you the loach, so it's yours. Guken, do you still want your mother to live a good life in the future? Can you eat meat every day, let your mother use rouge and face powder, and buy those silky clothes that feel smooth to the touch?" Guken sniffled and nodded vigorously. Chen Pingan let go of his hand and crouched down. He asked, "What's the matter with the 2 bags of money? Did you steal them?" Guken's eyes turned. He was just about to lie. Chen Pingan's relationship with him couldn't be more familiar. The little bastard knew what kind of shit he was going to shit when he stuck his butt out. He directly gave Guken a chestnut and said sternly, "Take it back." Guken's stubborn temper also rose. "I won't." Chen Pingan was so angry that his face turned ashen. He raised his hand and was about to give a genuine chestnut. However, when he saw the child's stubborn expression, Chen Pingan's heart softened. He softened his tone, thought for a moment and asked, "What's going on? Tell me." Guken told Chen Pingan the whole story from beginning to end. He didn't deny that this child usually made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but he was indeed very intelligent from a young age. From the old locust tree to the iron lock well, and then to the courtyard of Mud Bottle Alley, he clearly told Chen Pingan about the adventures of the storyteller who wanted to take him as his disciple. At this moment, Chen Pingan had a rough idea in his heart. Gukin was most likely one of the people in the small town who obtained the ancestral locust tree leaf. Whether it was smoke from the ancestral grave or whether it was a lucky chance like Mr. Chi and Priest Lu said, Gukin should have been taken away from the small town by the storyteller. However, when he thought of that true Lord Lu Jimao who cut off the river, Qin Pingan's heartstrings tightened. According to Mr. Chi's words, this person's conduct was really bad. He wanted to get rid of him quickly, so he didn't hesitate to use the magical power of immortals to frame him and Kai Qin. Was it a good thing that Gukin took this person as his master? However, taking a step back, if this person was willing to take Gukan as his disciple and didn't cheat him or force him to sell, didn't this mean that Gukan's life wouldn't be in danger for the time being? The mischievous child's eyes turned rapidly. While Qin Pingan was thinking, he suddenly grabbed the 2 money bags in Qin Pingan's hands and threw them into the room. Then he turned around and ran. In the end, Qin Pingan grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back to his original place. Gukan held his head with both hands, looking very pitiful. Although Qin Pingan forcefully pulled the child back, he was hesitant about how to deal with him. The matter involved was too big. Qin Pingan was very afraid of making the wrong choice and causing Gukan and his mother to be implicated. If it was only about himself, this straw sandals youth who had no one to rely on would probably be much more straightforward. At some point, the black-clothed girl had already gotten off the bed and stood behind the doorsill. My mother once said that everyone has their own fate. This child looks like a scourge that will live for 1,000 years. In the future, he's the kind of person who won't lack dog shit luck. Gukan's eyes lit up and he hurriedly wiped off his 2 streams of snot. He grinned, revealing a missing tooth, and said with a flattering smile, "Older sister, you're so handsome. You look exactly like my second sister. This place is small. Why don't you come to my house?" Qin Pingan helplessly said, "When did your mother remarry your father?" After being exposed, the child immediately rolled his eyes and changed his expression and tone. He clicked his tongue and said, "Qin Pingan, not bad. When did you kidnap a woman home? Do you want to disturb the bridal chamber? Unfortunately, I can't make it in time. Otherwise, I'd definitely squat in the corner and listen to you immortals fight on the bed." Qin Pingan slapped Gukan's head and said to the black-clothed girl apologetically, "He's just like that. Don't be angry." The girl glanced at the child. "Idiot." Gukan was just about to show off his family's skills when he felt the hand on his head quietly increase in strength. He immediately became sickly and said weakly, "Older sister, you're so beautiful. Everything you say is right." The black-clothed girl ignored the child and turned to look at Qin Pingan. She said meaningfully, "You'd better accept those 2 bags of copper coins. Otherwise, you'll turn against each other in the future. Moreover, once this child succeeds in his cultivation in the future, if you don't make him feel less guilty today, it's very likely that his Taoist heart will become unstable, allowing external demons to take advantage of the situation." Gukan liked hearing this. He gave the older sister a thumbs up. "With long hair you have a lot of knowledge. You really are more reliable than that little girl next door." The black-clothed girl raised an eyebrow and actually accepted it gladly. In the distance of Mud Bottle Alley, a furious roar rang out. "Gukan." The child's face was slightly pale. I'm leaving. Qin Pingan, I'm leaving." Even though he said he was leaving, the child himself did not realize that his grip on Qin Pingan was tightening. Perhaps in his subconscious, Gukan had long since taken Qin Pingan as his only family apart from his mother. Qin Pingan brought the child out of the courtyard. He crouched down and said quietly, "Gukan, remember to be careful of your master. Also take good care of your mother. You're a man. Your mother can only rely on you in the future. Don't always make her worry." Gukan grunted in agreement. Qin Pingan continued, "When you're outside, do more and speak less. Watch your mouth. If you suffer some losses, then suffer some losses. Don't always try to get back at them with your mouth. The people outside are not like us. They hold grudges." The child's eyes reddened as he disagreed. "The people on our side hold grudges too. You're the only one who doesn't." Qin Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was speechless for a moment. Qin Pingan suddenly woke up and asked in a deep voice, "Gukan, did you get a locust tree leaf?" If he didn't, Qin Pingan did not think that Gukan had obtained an immortal's opportunity. Perhaps the arrival of the storyteller was a talisman that hastened his death. As soon as the child heard this, he became angry. He took out a large handful from his pocket and cursed out of habit, "I don't know which bastard secretly stuffed so many tattered leaves into my pocket. I only found out when I was sneaking out of the house and hiding the 2 bags of money. If it wasn't little fatty Zhao, then it was that girl Lu Mei. If my mother saw this when she was washing clothes, she would scold me for being worrisome again. Fortunately, I'm leaving now. Otherwise, see if I don't secretly throw stones into their latrine." The child was scolding with vigor. Chin Pingon was dumbfounded at first, but then he felt relieved. Seeing that this guy was about to throw the stones to the ground, he hurriedly stopped the child's actions. With an incomparably solemn expression he said, "Gu can keep them well. You must keep them well. If possible, it's best not to let your mother see these locust tree leaves. It's very likely that this is for her own good." The child was at a loss, but he still nodded and said, "Okay." Chin Pingon exhaled a long breath and said to himself, "Now I'm really relieved." Guken suddenly leaned forward and used his head to knock Chin Pingon's head. He whimpered, "I'm sorry." Chin Pingon rubbed his little head and scolded with a smile, "Silly." Guken suddenly whispered in his ear. Chin Pingon was stunned on the spot. After thinking for a while, she took out the money bag that Chin Pingon hid in a bottle. After she sat down, there were 3 bags of money and a jade hairpin on the table. Of course, there was also a spiritual longsword that was tactfully hiding in the corner. Chin Pingon didn't stop her from taking out the money, but he turned his head and reminded her, "The jade hairpin was given to me by Mr. Chi. Miss Ning, be careful." Chin Pingon was probably afraid that the girl wouldn't take it seriously, so he reminded her again, "You really have to be careful." The girl rolled her eyes. 3 bags of gold coins, spring money, allowance money and whooshing money. What a coincidence. She just happened to have all of them. The girl held her cheek with one hand and fiddled with the 3 coins with the other. She asked casually, "How's your matter? Can you tell me about it?" Chin Pingon squatted by the wall near the window and carefully watched the fire. He flipped through the 3 prescriptions from time to time. When he heard the question, he said, "Is it appropriate to tell me?" The girl frowned and said, "You're already in such a miserable state, and you're still worried that I'll be killed after I hear the secret? Chin Pingon, I don't want to criticize you, but you're such a good person. I advise you not to leave the town for the rest of your life. Otherwise you won't even know how you died." The girl lamented his misfortune and was angry that he didn't fight for it. This old-fashioned boy, even if he was a powerful sword immortal who had both the golden body of Arhat and the Taoist technique of Lord of Heaven, would definitely die within a year in her hometown. Moreover, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. The straw sandals boy said happily, "Then I'll tell you." The girl used 3 fingers to press on the 3 coins and rub them on the table. "It's up to you to say it or not." Chin Pingon told the girl what happened before Mr. Chi appeared. He selectively told her what happened after that. After listening to him, the girl said calmly, "That Lu Jimao who intercepted Jiang Jinjuan is obviously the main culprit. However, Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua aren't good people either. If it wasn't for Mr. Chi, you wouldn't be able to escape from the encirclement of the 3 forces even if you ran to the ends of the earth. To put it bluntly, it's really easy to kill you. If we weren't in the town, not to mention Lu Jimao, even that girl from Yunxia Mountain could crush your soul with 1 finger." Chin Pingon nodded and said, "I know." The girl said angrily, "You know a such asterisk T." Chin Pingon didn't refute and continued to brew the medicine. She asked, "The reason you're in this mess is all because of that loach. Why didn't you tell that child the truth?" Chin Pingon didn't remain silent this time. He also didn't turn his head. He sat on the stool and looked down at the green and red flames. He said softly, "That's not right." The girl wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at the thin and weak figure and sighed, "Then do you know that if your fist isn't hard enough, no one will care if you're right or wrong?" The boy shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter if others listen or not. Reason is reason." He seemed a little uncertain. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "Right?" The girl glared at him. "Right your ass." The boy turned his head back and continued to brew the medicine. The girl in black, the girl from outside the town named Ning Yao, picked up the jade hairpin and looked at it. She found a small line of words engraved on it. She glanced at the boy named Chin Pingon. There were 8 words on the hairpin. Even the girl, who was only a little literate, felt that it was very moving. Speaking of a gentleman, gentle as jade. "26. Decocting medicine was like threading a needle's eye with a thread. Chin Pingon did it methodically and immersed himself in it. The young man exuded an inexplicable joy. However, the black-clothed girl was not a patient person. In fact, except for practicing swordsmanship, the girl was not interested in anything else. She left her hometown at a young age and traveled around alone. She lived a rough life. Therefore, she did not feel uncomfortable with the young man's house with 4 bare walls. It was really because she lived in the wind and rain. No matter how delicate and fastidious a person was, she would become very unfastidious. The girl asked, "Is your left hand okay?" Chin Pingan, who had his left hand bandaged with a cotton strip, was holding a bowl of medicine with both hands. After the girl took over, he smiled and said, "It's okay. Before I went back to the alley, I found some herbs and mashed them and applied them to the wound. When I was a kiln worker, I used this medicine every time. It was a secret prescription that an old man in the Yang family's shop told me a long time ago. However, I promised the old man that I would not tell others. Otherwise, Miss Ning, you may need it when you travel around. If you want it, I can go to the old man in the Yang family's shop and ask him. It's just that I was in a hurry to go to the medicine shop today, so I didn't see the old man. I only hope that he left temporarily." When the girl drank the medicine, her long eyebrows, which were not like willow leaves but more like narrow knives, slightly frowned. However, she still drank the medicine without changing her expression. After returning the porcelain bowl to the waiting straw sandals boy, she muttered, "You're such a good person. No wonder you're so poor. You deserve to be bullied." Before the boy could react, the girl added, "Don't mind me. I'm a straightforward person." The girl probably did not know that the latter sentence was more hurtful. Chin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. The black-clothed girl used her thumb to wipe off the remnants of the medicinal soup at the corner of her mouth. Then she sat up straight and said seriously, "The saint who is now in charge of this world, that is, the teacher you mentioned, although he wants to help you clean up so that you won't have to worry about your life in the future, you have to know that there will be a time when a person's strength will be exhausted. Even the saint is no exception. What's more, Mr. Chi's situation is not very good. He can't even protect himself. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to care about your life and death in the future. I, Ning Yao, am a person who will repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. If you glare at me, I will take revenge for the smallest grievance. There is a limit to a man's strength, but he must repay his debt with a gushing spring. He must seek revenge for the smallest grievance, just like a clay Buddha crossing the river." At this moment, the young girl's heart was filled with an unknown pride. Listen, aren't my words very knowledgeable? It was a pity that Chin Pingan's neighbor was a knowledgeable scholar. Almost every morning and twice at dusk, the neighbor would recite the sage books to show his sincerity. According to Song Jisun's own words, "I'm good at nurturing the great spirit." Therefore, Chin Pingan had seen a pig run even if he had not eaten pork. He was not unfamiliar with the scholarly words. Even if some of the words were obscure, he could still guess most of them by analyzing the context. The young girl stared at Chin Pingan, trying to find shock, admiration, and doubt from the young man's face. However, Chin Pingan's face was full of, "I understand. Young girl, please continue." The young girl was very discouraged. Her originally high-spirited expression had decreased sharply. She said in a bad mood, "For example, if you save my life, I will help you kill Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City or Lu Jimao from Book Slip Lake. However, if you want to kill both of them to prevent future troubles, you will have to pay to avoid the disaster. Because we just met by chance, we don't have a deep relationship. Therefore, you will need to give me a bag of gold coins as a reward." The young girl quickly pointed at the bag of winter jasmine money. "For example, I like this bag very much. The other 2 bags of copper coins are not good looking and the inscriptions are not pleasing to the eye." Then the young girl slightly raised her chin. "If you are willing to pay me 2 bags of copper coins, I will help you deal with Old Dragon City and Red Cloud Mountain. Of course, if I die in Lu Jimao's hands early on, then there is nothing to talk about. After all, my cultivation is not high. I have just reached the 6th of the 9 realms of martial arts. As a pure martial artist, my body is not strong enough. As for the 15th floor and the 15th floor, I have only reached the Dragon Gate realm of the middle 5 realms. In the alchemy room I have 6 diagrams, but I have not succeeded in adding the finishing touch, nor have I made the fairies fly." This time Chin Pingan was really confused. He was completely confused. The young girl suddenly became angry out of humiliation. She had always been ashamed of her low cultivation level. Chin Pingan's, "Miss, please explain to me again." Demented appearance had undoubtedly poked at the young girl's sore spot. Seeing the young girl's gloomy expression, even if Chin Pingan was an idiot, he knew that the situation was bad. He quickly changed the topic. "Young girl, why were you so heavily injured before but now you seem to have mostly recovered?" The young girl's eyes narrowed. She crossed her arms over her chest and said in a hoarse voice, I was indeed about to die. If Daoist Lu hadn't saved me, I would have. In any case, I owe you a great favor. I shouldn't have taken advantage of the situation and asked you to take out 3 bags of gold coins. How can my life be compared to Lu Jimao's? So it's my fault. Just pretend I didn't say anything. After I leave the town, I will do my best to help you solve your worries. But let me say the ugly words first. I Ningyao will only do what I can. I won't risk my life with others, even if I know I'm going to die. Perhaps it was because the young girl bowed her head and admitted her mistake. It was too rare, so she was very disappointed. Qin Pingan asked, "Where is the money?" The young girl pointed at one of the golden embroidered bags. Qin Pingan took out 3 copper coins from the bag. After holding them in his hand, he pushed the 3 bags in front of the young girl and said with a smile, "These are for you." The young girl was stunned. After a long time she asked, "Qin Pingan, did your head get hit by a door when you were young?" Qin Pingan said helplessly, "No. When I was a child I often got hit by the tail of a cow." The young girl suddenly flew into a rage. She slammed the table and asked, "Do you like me?" Qin Pingan was dumbfounded. The young girl grinned and gave Qin Pingan a thumbs up. "Good taste." Then she bent her thumb and pointed at herself. She said in high spirits, "But I won't agree. The man that I, Ningyao, like must be the most powerful sword immortal in the world. The most powerful. The great sword immortal. What Taoist ancestors, Buddha, Confucian saints before his sword, they all have to bow their heads and make way." Qin Pingan's face turned red. He scratched his head and said, "Miss Ning, you misunderstood. I don't like you." The young girl raised her eyebrows and thought for a moment. She leaned forward and narrowed her eyes. She raised her hand and left an inch of space between her thumb and index finger. She asked guiltily, "You don't even like this little bit?" Qin Pingan was resolute and decisive as he said in a firm tone, "No. Miss Ning, don't worry." The young girl withdrew her hand and sighed heavily. She said with pity, "Qin Pingan, even if you are lucky enough to marry a wife in the future, she will most likely be a simple-minded one." Qin Pingan sat across the table and smiled happily. "As long as she is a good person." The young girl didn't comment on this. Just like what her mother had said, everyone had their own fate, so there might not be a clear distinction between the better and the worse. However, her father had a different opinion about this. Don't force things when it's not in your life. Not forcing things didn't mean that you didn't want anything at all. If you wanted something, you still had to ask for it. If you couldn't get it in the end, it was a different matter. Of course, her father would never dare to say these words to her mother's face. Qin Pingan asked casually, "Miss Ning also came to our town to seek opportunities?" The young girl didn't hide anything and replied, "I used up all the resources that I accumulated through my adventures and a favor in exchange for a place to enter the town. However, I am different from those people. I don't ask for any opportunities or fate. I just want someone to help me forge a sword. It would be best if it could be to my liking. As for whether it is sharp or not and whether it can bear a huge amount of sword chi, it is very secondary." Qin Pingan was puzzled. "Forge a sword." The young girl said, "It's that blacksmith master Wan. He is very famous here and has a rule that iron cannot move. He only forges one sword every 30 years. The reason why he is willing to come here to replace Qi Jingchun is because he feels that this place is suitable for forging a sword. I'm going to try my luck and see if he is willing to forge a sword for me. If it really doesn't work, there is nothing I can do. I will just take it that I am unlucky." Qin Pingan smiled. "Good people will be rewarded." The young girl said weakly, "There is nothing I can do." She glanced at the young man. "Your left hand doesn't hurt?" Qin Pingan was stunned. "It hurts," she said suspiciously. "Then why don't you look like it?" Qin Pingan said righteously, "Even if I roll on the ground and scream, it won't stop hurting." The young girl slapped her forehead. "There is nothing I can do. You are the same as my father, but your ability is far worse than his." Qin Pingan smiled and didn't say anything. He quietly looked at the courtyard outside the house. The young girl pushed the 3 bags of copper coins back. "I don't want them." Qin Pingan looked away and said softly, "Miss Ning, have you ever thought that it might not be a good thing for me to keep them? After seeing Mr. Qi, I am even more certain of this." After the young girl decided on something, she wouldn't change her mind. She shook her head and said, "That is your business. It has nothing to do with me. I've thought about it. I will repay the favor of saving my life in the future." Lu Xianyang, who was half a head taller than the straw sandals youth, lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the youth. This scene made Ning Yao feel a little puzzled. This was also the first time the girl saw Chen Pingan truly angry. Chen Pingan asked in a low voice, "After what happened with the old locust tree, did you have some locust tree leaves on your body?" Lu Xianyang shook his head and said, "No, but that fortune teller who always likes to peek at women said some unlucky things to me. I almost smashed his stall." Chen Pingan's expression changed slightly and he frowned. He turned his head to look inside the room and asked, "Miss Ning, as an exchange, can I give you 3 bags of gold and copper coins? Also, will it cause you a lot of trouble? Please make this clear in advance." The black-clothed girl thought carefully. "The trouble isn't small, but it's not a big problem. But you must be careful these 2 days. Don't let your friends run around the streets. After all, my current situation isn't good." She said again, 2 groups of people, 2 bags of money. Let Master Huan take you as his disciple and another bag of money. In short, if you do a few things, I'll take a few bags of money. Don't worry. Since I've agreed, it'll be a guaranteed 2 bags of money. Chen Pingan ran into the room and hurriedly pushed the 2 bags of money to the girl. "Take it." The girl didn't have a sloppy personality, so she didn't refuse. After putting away the 2 bags of copper coins, she said with a fake smile, "There are many people in the world who take money for themselves. How can there be someone like you who likes to be a child of wealth?" The youth didn't refute this time. He nodded and said with a smile, "Money is very important. Very, very important." Lu Xianyang, who had been kept in the dark all this time, said anxiously, "Chen Pingan, are you crazy? Why are you giving her money? 2 full bags of copper coins. How long will it last you?" Chen Pingan said unhappily, "It's my money. Why do you care?" Lu Xianyang said righteously, "Isn't your money my money? Think about it. If I borrowed money from you, would you have the face to ask me to pay it back?" Chen Pingan didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. Lu Xianyang also realized that his jesting was inappropriate, so he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was a bit heavy. Chen Pingan asked, "Miss Ning, you really won't?" The girl in black glanced at the white scabbard sword on the table and nodded, "No problem." After that, she couldn't help but say, "You're so wishy-washy. Aren't you annoying? You still say you're not a good person?" Chen Pingan smiled. Lu Xianyang thought for a moment and didn't say anything. In the end, the tall youth kept his words to himself. He thought to himself, "Miss, you probably haven't seen the other side of this guy." Chen Pingan was rarely difficult to talk to, but when Chen Pingan was really difficult to talk to. Lu Xianyang had seen him before. He should have seen Song Jisun from next door as well. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.